playoff situation, it doesn't feel like it.
I don't think so. I mean, there's always the idea about T1 needing to ramp up in the event, especially after going multiple patches. So, like, maybe they won't have a great read on the patch. That is a question mark. But I don't expect that to happen. They're 5-time world champions as an organization. 7 times they being able to go to the finals. And even one of those times where they didn't end up winning, it was in this city, in Beijing, in the Bird's Nest. So I feel like that for Faker, especially, like, he wants to be able to, of course, start on a really good note.
I want to take a moment to talk about Faker. We all want to take a moment to talk about Faker because there's no worlds without Faker in them. And guys, he is celebrating his 10th worlds. There's no player like him. No one else could do that.
Damn.
I mean, I think it's such a crazy legacy to have. But also, even recent history, like you think, what was the biggest play from 2023 Worlds? It was the shuffle onto Ruler from Faker.
Yeah.
What was the biggest play for the 2024 Worlds? It was the Sylas play when he stole the quickness and turned that series around from BLG. So despite the fact that he's had such a long career, so many Worlds performances, he's still making those big clutch plays when the team need to get them those trophies.
Yeah, that's what he brings to the team. Actually, it's not so much about the flashy play. It's about the cohesion.
Okay,
that he
Tito
brings to the
Bogi, what's
lineup,
up?
the fact that
Teka lang guys
in moments of doubt,
Nice
you
pa yung
can
live.
always count on the fact that Faker is gonna show up because usually the form that he shows us in the LCK during the regular season, it's not what we see from him and the rest of T1 at internationals.
Exactly. That's always the point that I'm going to make. Because when it goes to an MSI or goes
Ah,
into
no,
Worlds
okay
or
na.
something, there's always going to be a question mark based off of, like, obviously, if you're an analyst and you look at those, like, the regular season games, usually, you're like, okay, this is when I doubt him. And then you get slapped in the face, especially if he's going up against LPL teams. I mean, I know we're going to talk about that later. It's just like, it just doesn't happen. So there's always that feeling from fans, even when you're like seeing tier lists, which is my favorite time of year when you get to see the tier list.
First game pala mainit
You're
agad,
like,
oo nga
okay,
eh.
people just have
Isa lang
T1
yung
up there
laban
because
ngayon,
no matter
bukas
what, you expect them to perform.
marami
on this
maglalaban.
You
Yeah.
cannot count them. No, but look at this. Most
What's
participation,
up guys?
most
Hello
timing,
kay
most
Teddy.
finals, most game. Most kills, most
Pa-share
deaths
ng
as well,
live.
but I mean, he's been here for a decade.
Just the most.
A decade.
Just the most.
Yeah.
You know, in all of these.
That's the kind of moment where things can go wrong.
Yeah, guys,
Especially because
wrong ko
they
eh.
don't have the crowd with them this time. It's an
true.
LPL crowd.
That's true.
I'm actually looking around. There's a lot of T1 jerseys, but from the fans that I've seen outside, it's all about IG. I feel like IG fans never forgot what happened in 2018. They're holding on to that hope.
Exactly. They're holding on to it. Also, whenever you hear about scrim rumors, you're like, okay, what does that actually mean? Like the IG scrim rumors about them like beating Gen.G, HLE, DK, stuff like that. Is like, is it valid?
Ano ba
What does
wala
it
to
mean? Do
nasa
I actually
gate?
take some scrim bucks out of this and
Ano
have
to?
some faith in IG? What do you think, Dan? Do you have faith?
Yun.
I mean, I think it's heavily T1 favored.
Yeah, okay,
You know,
okay,
I think you're asking the LCK guys,
Yeah, I
right?
mean,
I
yeah.
mean, not the best.
But
place to
you're
ask
like a
on it.
former LPL guy. Maybe you like this jacket. Maybe you like the vibe. Doesn't it look nice?
It's a great
Wait,
jacket.
you
Yeah.
bought
It's
a
a cool
token?
jacket.
This is like from 2018. This is when they won. Doesn't it look nice? It's like an archaic
He's
one.
trying to bribe me.
Yeah.
Damn.
Lord.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
okay na
I'm gonna
guys.
take that
There we
one.
go.
Thank you.
There we
Thank you.
go.
You know what? I've heard enough for you guys for now. I actually want to hear from the grandpas at the caster desk. I want to know their memories, their best memories from these players, this lineup, because we have a lot of veteran players.
Jams,
on
kasi
this
naman
list,
dyan,
but
ano
also on
mangyayari?
caster desk.
Point
Guys,
system
take
to
it
eh.
away.
Swiss stage siya. So random yung mga kalaban nila kada round.
The camera, and now we can
Babase
take you
to
through
sa
what we
panalo
know
nyo.
about these players. Of course, the
Call
grandpas in the mid
pala
lane
ramen.
is what we're talking about mainly, because these two teams have not faced in 6 years, but the legacy between especially Rookie and Faker goes
Ako na
back
lang
like, what,
guys.
12?
Yeah, and also it's the Unk cast. Thank you very much. Not the Grandpa cast. But yeah,
Kita
we
nyo
were
naman, no?
talking about how long of careers Rookie and Faker have had, and how long people have wanted to see them match up.
Dito ko
and
na
how
lang
few
lalagay yung chat
chances
sa
people
gilid
actually
para
had
ano.
to see them. But we have cast
Hindi ko
the
magalaw
few
yung
that they actually have.
screen.
You cast them at Rift Rivals playing against each other.
Kita nyo
on
naman
Cast
guys, no?
2019 at MSI, which at the time was the fastest. The first matchup was
Top
the
284
fastest
saves. Alam ko
professional
ganun eh.
game of all time.
Pag Swiss
The
stage.
16-01 defeat.
Daw kay
Where
Seabart.
Rookie and
Pa-share
IG actually
ng stream
defeated,
guys.
T1.
And the very cool
Thank you pala sa
thing
gifts. Galing kay
is in
Seamart.
MSI, they
Ikaw
came
din kay
back and they
Six.
won, right? SKT were actually
1-1.
able to take down IG, so it was 1-1. But immediately afterwards, IG actually managed to find their form in Rift Rivals. That match is actually super awesome. I went back and watched it. It had been a very, very long time. There was some nostalgia that I had to sift through, of course. This is the Grandpa cast, so we are going to have to sift through a fair bit of nostalgia. But, like, just that game was so, so good, and IG looked amazing in it. The rose-tinted glasses need to come off though, Kobe. Okay, we need to come in with
Strat
fresh
nila
eyes,
ulit
as fresh as they
ubusin
can
yung mga
be,
lower
so
bracket
that we
muna
can,
para
give this
safe.
the justice that it
Kita
deserves.
naman yung
Yeah,
pu-
I mean,
Oo
IG,
nga,
we're
no?
cut out for them then. If we're
Sa
looking
ganun
at
lumalakas
going forward
T1
for
eh.
them,
Pag natatalo sila
T1
sa
definitely
una,
gonna be a very
na-adapt
difficult
agad
opponent
nila yung
for them.
laro.
Yeah, and I think Orcs is probably going to go into it, but my favorite thing about it is that IG are catching SKT.
Sa China pala
SKT,
tong
sorry.
laban ngayon, no?
You're living in
Slinking
the
back.
past,
I'm
my
living in the
friend.
past. They're going to catch T1
Tas
at
next
the
year,
start
China
of the
ulit.
tournament, which is
May thank you
where
sa gifts
teams
ulit
Before they
galing
ramp
kay
up.
Seamart.
don't
Grabe si Seamart
have
guys.
it all
Nagpapaulan
together
naman,
just
no?
yet.
Thank you.
Whether that's going to be enough is going to be a
Teka, di ko kita yung
completely
FB
different
chat.
story. But now it's time to throw it back to
Okay.
the much younger, more sprightly people who are ready to take you through the rest of the matchup.
So nice that they let them at the retirement home
Yeah.
for that one, you know.
I heard a back crack in the mic there, so I don't know if you guys.
Let me know guys kung ano
I'm just glad they didn't have like the Zimmer frame on camera for that.
yeah, that would have been bad for them. Zoom in
kung
on
may
their ball
di
spot
ako
if they had
maayos.
to. But
Kung
main
may di
point
ako
is I
naaayos sa
love
stream.
kind of like going back into the past because I do remember Rift Rivals and Dalian
Audio.
getting to
Oo
see
nga
IG
pala yung
go up
audio. Teka,
against,
teka.
T1 in the past, right? Like that was a really fun one just because
Dinig
you
nyo na
get to
ba?
see kind of that fun show match
Hello,
feel.
hello,
And what I loved
TikTok.
about T1 that still exists to this day is where they play to the aggression of their opponent. If they're going up against the Gen G type,
Yan.
then they will play a much slower pace.
Malakas
If
ba
they're going
guys?
into
Sabihin
Ning,
nyo
who
pag
just
malakas
wants
ah.
to always look for an engage or something like that, then they will.
May thank you ulit
fist
sa
fight.
gifts.
And
Galing
back
kay
then,
Seamart.
very
16
similar
rows,
to what I'm
tsaka 3
expecting the
rows.
series to
Thank you.
be, it was just constantly going to be like IG taking the lead or something not going to happen there because they don't have an early game these days. But it was like IG constantly taking fights. And then you see an amazing Azir shuffle in that game from Faker. So it's like you can never really count them out even when they're behind. EDG fans will tell you that from experience.
I think as well with how the meta has been
P-games
this year,
mo?
how many objectives we have to play around, you know, with the addition of the Arakan as
Puro
well. I
T1.
feel like there's so many things you have to set
Pero,
around. You know, the T1 have always
siyempre,
loved
naglagay
to
din ako
play
ng
around
talo.
those, especially the dangerous neutrals. It was always the T1 Barons.
Yeah.
We now have the Arakan as well, which is such a dangerous objective. So it just adds that spicy element where they will set up for those.
Ayusin ko lang yung live ko sa YT guys.
And I think it's going to make it such an exciting best of
Hindi
five.
nakaayos
It
yung
will, and the
title
thing
eh.
about day ones and what I love about plans, even though this is a very different plans, is always going to be like, what is the take on the meta, especially for the LCK teams that are waiting on 3 patches kind of thing, and also with the changes to how lane swapping is now moving towards 4 minutes instead of like 3:30. Like those changes are big.
Yung parigami ni Faker na mouse guys oh.
Lane swaps will always exist until they find a way to wall it out through terrain. I wonder what is going to be a
May
way,
pangalan
especially
niya.
for IG, to get through the early game in this
Pangas.
way. So I think they're the ones that should abuse it.
I mean, that's my question here. We usually say that heading towards Worlds is usually T1's meta.
Yeah.
Do we feel this way here again?
I think it's hard to say because it's hard to scope out. And that's
Yeah.
kind of the point that Alice brought up as well, is that we tend to see T1 don't necessarily go into a tournament as the favorites, as the strongest team. And even in the first week, we don't necessarily see them be the strongest. But what they've consistently shown is that they are so great as problem solvers. And over the course of the tournament, they will get better and better and figure out and be the best team on that patch. And that's how they've won the last 2 Worlds. But this is a chance to be knocked out day 1. And I think that's where we could see the upset happen. Because I know every team participating in this tournament would honestly see it as such a favorable situation if the back-to-back reigning champions were knocked out day 1.
But
it would be a lot of weight off them.
I will say a different type usually when it goes into Worlds patches, I see an Azir buff, an Orianna
Yeah,
buff.
a Lee Sin here and there.
Exactly.
Like
It's the opposite this time around, so I wonder if that's the case. And I will say about this matchup, during playoffs, the one thing that was tearing at me for a rookie was either he was getting
Mahirap ng
solo kills
P-games guys. Ngayon pala ako
constantly,
gumagawa.
especially versus Knight. And
Ganda
this
kasi
time
ng
around, I
laban
feel
unang
like
game eh.
I don't expect that to happen versus Faker. So I think at least in this case, we're fine. Because if they can get to the mid to late game on an even note, I think they are quite smart to be able to hold on to it and take strong team fights around Gala. But they just cannot find themselves in a
check ko nga
deficit
yung
of
ano,
15 minutes. Because that's
schedule
usually
bukas.
a really bad tone
Sino
for them. Because they'll
maglalaban?
keep taking fights,
Yeah.
and they will lose those fights.
what feels
Or
crazy to me is that Faker, we've talked
schedule.
about him, he's been playing for a decade. Same thing goes for Rookie in his respective region. We
Wala
haven't
pa,
seen
to be
this matchup
announced.
at all. At all. And all eyes are on mid lane for this matchup today, where 2 icons of the sports face off. Let's check it out.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Faker and Rookie, 2 of the greatest mid laners of all time, face off in a best of 5 for the very first time.
With outstanding careers spanning 13 years and over 2,600 combined professional games, they've met just 4 times, with Rookie holding the advantage 3-1. They smash SKT! But there's more than just bragging rights on the line. The winner of this best of 5 advances to the Swiss stage, while the loser goes home. Faker and T1, the defending world champions, enter as the
Hello sa
fourth
mga bago
seed
dyan guys,
after
pa-share ng
an
stream.
inconsistent year in the LCK.
Mamaya kasama ko
It's
si
a position
Rebs.
they know all too well, but an elimination best of 5 right out of the gate? Even with all their experience, they've never faced a test quite like this before. But if the last few years have taught us anything, it's that you can never count out T1 at Worlds. After all, they were the 4th seed last year too.
Rookie's able to answer back with a double kill. It's absolute chaos. Holy moly! Rookie with the triple kill saves IG.
After 6 long years, Rookie and Invictus Gaming have finally returned to Worlds.
Sino sa tingin mo mananalo? Iwan, pero mahirap. Mahirapan sila. Ganda yung laban ngayon, LPL tsaka T1.
Bringing Rookie and the Shy back to the roster along with recognizable faces.
Nahihirapan ako sa PKMs guys.
It was a slow start, but IG got hot at the right time and now find themselves on the doorstep.
Alam ko yung laro ng Fnatic tsaka ano eh. LCK eh. Hindi ko alam yung NA. Hindi ako nanonood pag NA kasi yung laban eh.
To discover how to finally beat T1. So will Faker lead his team to another improbable title defense?
Bigyan laban. Maganda laban to guys, promise.
Promised Land once again.
Oh my god, the chills watching these videos, those trophy videos. But what is crazy to me is the fact that those players kept on missing each other at internationals. Look at the amount of games that they've played in their career internationally. I can't believe we didn't have this much more.
It is crazy, right? Because it does feel like a dream match, and it. As a boxing fan, it's like a Manny Pacquiao going up against a Floyd Mayweather.
Manny Pacquiao. Uy, Philippines! Binanggit sa words.
I feel like so many fans were asking, wanting to see this matchup, but it feels like they just
Philippines.
missed each other, especially since the Worlds of Rookie won.
Okay na, nakapili na ako.
And it just feels
Audible naman sa akin, baka 3-1 yan. Feeling ko din 3-1 to or 3-2. Ganun mangyayari guys. Narinig nyo, Philippines, binanggit? Philippines!
Hasn't been favorable. It's so hard to win against Faker at Worlds. We have seen players like Gala and Wei.
Mga record oh. Mga nabigyan na ni Faker guys oh.
It's his domain. It's like he does domain.
0-2-0-1. Thoughts mo? Feeling ko 3-2.
It's so hard to challenge him. It's like his whole
Or
career
3-1.
against
Ganon.
this tournament.
Favor of
do the
T1
entire
guys.
LPL a solid here today.
Connect na ba to?
It's not just them,
Ngayon
the
na to
fact that
guys.
We get to this position and you know it feels.
Nag-jump
like
this
they
towards
have
IG.
it
Ah.
I remember like in
Iba pa
2022,
lineup nila
JDG
nun.
having their road where their MSI was going amazing, and then you go to the actual finals, and guess what people talk about at the end of the day, at the end of the year, is that it's
Tagal ni
T1
Rebs, ah.
being dominant. So you have to be able to put kind of like a ribbon at the end of the year.
If you're on T1 side, you like those odds, but I want to check what the fans have voted at MasterCard.
Gusto ko rin malaman prediction ni Reps guys eh. Teka. Magka-coms ka.
Of course, 82.4%
Wait.
of the vote in favor of T1.
What's
How
Wade
shocking.
saying about this? What's Wade? We need to balance it out.
You know what? I think 17 points. I think IG. There's a good amount of IG
Yeah.
fans. You know, all things considered.
Yeah.
Hey.
I mean,
I
T1
heard
has the
positivity.
trophy, IG has the home buff. How is it going to come together?
T1 also has this buff. This is
The
Dan's
birthday
drawing,
buff.
by the way. This
The
is
birthday
Dan's.
buff.
This is Dan's drawing.
Best of
This
3
is
yams.
Dan's
Best of 3 to.
drawing.
No.
Is that supposed to be Keria?
No, this
Yes, it is.
Allowed kayo co-stream? Allowed kami.
It's
Look
his
what he's trying to do to
artistic
me.
ability, actually.
Ayan talagang
So,
magandang laban
we could thank him for
LPL
that
tsaka
one. Happy birthday,
LC.
Keria.
Oh, dati pa no?
Cursed drawing.
LPL,
for an
LCK
incredibly
talaga.
Hype matchup. It all comes down to this. The best moment of the year.
Kaya guys,
the
ah,
main game that could
maririnig
be
nyo na si
quarterfinals
Rebs.
once again. Everything has to come together now.
Kung may tanong kayo sa kanya, tanungin nyo na siya. Pero wait lang. Hindi pa siya mapasok eh. Hello, Arif Fams. Welcome to the stream. Lahat ng live streamer stream yung words. Marami kasing na-invite. Ewan ko lang kung ano, yung iba dyan na-invite. Kasi pag di kayo na-invite dito, bigla na lang kayo makaka-copyright pag-end stream. Naka-whitelist yung mga invited dito kaya ano, hindi maka-copyright.
卷云涌，
T1 win to guys.
双雄并立，顶峰相见，
Starting na ba? Anong gifts?
一触即
Anong
发
gifts? Hello kay si Mart. Ito yung isa sa gusto ko sa Worlds guys oh.
狭路相逢，永
Goosebumps sila gumawa ng video. Narinig. Teka, naka-speaker ka. Low. Yan.
Welcome back to the caster desk, ladies and gentlemen, for Worlds 2025.
Okay
It's
lang.
the play-ins, it's one day this time, but possibly one of the most important best of fives that we'll have this year.
I feel like the most
Secret
important
lang dapat
play-ins
yun,
we've
ba't di
ever
nyo
had,
nireveal eh?
definitely. T1, the reigning world champions, the back-to-back defending champions.
Prediction mo daw, Rebs.
Versus IG in the opener, Atlas.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Introducing IG
Pareho tayo,
first, as
3-1
you
din
can
ako eh.
see, and it's just a perfect culmination of so many of these legacy names from the LPL, but we're in China, Kobe, and I heard this whole place erupt as T1 made their way out. Now ready to celebrate Carrier's birthday, but also to see whether they can make it to the main event.
Ganda jersey, no? Ganda na jersey. Yung T1,
I just can't
paulit.
believe it.
I mean,
I can't
same lang
believe
para
that this is
same
the
lang.
matchup
Ay,
we
hindi.
get
Bago yata jersey
the
nila.
very first
Yung
time.
jacket lang
I
yung
mean,
medyo
you
parehas
mentioned
lang
the
lagi.
cheers. These are two of the most popular teams. I mean, T1's the most popular team in the world. IG, outside of T1, are the most popular team in China.
Yep.
including
May
the
bagong
Kids
ano
team
sila,
over
oh,
here,
may
so the
bagong
fans are
sponsor, si
Grabs pala
Abla.
para sa
as are
Wild
we,
Rift.
and we talked about it.
Wala
There's
eh.
so much history as well.
Alam ko walang
The
ganun eh.
reason why IG are so popular in China, they
Bago
won
jacket.
Special
Oo nga pala,
mention si
bago
Manny
talaga
Pacquiao.
jacket.
Oo nga eh,
Nagdagdag ng
Philippines
ubit
boss.
and they brought back Rookie and the Shy.
Yep.
Ayun, no?
And the thing
5
that's
stars.
also
Road to
amazing
6
about it, right,
stars.
is that there's so much after this
May
for
bagong
both of these teams, right?
maayos yung,
Rookie meeting
Jupit,
his
ah.
old team, KT, potentially at some point in the Swiss.
Kaya
League,
guys,
maybe
lalagay ko
knockout.
yung mukha ni
There are
Rep
so
sa
many
live.
storylines that can culminate, that can come
Para
together.
ano.
But it's going to be all over for one of these squads. We're not going to have T1 defending their world championship if they don't manage to win this best of 5 right here today. And I think the odds were a little skewed, okay? From X in favor of T1, that's generally what happens, but not that skewed, Kobe. I think that this is still going to be an uphill battle for IG.
Yeah, IG definitely have their work cut out for them, of course. They really did stumble in playoffs. But we've had some patch changes, and people have brought up, you know, T1 usually being slow tournament starters. So they're trying to use that as a possible way in for IG as well. You know, like you said,
Teka lang guys, ayusin ko lang yung
territory
comms.
here, starting out with a best of 5 elimination right at the beginning. For T1, so not a lot of time to get accustomed to what are your picks going to be.
Yep.
How is your fearless draft really going to fully flesh itself out?
And if you are an IG fan, then you're hoping that Scrimbucks actually mean something.
Yeah, the Scrim
Laban eh.
rumors have been flooding in.
And if you get enough investing in it, then the value can go up. You know, Kobe, we've just got to all come together.
The Scrimbucks bubble.
Exactly. And it might be on the verge of bursting. It's not something that I would ever really recommend investing into personally. But certainly there have been whispers, and you don't know what's going to happen when we've changed. Like,
Pa-explain
LCK,
nung
for
kay
example,
Reps ay yung
it's
bracket
been 3
mamaya.
patches since we've got to
Busy
this point,
siya eh.
right? Champions have gone up and down in that time. And of course, we've been scrimming, but we don't necessarily know what's going to happen as we dive into the draft here for game number 1 of this best of 5 to start Worlds 2025.
And one of those champions, Atlas, that we were talking about a lot was Kai'Sa, of course. And whether T1 were just going to like permaban this the whole time versus Gala, who may very well be the best Kai'Sa in the world.
Yep.
And it being
Lagan
kind of
pala
a
agad to.
whole,
Kala ko
Yuki's
points.
champion. So it looks like at least in the beginning they are going to start out by banning it.
You need to have played in the LPL to be good at Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
That's why
God.
in the LCK we only really allow Viper and Ruler to play it. Diablo's an exception because he is a prodigy. He's not here, he just won ASL.
On the other one, I also really do like the Jarvan ban from IG.
Scaling kasi yan no, yung T1.
We were going to have our eyes on Gala, especially for IG, for carrying them, but for T1, we are definitely going to have our eyes on Owner, and he very well may be the best Jarvan.
Alam ko
in the
na-buff
world,
yan eh.
So, banning that one out from Owner
Bago
as well is
mag-words.
big. Now, getting down to the mid lane champion pool, Rookie is going to be the first
binap
one,
yan bago
to
mag-start
grab
yung
away the Rise here. But you can just trade that for Talia for Faker. Is it going to be paired with like, Virus or Pantheon or something like that? They do have plenty of options that normally pair very well.
Pantheon is certainly something that Owner has found a fair bit of success on. Could go back to the Xin Zhao if he feels like it, although not exactly the same champion as it was in the past. I do want to bring up the Bard ban. I think that we're going to see this against Carrier every single game. If he gets to play this champion, he will lose. That's just how that one goes. So don't play a game down, just ban it away. As the Trundle is going to be locked in here for Owner, and I don't like blind Trundle. This is something that Chronicler has really done his very best to instill in me, and it's stuck. Picking, it can be dangerous.
It makes you start to wonder about, are they trying to dissuade IG from playing tanks? Dissuade them from like playing Xin or something? But there's so many other good AD jungles up. Of course, on the patch 2, we were wondering, is anyone actually going to play AP jungles? But probably not this time around, at least with the AP mid laners already locked in. All right, some mobility here for the bottom lane with the Corki, and then Nico, a huge one. Strong lane phase still has the big engages for later. Did not get nerfed coming in, so...
Yeah, I might need to go and check my crystal ball. I'm pretty sure I've got Nico pretty high up when it comes to win rate on that one. And it's now in the hands of IG. This first core is actually pretty powerful coming out. Of course, they don't have a massive amount of range, but there is a fair bit of poke there from the Corki. And the Ambassador is going to be locked in for Doran. I think this is his best champion this year. And you might, like, if, say, you're just a Worlds watcher, and you're like, well, Doran isn't necessarily the strongest player. He's got his ups and downs. This is the best year of League of Legends Doran has ever played.
Okay, patatapat dyan. Pili ko,
As soon as
Pipiora ata to eh.
to the T1 ecosystem, he has just flourished, and he has a great opportunity now against the Shy to really show what that means.
Yeah, to slam down an Mbessa. And on red side, when you're third picking Mbessa, like, you can be like, okay, it is blind, but also you get 2 protection bans because you're red side third picking. So it's like a kind of blind, because as long as you can ban out Renekton and whatever you're truly worried about here for Mbessa, it looks like only really worried about that Renekton kind of counter there for it. It will feel okay otherwise. They also opt to add the Vine to the ban list here to take it away from...
Tama ka daw sa word sa Anthem, kamaingay.
Really have been great way champions, so that is a pretty good target.
Yep, facilitation, definitely something worth looking at. The Poppy is such a good call though, Kobe, because we know very important pick for Carrier. He has certainly made magic happen on that champion. Gumayusi, just thinking about the Sivir, not going to be mixing things up. Caitlyn and Andrew having a discussion about, has Gumayusi been patched in on this patch, right? Jinx looking better, Caitlyn looking better. Certainly an opportunity. They have banned away the Kai'Sa now. They get themselves the hyper carry in the Sivir up against the Corki this time. They're not going to be as worried about the phosphorus bombs as all no. Oh no, the LCK commentator is shuddering. Okay, this is a Qiyana, and it's not an LCK Qiyana. She doesn't know how to win in our league, but she's really good at it in the LPL.
And look at the Wombo combo with a Nico here. Qiyana combinations with Nico engages. That it can be explosive. You can also Rise Realm Warp and you free Nico ults, and then Rise Realm Warp the Nico ult in and have Qiyana there for huge combination play possibilities.
And thankfully we've got you here. I know you're a bit of a fan of playing the Rek'Sai, as she has been covered for now. She will be going towards top lane, so I assume you're probably still playing the jungle.
Yeah, I'm still in the jungle. The Shy though, definitely liking the Rek'Sai on the top side. the tanky
And
version,
Alistar ni Keria.
extra
Okay.
tanky version of it,
Okay,
and we just
okay.
rounded out with that Alistar here for Keria
Parang
to grab
nagtatabi
the
pa sila
extra
ng mga
gauge that they
champion, ah.
do really need. That's gonna pull this comp right back together.
Yep.
I'm still kind of with you on the early Trundle pick, as
Winnable.
you know, feel a little uneasy on that one, but
Ayun,
it's
Trundle
gonna be able to,
talaga.
you know,
Hindi,
like hold
nag-Trundle sila
Rek'Sai
para
and
malambot.
stuff like that. So we'll see how much value
din
they
sa
can get out
Talia
of good
Xavier.
pillars, because that can
Kung sino
also
mahuli.
Yep.
increase the value quite tremendously there.
And now that we've got the comps
Kasi
locked
nakakatakot
in,
din damage
we
ng
can
ano.
answer some of those questions that we had before,
Kaya
right? Like,
numbers din
what
yung
has
IG.
changed? What adaptations
nakapag-scale,
have
no?
moved in? I'm looking at this draft from
Puro
T1,
late game,
and I'm noticing
Oh, home
nothing.
court
It's
IG,
looking
nasa
very,
China
very,
sila.
very, very
Yeah,
similar.
if this
Alex.
is what they
Power
played
down.
the last time we saw them against Gen G in the
Yung
LCK,
niluso
I'd be
ngayon,
saying,
Rek'Sai,
yeah,
hindi na
that's
ginajumble. I mean,
a
ginajumble pa
normal
rin,
draft.
pero
That's what we
mas
often see.
ginagamit na siya sa top.
Luckily,
So not changing too much up just yet.
Pagka-tournament.
Luckily, this is going to be a full best of
Nagbago na
5,
din KC.
baby.
It's gotta
A fearless best of 5 here.
Maybe
yung
we
term
get
sa
our first
FB,
reverse
oo,
sweep
yung
today.
FB
You know,
gaming
we
papanaw
could
na
like
this
we
year.
could tick off one of those. Did you say 3+ for that? I didn't. I made that mistake. last
Ba't
time.
nasa China lagi sila
That's
siya,
not going to
di ba
happen this
Korean
time
siya,
around.
import.
IG,
Ayun,
I
silang
love
dalawa
the
ni
draft.
Rookie,
Of course,
import.
winning
So,
the coin
bale
toss,
may-
they got side
may
selection. They've chosen blue
7
side.
Koreans sa
This
game na
time
to.
around, we know T1 absolutely love their blue side, but I think IG have utilized it absolutely gloriously, moving into game 1.
May jet lag
And yeah, the last time out, when we're talking about these two teams specifically, of
first game pa
course,
lang
only
mapuno
Rookie and
agad,
Faker
no?
really staying on those
Nakita ko
squads.
yung producer.
It was a win for IG, and we'll
Scripted,
see
gusto mag-cheer.
whether T1 can
Trundle
answer
seriously
back.
may nasa... Malakas
So much. We are
Trundle
gonna be
pang
talking
pill.
about nostalgia
Malakas
all
din
day,
sustain niya.
ladies
Para
and
siyang
gentlemen.
mundo.
But already,
Ganun.
Shy is trying to get a little bit of
Aga,
damage down onto Doran, saying, you are in
Pinalo-palo
my
lang, tapos
town now,
magre-regen.
sir.
Lugi sa trade.
We'll see whether Doran is going to be alright.
Outtraded si
It's
boss.
just
Naku,
some
di pa
Biffo to
tumama yung
start
Q.
things off.
Yeah, nobody getting their grasp
Ito na po ba
Rock.
ng Wild Rift? Yes po.
just quite. Not enough time there.
Well, sa Wild Rift nilaro
But
sa
we do
PC.
get wards coming in
okay
a
ba
little
yung
bit
aking
early
ano?
as well, so
Parang pangit
the
yung aking
slight
camera. Wait lang,
combat
ayusin yung
does have
camera
a
ko.
tiny effect.
Yep, Doran making sure he stays
Saan
still.
mo gagawin ilagay
Of course,
ito?
you do get those little mini games.
Bago
You
na
know, we
pala
often
overlay
talk
nila,
about it with like
parang-
champions like
parang
Evelyn,
naputol
where you
yung-
have to like make sure you're warding differently. Rek'Sai is a bit similar, where you need to move less
Dito ba?
Get
if
the,
you don't want her to
give
see
off
you.
the radar ping.
Yeah.
Parang
So we'll see
naputol
whether
yung
Doran is
ano,
going to be
mga
holding
camera nila.
position more often than not, as Rookie and Faker will meet in the mid lane for the first time since 2019 Rift Rivals.
Yeah. And
Oo nga, bago yung UI nila eh.
definitely Rookie not in the best
May,
form
ano, syempre
coming
gusto
in,
nilang gumawa ng
and
pakulo.
Faker's lane phase isn't as good coming in, but we'll see because Faker has
Takpan mo
really
yung
opted a
Opera GX,
lot
asan?
into playing these side lane plays and dropping CS in mid lane. We'll see if he can do that early
May
on
puso rin
Talia.
sa camera.
Definitely a good champion for it.
Leche.
And bottom lane would be one of the cases for it.
Game, focus muna tayo.
So far, we've just got a little bit of damage going back and forth. Mako looking a little worse for wear, as Carrier has just been constantly headbutting, and Gumayushi just throws Beyblades everywhere. And so it is a little bit difficult, but T1
Nakakalito
in
yung
control of
UI
this wave
yung
for
UI sa
now,
baba.
and none of these
Inibago
weird
ako.
swaps that we have been
So,
seeing
may
across the
pausa sila
world,
lagi
right?
eh.
Like the, what is it, the WE
Yung
swap?
Opera GX
We
sa
like to
lower
call it
left.
the Viper swap, because he was the first
Saan
to
ba
do it.
nalagay?
Okay.
Nilagyan ko nga si Kadriel. Saan niya nalagay
Not
camera?
happening in this game.
Yeah, where the AD carry just goes topside
Sa team ka
instead.
dyan?
Yeah, we
Siyempre.
definitely should mention
Sa
with
1T.
the patches catching up here for Worlds that, as you
Walang
say,
kabayas-bayas.
one of the
They
things
lowered
that
depth
they
sa
did
kanya.
change was
Hindi nakaharang.
increase the lane swap detection from 3 minutes to 4 minutes up there for top lane specifically. So that does make, you know, the possibilities of those AD carries,
Di, tama naman to.
you know,
Wala naman
swapping
ang
up
hinaharangan
topside
sa-
early on.
May hinaharangan
Less
ba ako?
enticing,
Parang wala
they're
naman.
more
Yeah.
dangerous
Lilitan ka na
because
nga
you have to play the bounce back wave, and there's also more time for junglers, you know, finishing full clears and having options to go
Wala.
up there.
Pag first
But,
hit
you
talaga,
know, pro players
babagal.
do still love to cook ways to
nagtatansyaan pa
lane
yung mga
swap.
teams.
Yeah, I think that lane swaps
Ganito
will
lagi
always
ang
find a way.
galawan.
You just got to stop fighting it.
Just double
at
jungle
some
for a
point.
while, or
Yep. I mean, that's what some of the theorizing has done. However, we haven't seen it just yet, and I would like it if we just get some 2v2 laning.
Uy, mainit.
The Shy and Doran just, you know, trading blows a little bit here. But you know that Rek'Sai
Trundle
is
Kiana kasi
pretty
wala
comfortable
akong ganking
going down
power
low,
yung
just builds
dalawa
up
eh.
more
Level
fury,
6
and then
Kiana
gets all of
siguro.
that health back, and we see
Trundle,
going
wala
in once
talagang
again.
pag-asa.
Doran losing out on that
Uy,
trade
outtraded si boss.
pretty massively.
yeah. Meanwhile, we had the
sustain,
junglers
pero
trading their
may
Scuttle
ano
Crab,
naman siya,
so it
biscuit.
is going to be a little later
May
recall
TP,
for
worst case
Wake
scenario.
as he had to get chased off and go up for the top side Scuttle Crab. So he's going to be a little bit later on his recall. It's not going to matter too much, though. Does mean that Owner
level
is
6
first
pa to,
up to
kaso nga
his
lang,
front
na-outrate si
side
Bossing.
up by top.
Yep, Demolish Rock there from the Shy as well.
Nakapag-demolish pa si Boss.
That first plate, as Gumayushi, decent spell shield there to avoid a bit of damage. Tanglebug
Weeks.
could have been a
Taas
problem
pansin
as
si
Gala
Gumayushi,
taking
bilis ng
back
spell
some
shield yun,
control on this
Okay.
bottom side. It's a bit what we were expecting.
Nas
This
team
was,
checkan.
in the LCK at least, the
Pati
most
Balek,
powerful
parang
lane
gold.
you could
Pero,
get for a very
kompleto pa
long
nga
time.
Pats nila siya
Nico
eh, si
Corki
Doran.
was
Pagod-pagod
absolutely
na eh.
terrifying, something that even T1 were able to use to great
Parang
effect.
wala
As
si Regen.
Faker
Hindi, yung passive.
putting a fair bit of damage here
passive
onto
yun.
Rookie, who stacked up this
Yung
wave quite a lot.
bar
Should
sa
be able to
baba
get
ay
rid of
nako-convert
it
sa
and then make
HP.
his way back. No teleport
Besa
used
kasi
here
wala
for the Rise,
siyang-
so right now
wala
he's
siyang healing.
playing with a little bit of extra space.
Medyo pang all-inan siya.
And Guma just farming up down there on the Sivir. Doing pretty decently for himself, getting his CS. We'll see about scraping together the rest of the CS
Sino
of
namang
the
late
tower.
game dito? Feel ko quits lang eh.
But no big
Nasa galaw lang
quite yet.
talaga.
It's gonna have 3 clears for both junglers as
Pareho
well.
sila may
up on
potential.
bottom side.
Yep.
Kaso mas malakas yung
And we're
combo-combo
probably
ng
not going to
IG.
expect too much
Pag nag-shoot yung
craziness,
Nico
at
Kiana,
least until
talagang
level 6s have been hit.
sleep well.
Unless Doran just goes ahead and
Aray ko,
dives
Bez. Aray!
towards the top side of the map, down to about 100 health, and will have to
Ang
go back
levels,
home as now
hindi
Faker in
na
trouble.
Solo kila ata.
Made his way back in and gets the
Aray,
flash out
Faker.
from
Ako
Faker.
po.
Get
Oh
out
my
of my lane, he
goodness.
says.
Nice.
Nako po,
Pangit.
yung face
Here
of T1,
from
guys.
Rookie coming back on
Pangit
the
pa nung
teleport,
wave
gets
niya.
the flash out of Faker.
Kailangan.
Oh,
Topside.
flash in from the
Patay
side,
ito.
looking for Doran, who's dashing around, finds the
Ulti,
ulti and
patay.
down
Oh
goes the
my
Ambassador, but Gumayushi will
Gumayushi,
answer
nice.
immediately afterwards
nice.
to try and balance
Nice,
out that
nice cover,
money,
nice
but the
cover.
Shy already
pwede na.
finding some prey.
Oh, the Shy
Doran
does it. Gets level 6 under tower Atlas, so he knows with the Rek'Sai
Nothing new,
ultimate,
nothing
he
new.
can go for the kill. He charges it up
They were
there,
yan, napunta
up the
naman sa
Fury,
AD.
gets the true damage on the
Gumayushi
bite,
with
gets
trust
the
sa late
ultimate to
game.
finish, and then into the waiting arms of Guma.
flash,
So,
no flash na si
T1,
Dashay.
it's actually
Si
not
Doran
the end
may
of the
ano pa,
world
may
there,
flash pa.
even with Doran getting soloed
bubog sa lane.
under
Yung
tower.
bot lane
Guma's
yata,
able
even
to
lang eh.
collect, and that actually puts the money on the
Bibigyan
Sivir as
na
we
lane
get a
Dragon.
convergence here towards mid lane,
for Hera,
trying to
pero
push out the wave.
They're going to get snared up here by Way.
Kaso wala pang...
Looks like it is just a
walang
battle
flash
for the
si-
wave. Owner moving on
Hindi
over,
pwedeng-
puts down some
hindi
chilly
pwedeng
ground, but
umasim si Faker, wala
could
siyang
just be
flash.
T1 claiming the position, moving these minions out of the way.
Pag
And a
natalsik si
possible
Faker
fight
sa
for this
pader, good
dragon
night talaga.
could ensue. First one will be a Chemtech, so not going to have to type too many orcs
Nanekta ba swap lane ng ADC? Hindi naman.
It's very interesting too
Kung 3
because
minutes lang,
the
di
Shy
pwede
is still
mag-swap, pero
topsiding,
after
yes,
3 minutes,
teleport.
pwede na mag-swap.
But the Sivir
Usually
is
magsaswap lang
applying
kayo kung gusto
pressure
nyo
to the
kunin
wave,
yung,
trying to push in. So if they
kung
do
bad
have a
matchup.
lot of... no, they're actually going to teleport topside to Overload.
Yep, we'll see. The Shy is
Walang
down
special
relatively
Tay
low.
bata
He can be
tun-
pretty tricky on this
Okay, okay.
Rek'Sai as Carrier finds the Pulverize. It's just going to be a
Ay,
bit of
hindi.
damage as he does make his way out. Picture in picture, you got Gala
Makunat yung
up
Wood
against
Gods.
Doran here towards
May
his
spell
bottom
shield.
side as both waves are going to be crashed in here by T1. Decent little move. No dragons to be attempted just yet. Both teams with vision in the area.
All right, so T1 get to keep farming
Pero
up their
gold, kahit
Sivir.
medyo nalugi, ang
The
importante
Shy
naman
on
gold.
Rek'Sai though
Basta
does
team lang
have
yung gold.
some teammates
lang yung
in the area. You can see on the
laning
mini
lane.
map trying to come up.
Nasapak-sapak.
Yeah.
The way they're finishing up the Gromp, level 6 Kiana, ready to make a play, but
Pwede kunin
not going to
T1
stick
yung Drake,
around
hindi.
and force the issue. Or are they?
Yung IG,
Yeah.
Ayan
pwede
na.
kumuha ng Drake,
Pulverize
ayan na.
as Carrier going down
Patay
relatively
itong
low.
dalawa.
Another Void Rush coming on through
Nice
there
one,
from the
Carrier.
Shy, but not enough
Okay.
to take down Carrier
Okay.
here. Gumayushi now
Patay
trying
itong
to walk
Rek'Sai.
him down as there it is once again
Burn
for
flash.
Guma. Making
Okay
it
na,
a bit
burn
of trouble.
flash.
He has to flash to get himself out of the way, and this Sivir is now very, very fed. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, some public execution onto Gala here, but no
Ay.
one else really turning up for that show.
Pucha, ubos ata plates na ito.
Atlas, Way went back to base. Owner stays there. That's why T1 forced that play. So they have Carrier go for the engage. And I was kind of asking for it, but Way had gone
Good swap
back
by
to
T1.
purchase.
Biglang nabawi na
Turtle
lahat
put
ng
in
losing
from the
matchup.
Shy is not going to get him quite in time.
Okay, agad na lamang nila.
Gonna have a look at some grubs going down here towards this top side of the map.
Si ano, okay lang yan.
Mako will be able to help Way out.
At least
That is going to
makuha
be the
ng kill si
Kiana
Gumayushi.
securing all three
Importante
of them. Let's
magka-pair
have a
yung
look
severe siya late
at
game.
this replay once again.
Yeah, Way's recalling, you can see. So,
Wala kasi.
as Mako
Ganda ng
and
bait ni
Shy go
Carrier
in
dito.
for this, and Carrier is able to flash out without dying, just
Uy pa
survive on
siya.
a sliver of health.
Pumuso pa
They
si
have
Boss.
Owner still here. He commits to the play. They get the chase down. And Atlas, again, more money into Sivir is
Okay,
exactly where they're trying to funnel this here,
T1
right
guys.
into Guma, right
Sarap na
into the
narinig ni
Sivir,
Gumayushi,
getting
oh.
the ideal last hits.
And if this is how T1 are going to win this game, through Gumayusi, through their Sivir, then that's actually a lot of character development from T1. One thing that they
Naglagan
really
agad to no,
struggled with, and
Reps.
this is something that we did spoken about extensively, that is playing through Gumayusi is not the way that T1 often win the game. Often it's leave Gumayusi, facilitate everyone else, and he'll clean up. This is going to have to be playing through the Sivir, allowing him to carry. And that will show another string to the bow of T1, who didn't need too many more. They have won a couple of worlds in a row thus far.
Yeah, we'll see how powerful the side lanes are for them as well, with Doran testing a little on the top side.
It's grounded.
Oh,
He'll do a fair bit of work here as Wei makes his way in. Not going to be too much more as Doran
Turn
does
on flash.
flash. So solid little game
Ine.
here, but the Kiana not quite getting off the ground just yet.
And we also haven't seen the big moves from the Ryze or the Taliyah quite yet. As far as Realm Warp and Taliyah Ultimate making those moves to the side plays, but Dragon being started out is going to draw them over.
Yep, Keria will be able to find the
Nice.
shot, who tunnels his way out.
Nice
Gets a
turn.
nice little knock-up. Voidrot just trying to void death, but the trample immediately catches him. And down will
Patay
go
na
the
yan,
red
boss.
side. Faker taking the long way around, but Ona will be able to claim the kill with his bat. And Keria keeping his eye on where Mako is. IG going to struggle to re-engage, although Keria isn't exactly at full health. Not too worried about it. Moves over. Looks like T1 are not going to be able to pick up the dragon here.
Yeah, that was a great pillar from Owner here onto the Shy, and Keria had a control ward in that Pixel Brush that is still there, that Alistar just waiting for him, but they did get the kill, they didn't get the dragon afterwards, so IG will pick up the objective.
Yep. The problem is a couple of waves were just lost towards that top side of the map. Doran, who was under fire earlier on in the game, is now going to find himself with a decent advantage. Level advantage, as you can see already, but also a couple of waves in the lead as far as that farm. So the Shy got some work to do to catch back up.
So there's the control ward I was talking about. Keria sitting on it and standing still. So the Shy goes in, Owner's able to pillar him, they trap him on this outside, and they are able to chase him down for the kill.
Yep, it's going to be Feats of Warfare there as well. So we're looking at first turret and the objectives. See who's going to be able to pick those up. A couple of objectives already going the way of IG though, so only needing one more could be a big deal. See whether that next Drake is going to go their way or whether they can get themselves a Herald.
And yeah, the early money on Guma does result in an early Essence Reaver for him. So just plant Sivir in mid lane, constantly just shove that wave instantly. And Keria taking care of a lot of this vision around mid lane
Sabay
to
na
make these plays off.
Yep, execution is calling, also completed here for Doran, so in that 1v1 going to be feeling a whole lot better. Regeneration of this Rek'Sai can be pretty problematic. Tangle Buff, connect here by Mako, as way over to the side as well, but
nag-ghost na.
in there and Keria really wanting to find something. Wei tries to go into the stealth, but doesn't
Uy,
quite
Soy,
find
hindi
it, and
tinamaan.
there is the pillar to lock down the Kiana. Still, no joy here for
Soy,
T1,
yung
but you can see they really want to fight.
Ay.
They definitely did, and Keria, no ultimate on Alistar now, chunked out kind of low. Summoner's spell, healed, not that big a deal, but the ultimate, decent cooldown early on. So we'll see as they then move into the jungle a little bit there. You know, it was a small timing for Mako to try and get some deeper vision, but he wants to make a little pass towards Guma.
Yep, Guma currently about 900 gold in the lead. And the Sivir is only going to get more and more terrifying. As these items start to come in, of course, 3 items for the Sivir.
Baka nanonood
Talk
pala,
about the
Rebs.
majority of the time. But if you're accelerated, it's just
Kaya
going to be
pala
problematic
parang delay
from
sa'yo eh.
the jump. As Faker towards
Oh.
the side is going to crash yet another wave.
Mga
in.
ano, 5
And
seconds
T1's lane management
delay
has
sa'yo
been
sa
pretty
akin.
good so
Twitch
far
ako eh.
today. IG finding themselves a little bit on the back foot when it comes to the tempo.
Ah, sa
I was
bagay.
wondering, Kobe, have you guys heard of tempo vibes?
Tempo vibes, Atlas.
And not anything to do with the actual game state. Okay, you need to take
Ah.
the game state out of there. You just got to think, who do I feel is in the best
Yeah, who
spot?
you vibing with?
And right now, I feel like T1 has
That's fair. I will also say, IG have not been a great early game team. They have averaged, deficit at 15
that might mean
for
that
some.
I may have misread the vibes.
So
You might be right.
So they're definitely used to having goal deficits early in early games, and that's why I'm very curious to see how the side lanes go later, and especially here for Rookie on the Rise. because he does have like a little gold lead for himself over Faker individually. It's kind of cruising there with his Rod Mage is done, his tier done, so stacking up. I want to see if they can get side lane pressure, if they can actually pull off the
Rob, lamang sila sa
Rise
plates.
or Nico engages. We were talking about a TF select as the Nico is actually getting chased off here.
Yeah.
Nanggigigil si Owner
Going to convince Owner to leave him alone, and that is going
Sabi.
to seismic shove collects Rookie here as Faker will find a whole bunch
Uy,
of
mainit.
rocks. Not too worried about that Rune Prison. But,
Dave Angle ata doon top.
seismic shove hits once again.
Uy,
Faker
solo
looking
kill.
for the solo kill. But Rookie is able to
Sayang.
walk his way out with that phase rush, but man, Faker is putting down the hurt.
They've been teasing us, Atlas. Ricky was able to blow Faker right flash early on. Now he's getting low.
Pero
But
makakancel
it looks
TP
like
niya.
it is
Madidelay si
just
Rookie.
going to end with
Babasag
the
na yata yung
pressure,
tap
and neither of them
Dahil sa ginawa ni
fall.
Owner. Kaya worth
And so no flash is
Sarap.
blown either.
Free
But I
tower.
did get
Ay,
very
solo.
excited.
Sinolo gold ni
That is
Owner,
something
oh.
that we're just going to do. because
Ako
it's a
nag-TP.
matchup. Teleport is going to come on through here as Owner takes
Hindi niya
a little
nakita.
bite out of the turret. He is running pretty quickly. I just don't know whether it's quite going to be
Patay
enough.
siya.
There's the
Patay yan.
alone into the little Otacon wall that was built.
Pinalaw niya na lang yung
Ways
tower
to
eh.
grab his first of the game.
Oh, Owner went back for another bite, but then still trying to run. So he didn't finish the tower either, Atlas. And that's going to mean IG both defend their
Oo,
tower.
dyan may RH pa naman.
Very
Kanila
easily
na
get
naman
this
objective.
kill then with no Owner around. That will be their third objective for those feats that you mentioned. And we'll see about the first tower then.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to actually pick up the feats of strength, but this Rift Herald is gone. Collected there by Wade. The fact that this Kiana also gets the kill is such a big deal, right? You need to have money on this champion, and so far, able to put
Here we go.
in the wall and splash forward there from Rookie, and Faker just explodes! Way helps out, so he's going to get himself the assist, and IG come alive!
First tower
And that's going to guarantee the tower because they have the Rift Herald to use. The flash from Rookie, the flash from Wei. They get the kill onto Faker in the side lane, and they get the
Mabubunggo pa tong
tower
isa.
down.
Oh man, what an incredible switch up when it comes to the tempo of this game, right? We were talking about the fact that all of these lanes were controlled by T1. This shakeup could be massive here for IG, who get themselves a 1.5k gold lead in the process.
Those side lanes, Atlas, really big here, and then we're past the 15-minute mark here. They're taking the gold lead. In addition to taking those feats.
Ako, naka-cancel.
Dead from that rocket as Carrier now in trouble as well, down 50%. T1, looking like they're struggling a little bit to get back control of this game. They won't be able to clear out this way.
Yeah, honestly, Rookie in the side lane might be a problem for them here. We mentioned the Rivals is already starting well, and getting the extra kill here, really ballooning the individual gold lead for himself. They're gonna collect the dragon as well.
Huli. Huli.
Immediately the exhaust is down onto Mako, but he has the pop.
Patay ito.
He finds two with it. As there is the Void Rush from the Shy on that back line, but it's Mako that falls down. Just one pick and trade for the Drake. Maybe that's just fine here for IG.
Ganap pa.
They get their objective. Okay, Doran.
Yeah, the Shy going to find him once again. Doesn't really want too much of it as this Ambassador is absolutely terrifying.
Kaya ko viable na AP Twitch dahil sa lake, Hail of Blades. Di pa ata nababap yung AP Twitch kaya hindi ganun kalakas eh. Ay, dive angle to, patay to.
As I was saying, the public execution is going to come up through as the Shy goes down
Nice.
once again. Carrier collects that kill somehow as Gumayusi under fire
Big
here in
boss.
the mid lane as well. We've got backs coming up through, but the Realm Warp is going to come down. Gumayusi in so much trouble
Trade.
as Gala.
Wala.
Going to be able to help
Alas.
take down this kill, keeps himself alive, and it's another one for Wei.
Yeah, Guma down,
Basag
no
din
barrier,
ata
no
abot eh.
flash for him or for Gala. After that play, the action Atlas just continues and continues.
Hindi na rin
Gold
mag-mini
lead being
Veigar
chopped
eh.
down, but of course, Carrier actually getting the last hit. You were just asking. Yeah, you were just asking to get Doran here some more money, some more involvement, and they did make the plan of offside, but
Oh dear.
Derby.
In a little bit of trouble
May
here.
Derby na yan.
Go down. He's gonna have to flash. Gets
Okay,
lit
Lay.
on fire as well. But is gonna make it
May ulti ba si Owner?
relatively
Ah, si
safely
Doran.
to his outer
Wala
turret.
yata siyang ulti.
I'm just worried about this
Makita ko may
Kiana, man.
ulti.
I know what they can do in the
Walang
LPL.
indicator.
I wouldn't be as worried if I was in my league, but this is a very
Autoban Azir ni Faker,
already
matik.
completed.
Kakaiba kasi talaga siya mag-Azir.
Is now done as well.
Yeah, and these are very cheap items. You know, they reduced the cost of Profane Hydra, made it really nice for rushing. And Umbral already pretty cheap, really good vision control there too, and gives you a nicely cloudy spike.
Uy,
So
ano yan?
we have
Uy,
seen that burst
ba't
in
may
really
CMD
come
dyan?
in handy for IG.
Ba't may CMD dyan?
On the side there.
Yep. And 2 items now done here for Rookie.
Love trip yung Twitch chat tayo.
Early on in this game, this Rise is going to become a big problem later on in this game.
Love trip yung Twitch
So far,
chat
the game
tayo.
doesn't really mean too much, right? Between these two squads, 700 is not really anything to write home about, Kobe. That is a phrase that I've used in the past.
Got a long history here.
Yeah,
Ito nga
just
makita. Ayaw
teaching
nga
you
pala,
about that
Diyos.
one.
Bobo, nasa tabi ng
As Keria
pangalan.
going to look for a little bit of a
Multi.
reset to power up those wards once again. Redemption is done. And see whether T1 have a team fight in them to try and get back
Nagka-terminal.
into the objective game.
Parang
DDS.
wala,
Say back.
switch eh.
They
Hindi
haven't
kasi
been in
pwede
it at
matalo
all.
T1 kaya
Yeah,
may
the
ginagawa na
objectives.
silang illegal.
Going the way of IG.
Bagsak na naman viewership.
T1 we're trying to camp
Kailangan
on
nila ng
are
T1
slowly getting
viewership mo.
pushed out here. IG with the extra members around.
Oh,
Oh,
Beefy's
multi
wall to come
faker.
on through here. Just
Sayang,
for
wala
grab.
naiiwan.
They are going to get it, so the prize does come on through here for T1.
Amin yung ano, amin yung 85
That is
gold,
Wizard's
amin
Wall
yung
now on
vision.
cooldown. Possibly some angles with the Realm Warp this time around. As the other
Pinakamaganda pwede lang huliin sa ulti ni Faker, Rise eh. Siya lang yung walang dash.
Worth mentioning as well
40 kasi
that Doran is
lilipad na
going to soon have teleport
Fearless
advantage
Graph din
over
yan.
the Shy,
Fearless Graph.
and they're both currently
Nangyari
split
po kanina,
pushing.
ba't may
So you
command
do have to be
from?
a little bit
Sa
careful
ano yun,
with
sa
all this
prod yun.
fighting over vision on
Hindi
top
kami yan.
side with your
Prod
ugly
dip.
group here by Otacon.
It's not an us
If,
issue.
you know, Doran is able to come over and make that big difference, but with the Titanic Hydra rush, you know, the Shy does have very quick wave push, and there comes a teleport!
Keria
Good to
finding
engage.
three if we include the clone with that pulverize, but where is everybody else? The
Kaso
teleport comes in
Sayang.
from Doran, who's at 50%.
Layo
They're
nila.
just pushing IG away. Just to try and look
Nice
for an
try.
angle on this
Nagpas pa si Keria
Otacon. It has vision on it though. The ward is down
Di
here
yata.
by IG.
W
And
Q lang
T1 are just
nakita
going
ako
back
eh.
away.
So they go for the exact, you know, teleport play that we're
Tama
looking
na
for,
lang.
Atlas,
Wala pa
but
kasi walang ulti si
IG
Faker
just
para rumesco
escape,
eh.
just walk away
Maipit
here.
yung tatlo na yun.
Away
Si Faker
strategy.
tsaka si Doran dun,
I've
no?
seen that one before.
It's an old one, but it's a good one. Yeah, it just works. Just get out of
Plus
there.
na siya.
So now,
Wala siyang
it's
push
going to
na
be
naka-TP.
swinging around the other way,
meron
where
naman.
the
Pwede
Shy
meron.
will come up earlier,
Spellbook
and
lang pala si
IG get
Idol.
to be the ones in the opposite position, and they're also the ones that have this rise. that
Kala
has,
ni Doran may
a
ganap,
pretty
sayang
healthy
tele
holding
niya.
for himself here for Rookie, and
Oo nga.
Yeah,
fully
just hit
stacked
level
up for
4.
Out of Ages.
Yeah,
Wala,
just hit that
tumakbo
level
na yung
14
IG.
because of that.
Parang nalugi pa
Glad that
tuloy
we managed
T1.
to get the
Pag
animation as
nakita
well.
nila
Thanks
si
to
Doran, di na
observers.
pwede bumaba si Doran. Wala
As
siyang
Way is
TP.
going to start this one up. Keria is going to be able to spot it here.
Okay,
See whether T1 can get themselves into position as Mako.
Pwede kaya tong
Vision
Rise?
now
Ito na, the first 5v5 team
transformed
fight.
into Gala
Parehas
for
Pwede-
the
gusto
moment.
mag-commit dito.
Shy on vision.
8k
Not going to
gold,
be able
the
to
Shy
find his
nakita sa
flank
ward.
angle as
Okay.
Doran. You
Doran
can
on the
tell
top side.
really
Ay,
wants to get in there with that public execution as Keria with the flash.
Uy,
public
di
execution
tumama
is
ult,
one,
sayang.
And Way finds the ulti. Supreme display of talent.
Nakuha naman.
Going to Ono. This guy's snipe button
Panalo.
is something else. And Rookie
Panalo
finds
T1
one
dito.
kill. Now looking for even more. This machine
Nakaka-
gun Rise
nakakait si
picks up
Guma.
a double
Uy,
kill
di.
that collects Doran. And now Faker is running
Kagi.
for the hills. He's surrounded
Iba-ibang
by
target,
IG
boss.
members, and he's running the wrong direction. Gumayushi trying to get down there to try and help
Patay
him
na si
out.
May
I don't
dun
think
eh.
It's going to work as he's being hunted as well. Blast Cone and Faker might be able to make it out. The teleport going to come on forward and he will be able to escape. So Faker's great escape comes on in and they steal the Otacon, but ultimately lose out on
Patay
the
na
fight.
kaya na dun siya
Ooh,
unang
okay, so,
dalo eh.
you know, the
Sayang.
objective war that we're talking about, Atlas, that gets turned
Oh,
around,
di
but so
tumama
much
ult niya.
extra money here into the hands of
Oh,
IG.
tik na replay.
Let's take a
Ay,
look.
nangyari!
Okay yan, boss.
Just got you.
Yeah.
Mali,
That
mali,
was
mali.
that was a replay.
Wrong
We
replay,
checked
wrong
something
replay.
out,
I was like,
and
what
now
are
we're
we-
back to life.
What are we looking at? This is a test.
Love
This is a
tripping.
test, Atlas.
Yeah.
I think we failed the
I
test.
think we failed. I think we 100% failed. If you guys saw what it was, and you have better eyes than us. It was Gumayushi taking a raptor camp. I saw that bit, and that bit was really cool. I like the extra zoom out that we had as well. And now we're checking out this dragon going on down, and that is Soul Point here for IG. Uncontested
Ay,
from
nako.
T1 as well as Gumayushi.
Basag lang
Trade
mid.
it for this outer
Sayang.
turret, but he's not even going to be able to collect
Ata.
that one.
Turay
As
to.
Realm Warp
Sayang.
comes in immediately, Rookie goes gold, and a bit of a messiah there. You love to see it as he's flung back on the rocks. And IG not going to be able to quite find their prey, but still, I mean, they just get the Drake for free, defend their turret, and put the pressure on T1.
Yeah, this does put a lot of early pressure
Someone's
with
getting
Dragon
fired.
Soul very early on in this game coming up. T1, of course, as you said, you know, they did a good job here to get the actual Otacon, like the beginning of that fight where they focus Wei, because you know you cannot smite fight really effectively versus Kiana with Kiana's buffs, monster damage, and the rock Qs. That thing is insanely hard to outsmite. So they opt. They're like, you know what? We're not going to try and outsmite a Kiana because rock Q's OP, and they go specifically.
Tapos sa range ata.
They actually
Tapos sa
do
range
not
yun.
kill him. And he is
Oo
able
nga,
to
no?
flash away and get his combo off. But Owner is
Tapos
able
nga
to
sa
then
range.
be the only one close enough. He's able to get the Otacon. But Rookie, look at Rookie on the top side, the Rise.
Pinuta si
Is
Wei
able to
ibang
pick up
target,
the
oh.
extra kill here, more money into him. And is also going to be able to take down Owner. So IG, they get a bunch of money. Gala here even collecting as well on the Corki. And so I think they're pretty happy with that, because now with 3 Drakes setting themselves up for a possible Dragon Soul with this nice
yung
gold
nakanakap
lead that
pa
they have
naman
for
yun.
themselves. And I mean, Rookie here,
He's a monster.
he is a monster. He did have to break his arm guard with that Realm Warp that he did earlier.
But maybe he can use some of that money to turn it into a cool hourglass.
Yeah, just fix that thing back up before there's another fight and nobody will notice.
Mako in potentially a little bit of trouble here, but so is Owner, as Gala is really starting to hit. He's hit that 2-item spike on this Corki, and these rockets are tearing through T1. They're going to think twice before doing that one again. Mako's going to transform. Doran looking for an angle. Public Execution's going to have to land this time around, as the last one was so close. Man, that could have actually changed that whole fight completely if that had connected onto Wei. Just a little bit too short, unfortunately. So it's going to go the other direction. Rookie going to be able to clean up this crab. And IG sitting in full control. And we've spoken about it a fair bit, the swinging of the tempo vibes, and that has certainly swung in favor of IG in this game. Grayseeker going to come on through, and Kumishi's going to have that spell shield. As T1 holding on quite nicely for the moment, but it's that looming dragon. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until that next Infernal comes on up, and Infernal Soul is a big deal.
Certainly is. Huge, huge burst damage possibilities on the side of this IG team. And here we go is the all-time head-to-head record here for Rookie and Faker that we alluded to at the beginning of the show, Atlas. Being there and casting some of these matches, but this is a whole different beast.
It certainly is.
Here at Worlds Best of 5.
And Rookie, even when his career had just started, right? He started the second team for KT, I believe it was KT Arrows at the time, and was very dominant. Won in summer, and then was somehow unable to make it to Worlds. It's crazy how these things kind of happen, and he was able to get the better of Faker there, then was unable to actually make it anywhere near him when it came to the World Championship. Until Faker just, had his worst year, which was 2018, and that was when Rookie's like, it's my time to strike. And we just don't get this matchup very often at all. But when we do, Rookie just seems to figure it out. Right now, he's doing the same thing as a clone will be attacked momentarily, but not too much more is going to happen. And this Kiana is really doing some damage. 2-0-2. Wei, he certainly has a lot of control when it comes to trying to escape the jungle at T1 and put some pressure on back the other direction. And it's a 3,000 gold lead, Kobe. This game is really starting to run away from T1.
Yeah, and especially the side lanes, they're going to have to worry. Rookie has been able to fix up the broken arm guard into the hourglass and can apply that side lane pressure. Same thing with Rek'Sai here for the Shy. Push the wave very quickly. You just create your network of tunnels.
He's pumping
insanely hard to go try and trap. You have all routes. And some big possibilities here of IG's macro just being too much for T1. T1's going to have to focus on some fights here and winning out through their fights.
Bubura na to ngayon. Aray! Ano po pa?
Once again onto carrying. Takes a fair bit of damage, but he is an Alistar. Should be okay. Still T1 testing, trying to find some angles, but when the pillar goes down, Gala just stands and fights. He's in so much trouble. The exhaust is going to be employed to make sure that Wei can't kill him, but that's going to mean reset time for the cow. And IG just holding back T1, and they can... Is this just free? Is this just free Infernal Soul? Okay, that's the MasterCard priceless moment right there. The Infernal Soul is going to go down.
Yun lang.
And now T1 have to deal with even more firepower. I'm kind of gobsmacked, Kobe.
This burst damage is going to be insane from IG. They go for the rumble onto Faker.
All right, they're going to look for the angle, but he throws down the wall. That's going to be enough to get him out of there. If Scuttler does go on down here, as Gala once again dealing with this pillar. It's been placed on top of him multiple times. Hasn't really phased him too much at all. So we're seeing a bit of a fight towards the bottom side, one that the Shy is feeling pretty happy about, especially with Thornmail now completed. Yeah, it's 2 items. One of them's a Black Cleaver, but still looking like the Shy is pretty happy.
Yeah, with so much armor and the upgraded boots here as well for the Shy. You know, the early Thornmail to deal the damage back. Plenty of wave clear, and again, IG, they can set up these side waves to their liking first. So it's on T1.
Joke na lang sila mananalo dito.
Try and camp for something. Maybe you can camp for a pick. Maybe you can camp for a Taliyah play or something, because for their side, at least Guma now does have the 3 items. You know, Infinity Edge completed here on top of Navori and the Essence Reaver for the Sivir. So the possibilities coming out there for the
Kailangan nila mag-commit agad eh.
Yep, he's held on to that 900 gold lead the entire game. So kudos to him for that one, but haven't seen too much more. The problem is that Rookie is 3,000 gold ahead. We're going to zoom on him right here towards the top side of the map, and yeah, this guy is the one that they're going to have to really worry about.
And it's so big because Rookie had a rough playoffs, and so this is huge to come out in game 1 of the series. We'll see how IG are look to finish it though, because so far the advantage here.
Now it's Baron territory.
Uy, uy.
This is T1 being a bit of a fan.
Iba pala yun.
For better or worse throughout their time. See whether they do decide to pull
Uy,
the trigger.
TP ah.
Support is coming in from the Shy. Carrier wanting to get into
Di.
position, but the Shy
Ay,
is going to be spotted
nakaramdam.
immediately with Spell Shield as the Supreme Display
Uy,
of Talent
nag-choke.
doesn't find the angle, and then Protect the President comes on through from
Nakapag-ult.
T1. Void Rush,
Nice.
not going to be enough, and it's Gumayushi that gets the better of the Rek'Sai. And the Shy
Ganda
may
ng wall ni
have thrown a bit
Faker
of this
dun.
lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get
Angle.
from this. It's a decent
Naku,
start.
nakakite sila. Uy, ang
He's
ganda.
out of the way, but the side big shot comes through. Pop Blossom only onto one as Gala's forced to run away. Such a low health
Patay.
bar.
Nice.
As the foster responds, not quite enough. Rookie goes down.
Panalo, boss.
And it's another one.
Sabi na isa choke mananalo to eh.
Make a team fight win out of nothing.
Oh, that is just one Rek'Sai tunnel too far from the Shy under the tower.
Ganda ng play ni Faker. Doon yung wall niya tsaka yung huli niya sa dalawa.
Opens up the possibilities for T1 to go for their 5-on-4 fight, and that's gonna be a Baron.
Dinelay niya sila sa
They
mid.
get to just put themselves into a winning position because the Baron was right there for the taking. It was into Infernal Soul, Kobe.
IG, they got a little too antsy. They wanted Guma too
Ako,
much.
naka-Dominic na yung ano,
The
si Sivir.
Shy goes over, and Doran is able to peel for him. Doran's Mbessa ultimate
Dominic yan, di ba? Lord
is
Dominic.
enough to keep Guma alive under the tower.
Lalambot na si Dashay niya, tapos may ulti pa ng Trundle.
As T1 now back out onto the map with some newly found gusto. They find themselves a 2,000
Hindi ko
goal
lang may
lead now.
flash.
That is only going to improve.
Ito, ang
with
ganda ng
Rebel
wall niya
Power Play
dito.
coming on in. We're going to have a look at this one more time as the Shy just so deep to try and kill Gumayushi.
Yeah, after Wave forced the summoner spells, you know, I don't know what the comps were like on IG, but
Nakihuli ni Faker.
under the tower, and then T1 are like, okay, Guma's
Dalawang carry, no?
he is
Sarap.
low, but he can't add damage. So we go for the re-engage here, and Carrier just pops Alistar ultimate. He's okay, kind of playing front line and soaking that re-engage from IG, and so there was nowhere for Rookie to get out.
And the aggro
Faker.
management
Baba.
was absolutely absurd. Everyone on T1 was about the same level of health bar.
Yeah, Faker got that seismic shove on 2, and so they get the extra kill, they get the Baron, and now Atlas, this game, right back the other foot, T1 taking towers with the Baron push.
Yep, and it's going to be even more of a swing. As you can see here, Inner Turret goes down, that's even more money. Now, 3,000 gold lead back in the favor of T1, as now they're looking for even more. The Pulverize only connects onto one Supreme Display. The talent goes absolutely everywhere, but it doesn't do anything. They're able to take down the turret, and T1, they're just going to move their way back out. They're just stealing all their stuff, Kobe.
Uy, ang ganda ng ult, tumama atin. Nice.
Just pops like a balloon. The inhibitor goes
Aray,
down as a
pucha.
AoE as Rookie is still tearing them up alongside Gala. And the Shy gets into the backline with that Void Rush,
Patay
but now
tong,
he's up
ano,
in an
Rek'Sai.
uncomfortable position. Decent knockup comes through as Faker's trying to hold them at bay to give
Nice.
enough time to Guma to take down the the Shy. And IG back to walking backwards once again.
Di bali na mamatay sila eh, no? Pag lang mamatay si Faker tsaka Guma, panalo to. Tapos to. Pag lang makalir ng Rise. Ako nakalir. Ito, pag namatay to Rise, tapos to. Tapos na to. Wala nang wave clear. Ulti ba Nico? May ulti Nico. Pangit ult niya. Wala, tapos na. GG's. Kinakaba. Nasa kanila na yung ano eh, no? Driver seat eh. Tinatapon na lang si Doran eh. Wag na mamatay si Faker tsaka Guma eh.
We don't know what happened. We blinked and then the Shy did the most the Shy thing ever. But everything was going so well for IG. Iffy early game. They managed to come back here in mid game. But guys, we're eating good so far at Worlds. That's what I'm saying.
My God.
What a game one.
It was just back and forth. T1 getting the early
T1
game,
the
then it was
spy.
IG picking it up. Way was looking amazing on the Kiana.
Painit siya kay Doran eh. No-overcase niya lagi.
So farmed, and it just felt like all they had to do was just play it slow, find the right angle. Oh, no, with team being behind them. They had Infernal Soul, yeah.
Siya yung lagi nag-choke eh. Sa mid din siya, di nag-choke dun eh.
Yeah, and we're gonna check that a bit later. But before we get there, I want to talk about IG and the steps that they took to get
Yung mahirap
that
sa Rek'Sai mo,
lead.
nag-third
And I want
ult
to talk
ka,
about
wala
the
na eh.
Arakan
Hindi ka na
especially, because for
makakalabas.
me it was the epitome of a good IG team fight and what was going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was that Nico ulti. It was beautiful. Even just like starting the Otacon, knowing that Sivir had a long trek to come back. So,
Dora, iniiwan na lang ng T1.
put the metal to the pedal.
Naging alay na lang buong game eh.
Rookie came in and it was a really hectic fight, but really tough for T1 and how it started.
I think as well, the fact that the Doran ult didn't connect onto way at the start hurt a little bit, so he was able to get away. But also the fact that, you know, it looked like initially if they got the Otacon, if they got the healing onto the Trundle, that'd be enough. But the Nico got so much value there.
I love seeing players'
team
reactions
fighters,
here, but like, yeah, I mean, the problem is what happens next. Actually, thanks to our HyperX reflex replay, because the Shy goes in a bit too much, but Doran seizes the opportunity to turn that fight.
Yeah, this was great for
Tabot ba
Doran,
yun?
Faker, and Guma. Doran and Faker coming in to save Guma here.
It's a
And then
mid.
you see IG trying to stay in position to have control over the Baron area. He want to contest it. Guma even wants to reset, but he knows the fight's still happening, so he moves in. And then this great flick from Faker catches two. The follow-up is there. They move forwards. Rookie's in a bad position, and they end up finding this fight that gets them Baron and gets them the game win.
And what was surprising was how quickly they ended it from there.
Yes!
Yeah.
There's no comeback because I'm like, they had a reasonable lead. They had Soul, they had a scaling Rise, they had a good position Corki, if I remember correctly. How did they not manage to come back even after that team fight?
Because they looked clean. I was starting to believe the scrim rumors. I was like, okay, because the full control that they had around Drake, the fact that they got Soul, everything was looking beautiful. One mistake. When one mistake happens, fine, let's let it go. We don't have to run in like lemmings, right? But it felt like everything. Because your point that you made about needing to keep position for Baron.
Yeah.
Because Baron was going to be taken from T1 no matter what. It was regardless about like if T1, if IG was going to let it happen and still be competent with the Soul, and if they can take the next fights. But that was tough.
I think they wanted to maintain control while they thought Guma was back in, and I think they just played their cards too aggressively. I think as well, you know, the fact that they had the lead, the Arakan fight came in when they had great spikes, you know. Rookie had just got the level up from the Rod of Ages. You had the 2-item spike coming in from Gala. But when that fight that they actually went aggressive onto Guma and backfired, when the Baron went over, that was when Guma had 3 items. And as soon as they got the Baron, they just took a ton of structures. They felt super powerful. And it really is that thing where you only got to make one big mistake against T1, and that's the game.
And remember, it's like one series, you're out. So IG needs to take a step back, relax, untilt from a situation like that, because there were so many things that were going well for this team that we did not expect if you were watching playoffs and regionals. That you're like, okay, they're good building blocks. That happened, that was a moment. We need to be able to get to the next game.
Nasalo ni Guma yun. Dalawang wave dun sa top eh.
And we see this on that gold graph actually. Things were pretty even on both sides. We've seen everything.
kill
during
tsaka
this game. But
dalawang
what
wave.
have we learned so
Kaya may
far
item si
about
Guma
both
eh.
teams? On IG, I want to say it's not only about Gala.
The siya is Korean.
Yeah,
Alam mo
at
na,
least from IG,
conspiracy
this looks
theory.
great from Way's perspective because I was looking at the BLG series and playoffs, and I'm like,
Nag-years
Baytron is
pinilit,
outplaying
oo.
Way.
Pwede, marami
Way, I
silang
felt like
option.
was not having a
Marami
good
silang option dun
playoffs
para
run at
manalo,
all, but
naka-full
this
na
was
sila
a
eh.
really
Tas
good
malakas pa
game for
scaling nila,
him.
lakas na ng
So I
Ryze.
think be confident.
Sobrang
They
sasa
look
ng Ryze
very
40.
confident, like willing to take
Wala
fights.
BRB guys.
That's what we need to
Wala
see
siya
from IG to
maultihan.
take T1 out.
Yeah, I think for T1, even though obviously they won the game, I think there was some punishment in the side lanes, some overstaying
Yes.
from Ona, and also Faker got punished immediately after, which led to that bit of the gold swing in
Hello,
IG's
Idan.
favor. We see though, Guma and Civ has just been phenomenal this
Yeah.
year in particular, and it felt like the early game was a lot about getting that gold on him, so even though the
Alam
game
niya
bounced back in
nakadasal eh.
IG's
Pero,
favor,
oo nga, I mean,
when it came to that key
alam niya
point
kaya
and
niya
he was
patay,
able to
papag
survive
mag-isa,
that
kaso
fight,
nga
they
lang,
had that value already invested.
doon tayo nagkakamali.
Anything we want to
sa
see
mga
from
ganyang
T1
klaseng
next game? We've talked about patience for
buhay.
IG, but quick thoughts on T1.
Not
Yan pa naman
overstaying, because if you give IG
pinakamagandang
something,
way
they
para
will
talunin
continue
yung
to
T1
run with
pag
the game.
nakuha
So
niyo
just
game
like,
number 1
Owner
kasi
made that one
may-
mistake, he's not going to make that
malamig
mistake
pa ang
again.
kanilang
I think
kamay.
a better pick for Ona because I feel like the Trundle into the
Kung
Kiana, you just can't really do
nakikinood,
much
alam mo,
with
ayaw
that
na niya
matchup.
mag-coach.
You know, we saw them ban away the Jarvan,
Yeah.
but I think there's better picks for him. We've seen him have a lot more success on things like this Xin Zhao.
We see them backstage getting ready for Game 2. Worlds 2025 is on here
siguro
in
purpose ng
Beijing, and it
CND
is
papaksahin
T1
na. Totoo,
taking the
minaiisip
first
ko,
game in
ay,
this
tatay,
best of 5 series.
alam mo na
Let's see what
gagawin
happens
mo.
next.
Nice throw din. Ayan, game highlights guys.
Good spell shield as the Supreme
Talagang
display of
hindi na
talent
highlight.
doesn't find the angle, and the Protect the President comes on through from T1. Void Rush not going to be enough, and it's
Tangorong
Gumayushi
Clash.
that
Joke
gets
lang
the
talaga yung
better
nangyari.
of
Lamang na lamang
Rek'Sai.
sila eh.
And the Shy may have
Di
thrown
na
a bit
sila
of
to.
this lead away, but IG still standing. We'll see what they can get from this. It's a decent stun onto Ona. He's out of the way, but the seismic shove comes through. Pop Blossom only onto one as
Oh.
Gala is forced to run away. Such a low health bar. As the phosphorus bomb's not quite enough, Rookie goes down. Gumayushi's free hitting, and it's another one for Ona as T1 just make a team fight win out of nothing.
Panoorin ko nga yung nangyari sa babakan. Ganda ng feel nila eh.
Okay, okay.
Break time pa to, di ba?
Oo, break time pa yan. Mga 5 minutes pa yan. Sino mas...
Will be enough.
Wow, wow.
Ding, and there it is, the public execution warrior Faker just pops like a balloon. Ding, and there it is. Money. Now even more, the Pulverize only connects onto one. Supreme display of talent goes absolutely everywhere, but it doesn't do
Break time to
anything.
guys ha, may
They're
break
able to
time
take
pa eh.
down the, they're just stealing all their stuff, Kobe, and they're watching. Gonna move there. There it is, the public execution warrior is still tearing them up alongside Gala, and the Shy gets into the backline with that Void Rush, but now he's in an
Grabe,
uncomfortable
Pinlilo,
position.
palibot.
Decent knockup comes through as Faker's trying to hold them at bay to give
Dalawang
enough time
tank.
to
Guma lang
take down
dinidikitan.
the Shy. And IG back to walking backwards once again, and Faker flashes forward, finds Gala, blows him up, and this should be the end of the game. T1 up 1-0 in this best of 5. Unless Rookie can do something miraculous underneath this turret, but he's not going to be able to. The seismic shove, all too
25 Atlas T1.
Okay, break time muna.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
May full screen yung... May full screen yung TikTok ko guys. Gusto niyo ng full screen? Click nyo lang yung ano, landscape button dyan.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down.
Nabuhay na mag-jungle basta no objective. Oo nga eh.
You've never seen
Grabe yung ano ni... Wala, choke din kasi yung nangyari. Kala ko 1-0 na eh. T1 talaga gusto ko manalo pero sa game na yun, kala ko talaga IG na. Lahat nasa kanila na eh. Talagang choke lang yung nangyari dun. Pero sobrang ganda ng play ni Faker. Panalo T1 guys, 1-0 na. Di na nila nilalagay kung anong oras yung next na laban. No? Dami na bago ngayon sa Worlds
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX.
Pa-share pala ng live guys, pa-follow. Thank you.
Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ayan, nilagay na nila. 2 minutes, guys. May tayo 2 minutes. Kuha mo na kayo ng mga pagkain nyo, guys. May 2 minutes pa tayo. Okay, Panda. Thank you sa pag-share ng live, Toasted Panda. Share nyo lang yung live, guys. Clutch talaga. Seismic. Oo nga, yung second skill niya. Dalawang carry na huli ni Faker dun Tapos na-burn na nila ng flash. Kaya di na makabalik Or next clash if di nag-in. Galing din ni Faker sa blind spot siya nang galing. Ayun na. Teka lang guys.
I'm Atlas, joined by Kobe here as we are ready for game number 2. And game 1 did not necessarily go entirely as expected, but there were some things that were pretty on brand.
Yeah.
Kobe, you know?
There were. You know, people discuss the Shy and they're like, well, surely he's not doing it intentionally. Sometimes he makes it look really funny.
He certainly does.
Honestly, I am more worried for IG after that game, because if they cannot win that game, I feel like it's going to just get harder for them in game 2 and 3 here as we move deeper into the series.
Speaking of moving into things, we have moved into the Champions Select powered by Omen HyperX, Kobe, and we are already banning the same champions. Kai'Sa needs to come in next. I've seen it.
I think I agree with you. Like, I feel like that is the way that you do see IG actually taking a game off of T1 is Gala Kai'Sa or something like that. You know, some kind of Gala big carry game. And so, yeah, don't give him that champ. That seems like a good start.
Yep, the Galio nod to go over to Faker there as well. One of my favorite champions when talking about both of these players from back in the day as when they met, I believe it was Rift Rivals in 2018. Galio was sort of at the height of his glory post-rework, and Rookie and Faker pretty good at the champion. 2019, another case of that as well as the Poppy moving up. And will be banned in this round this time. As IG, what is going to be the prize?
Game.
So interesting, whenever you ban Galio as well, that kind of ups even more like Rumble priority, because like Galio and like Ornn are kind of the tanky answers into Rumble. And I think that on this patch, Rumble and Jarvan together is a crazy good combo.
And the Jarvan is left up. That's what the Galio is in position of. And so the Orianna does come on through for Rookie, one of his most played champions this year, and also just of all time. Right? If you're curious, if you're, say, someone who watches more LCK, Rookie and Faker have very similar champions this year. As the Jarvan, bit of a no-brainer, and Oner, if you were waiting for him to pop off, you know, the Trundle, not necessarily a pop-off champion. This is probably where it's going to happen.
Pentakill, maybe?
Atlas? Locked in already. Yeah, I think possibly. Yeah.
Pentakill on the table.
TikTok.
Come back again. Yeah, honestly.
Okay na. Naano lang. Hindi easy.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting a Rumble with the Jarvan, but they want the Rakan. That's super high priority too here for Keria, you know, for the engage. So also a very good lock-in along with the Jarvan. Now,
din viewership.
Taken away, which again is such a good combo with Ori, as we're kind of talking about the Wukong here.
Rakanjar
Still strong despite the like slight nerfs on the patch here leading into Worlds. So it's a very good team fight. Lots of good AOE here set up for IG. They're going pretty team fight and just slam down that Sion quickly here for the Shy. He has played a lot of tanks, taking up the tank duty.
And the Trundle is now out of the pool, right? So tanks feel a lot easier to pick.
And Sion doesn't get over that Raptor wall too easily, unless you like flash. So.
Yeah, true. He can turret dive pretty comfortably.
Yeah, you can hold it there.
Himself under
but he can get back up as a zombie.
True. He can still be useful and make use of the passive as well. Like, I really wish more Pokemon players did. K'Sante going to be the answer, though, into the Shy. So a bit of a tank battle, some wet noodles towards the top side of the map. Doran hasn't played all that much K'Sante so far this year, but has been something that he's played many times in the past. So shouldn't be feeling too worried. And this is kind of an LCK flavor of answering the big beefy boys in the top lane.
Nice, comfortable answer here into the Sion. And gives you a lot of possibilities for later as we get the Lulu ban following up here. So they're seeing this very standard team fight from IG. You know, well-rounded front line that they're facing and taking away the possibilities of Enchanter supports here for Mako. Anything that's going to help Gala carry.
Above kasi yung Azir guys, kaya ano, makakaramdam silang gagamit.
Protecting Keria on this Rakan pick seems to be the way, as of course Zayat still up and available. The Braum going to be taken off the board, and I think
Akali no pwede.
Right? Unless Gala has a plan. And we've mentioned it already, Jinx and Caitlyn feeling this patch than they were in the past. And so they might just have an answer to the Lovers duo instead of having to ban that one away. Still taking their time to think about it. I don't know whether giving Zaya to Gumushi is all that much of a good idea. This guy is a mastery player. That's one of the champions he's really good at.
Yeah.
There it is.
It took a while, but you know they could be doing other things as well. But yeah, the classic there. Banned out, and that safety would have been nice playing against the engage that IG are showing already. So what's it going to be instead here? Akali into the Orianna. Okay, put some pressure.
Victor!
Okay, yeah. Victor's so boring, dude. Victor is so boring. Get back in there with the Akali. You can actually put so much more pressure. And Orianna with the nerfs for the patch, Gonna have to like max Q instead of W probably now early on. And the side lanes are gonna be way more difficult for Orianna to play. And they can put a lot of pressure there with a Rakan and Akali and Jarvan. Like this Orianna's gonna have a lot of stuff to dodge.
And there's the Caitlyn to come on through. Caitlyn Karma, my goodness. They were saving Guma's pick just to see whether something like this was going to happen, but with the Rakan already locked in, it is still going to be difficult times here towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. The extra 2 base AD for Caitlyn, I think, will be huge. Like, these pushing lanes, pushing from really early on. So there's going to be a lot of damage, super high damage.
Nakasimula pa lang. Hindi, game 2 to, 1-0, A1.
So much team fighting already represented by IG with this composition, right? Like the front to back, you can see the engage from the Wukong is probably where it's going to happen. You can also drive the Shy into the enemy team. And the Shy does like to fight, as we know. Of course, the fact that you can drive a train really far away from your team engage could be a little bit of a problem, but we'll see whether they can keep him under control as the misfortune is going to come in here for Gumayusi. Does have a decent time in the early game, but up against Caitlyn, he's still going to get outranged.
Yeah, all right. So Misfortune, the other thing that Misfortune does bring is a really nice mid game where you transfer her into mid lane. You get mid lane priority as well. Get into an early Bloodthirster, get that pushing. So when you have an Akali and you want to have Akali side lane versus Orianna or something like that, and have your side lane pressure, really does help to have a Misfortune pick like that later too. So I think it will be interesting to see the mid game here from this T1 lineup, and if they can kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because I think if I had seen this draft from T1 in the past, especially this year, I'd be like, well, this is a little bit dicey, right? Like Akali damage, not necessarily consistent. Faker doesn't have a lot of utility to add. But this is World's Faker Akali, right? And the Shy can tell the rest of his buddies that that's something that you really do need to watch out for when you're on this stage. And we'll see whether once again he can make that magic happen as IG on the ropes. But they did demonstrate that they could get themselves in winning positions. They had tempo vibes the majority of the game. That's the last I'll mention it. I apologize. I'm a little bit obsessed. But this is something that IG now know that they can do. And they're going to have to knuckle down and make it happen. They have an easy to execute composition. I think that's a fantastic move. But now we are onto the rift for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. And we say all the marbles quite a lot. That's exactly what this game is for. Either you're into the Swiss stage or you are out for good. Your year ends.
And the labeled marbles that we have.
Yeah. And then they'll pull the labeled marbles out and there'll be teams in bits of paper, but your name won't be on them.
Exactly. Oh, okay. So we actually do get a little early invade here for a deep ward. So T1's going to have vision on top blue to start out. I mean, it is...
we going for the WE start here as well, as we are going to go into sepia mode momentarily. That's exactly what is happening here, and we'll get it sorted out as soon as possible.
It's so interesting, because I think they are going to swap out of Caitlyn Karma, like, but how are they going to pull it off with this 4-minute timer, Alex?
Yeah.
This is the thing we talked about.
Is this going to be the scuttle thing? Like, are we going to be sticking around and hanging out with our jungler until grubs and stuff like that? Like, is
I will say, even if he has to play the pushback wave, like Sion's not that scary. So I think it actually works here, even with the 4-minute timer on the top lane swap detection.
But if you're not I would definitely want to. You're praying that it doesn't work, actually, because this is the first time out, and if it does work, and T1 gets off to a great start, it may shape things to come.
See, Alex, that's why we brought up the topic really early on in game number 1. You got to ease people into it. You got to let them know, hey,
this could have
a possibility. Have done, taken some steps to try and avoid lane swaps.
We've been trying to get rid of
T1 nag-post
11 years. It's sometimes worked.
I mean, do you want to lane into a Caitlyn Karma?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
So,
I would just prefer not to do that.
But we'll see as well. You know, there
Standing
are
1-0,
also early options.
T1.
Owner on Jarvan has been an absolute terror. He can go for some early plays. He can be very creative with it.
And also, like, that does make it a little bit more dangerous to put the pressure on immediately, try and grab plates towards that bottom side because you're pushed so far up. And maybe the setup is going to be enough there from Doran once he gets a couple of levels in him to allow Owner to help out. But I believe the pause has finished. And we are back into the game. The problem that we had that I know all about has been solved, Cody. So you don't need to worry.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Maganda sa Korean, may school no?
Well, there is a problem I see on our screen, and the lane swap is happening. Yep. So we do get confirmation after the pause is released. He is going for the swap here. So we got the 4-minute timer. This will be interesting. We'll track it. Of course, the Jarvan as well can be way more impactful.
Anong first game ni Pega?
And Wukong and Sion, not the scariest early combination. So we shall see. Owner actually is doing
lane swap
on Jarvan and going for the invade immediately.
Oh my goodness, there is a defensive block for IG, so they will spot this.
Uy, early invade.
It could actually just confirm their worst fears, right? Because this means you have to be a little bit more careful towards that bottom side of the map. You know that Owner is sort of lurking
First game,
around.
guys, naka
Looking a little worse for wear, but that's kind of how this matchup is going to go. Way moving off vision. The T1 had
bawal na epic na hero. Bawal na. First game gamit ni Faker nga pala yung Talia.
Owner gets to work with that info. He's like, okay, Wukong's on Wolves. I am fine. Because even if Wukong is skipping Wolves and running here,
Kita na.
my ward on my
Hindi,
Raptor
magre-red ata siya.
he can be like, you know what, for sure, Wei just did Wolves, and he's just going to accept the map splits that we have pressed upon IG.
Wala rin prize si Faker
Vertical jungling, I feel, does kind of work out for T1 to try and protect.
What about the bottom lane though? Are they gonna react to the? Because they know it's split. Okay, yeah, they're fine.
Owner is just going to walk over a ward. Does mean that IG do have to back away for to get a little bit of money here. But not the end of the world. As will now move back towards his blue side. But what they have done is made sure that there's no monkey business towards that bottom side of the map.
Guma's going to chase around, check the jungle.
Yeah, getting some vision. Does know that the vertical jungle has come on through. And we'll see whether Wei does decide to try and put the pressure onto him. As in goes Carrier, finds the knock up onto Rookie. 5-point strike there from Faker. But Rookie is able to just walk it off, and he didn't have the flash. So he's getting a little bit more excited than perhaps I needed to.
So we're still looking at another 30 seconds of lane swap, and looks like Guma will be able to avoid it. Okay, Wave is pushing towards him. He's only got 30 more seconds here to wait. And Keria is hovering without, I believe, triggering it.
Yeah, there is the knock-up though onto Gumayusi. As finally,
pinipilit talaga yung mid
will come on through.
Counter dunk ata to.
Ako po. Carrier comes down at the same time. Knock-up not going to connect there as Faker has to flash to get out of the way. Carrier able to get the knock-up in defense, but once again testing the waters, and no one's really budging as Faker down to 200 health once again.
Interesting here. We were talking in Champ Select about how much pressure can be put early on in Orianna. This champion that does not have a dash for herself, and Flash is being traded with Orianna. And when you're playing into Jarvan, for Orianna, it gets really dicey.
Faker almost just killed by a QW.
I think she did.
Rookie here. Tries to pick up that last minion with a shuriken backflip, but now is going to go for his own reset. Same thing going to happen here. The lanes are going to equalize in mid.
So we still have the lane swap happening at the moment, but I really want to see the fight and how they keep a vision around mid lane now with having no flashes there. If we're going to get constant, from Keria, from Owner, because both of them do have flashes and would really want to convert while Rookie is on that timer, but currently still operating under the lane swaps and pushing in.
Tatlong plates na nga
I don't think got full information as to where the monkey is, but also the Jarvan was unseen as well, moving towards his top lane. The Shy could find himself in trouble, but is going to be let live just for now. As on the bottom side of the map, Doran is going to get pushed away from this turret. This is the worst news for T1, because if the Caitlyn just has free reign to knock down these structures over and over again, the snowball can really become... As you can see, the lane swaps worked, right? It's just one wave, right, between the Shy and Doran, and CS is even between the 80 carries. That's exactly what T1 wanted out of it.
And you're paying
Tatyo.
tax here with the turret plates as well.
Yun yung pera.
On top of these waves, on top of the CS, we do have this gold lead for IG, a lot funded by the onslaught of the bottom lane and the 3 turret plates that they have been able to take there.
Yeah.
So
Now, actually, still moving Doran back down there, so it's not going to be any sort of swap back or anything like that. As at 6 minutes into the game, Mako is making his way in just to make sure that they have as much free reign to push as they can.
Exactly, and that's the vision I was, hoping for them to try and keep Rookie safe here while he doesn't have flash on Orianna, because now Akali is level 6, and so if you get visits for people ganking for Faker, then it can be really dicey for the Ori. So IG are bringing over Mako wisely. I think get the vision, help him push the wave in. He gets to put more harass in.
Hindi nagsasalita. Si Revenga yun, guys, kasama ko.
From IG, they get their mid lane priority. And fully set up vision, which sees Owner walking over and Keria traversing through mid lane as well.
Owner is not going to even bother
Laban
getting to
to.
the ward. Knows that he needs to come down here to stop this. There is
Ganda ng block ni Keria. Sabi ni. Patay na.
Between Owner and Carrier is fantastic, but that's going to be a two-man shockwave out of
Walang
Rookie.
damage.
The great
Oh.
defense as Faker finds himself isolated off to the side, and First Blood
Ang
goes
kuna
to
naman ng
Way as
Ori.
he will find Carrier. Now Gumayusi has to deal with the Shy, who is just wandering him underneath the turret. Will not dive him this time
Inadaan sa
around,
kunat
but IG
ang-
once again off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Keria uses the flash here. They go for it. T1 don't have the damage, even though they're focusing the Ori, trying to punish the no flash.
item no
They
Ori?
can't
Ah, naka
pull
Ruby
it off to get the
Crystal. Kaya
kill
palang
onto
kunat.
Rookie. And so the punishment comes back for IG. In addition to the dragon they were already taking, they also claim the first kill.
Naka Ruby pala yung Ori. Kaya na buhay dun.
That Trinity Force going to be coming in a little bit faster. Of course, you want to grab the Sundered Sky, the forbidden item. Too incredibly powerful.
Ay, nung
Somehow
kunat
that
nyo.
knockup actually managed to land, and this looked like a decent start. But as you say, the damage just wasn't enough.
Yeah, Mako's got heal. The Karma's right next to Rookie, so they've got
Wala, hindi talaga.
They've
Ang
got
kunat eh.
Karma shields, and then they can get the chase down on the Keria on the way out as well.
Really nicely played here by IG.
Ang yung Ruby Crystal yan. Ano to,
Bottom
magro-roa?
side as well. Able to make that one happen is now Faker. Able to get some harass off here. Going into the Twilight Shroud.
Content.
I don't think Rookie's going to be too worried about it. He's got a couple of Ruby Crystals keeping himself healthy. And Mako just patrolling.
parang
the
kanina lang.
Grubs up and available. No
Mamaya
one's
may
joined
CMD
just
ulit
yet.
yan.
We'll see whether T1 do get more than 0 objectives before 35 minutes. Not quite that long, but it did feel like a long time. Before they got it.
Parang mid shield. Alay na lang talaga yan yung ano. Idashay tsaka Doran. Junk lang.
You're not going to be able to kill him, but will convince Faker to leave the lane. And the Orianna doing some pretty
Kanila
great
ulit
things so far
grabs
in this
na
game.
ito.
Mid control going to be there for IG. It's now T1 going to be pushed away from these grubs. Mako and Gala just taking pot shots here at T1. Gumayusi having to flash himself out of the way. T1 just getting strong-armed here in the river by IG.
Bigay na to.
Yeah, nice one by them. Huge value for IG, getting the flash off of Guma. The vision's still here around the grubs, though, and Owner slips into the back of the pit.
Okay, let's see whether we can find the angle, as all of the grubs are going to reset. The Shy farming behind the turret, so is Doran. So the top laners nowhere near one another, ready to teleport in at a moment's notice.
Ayun na,
There's Making
TP.
Rain come down. Cyclone, he's there as well from Way,
Patay
who's
siya.
just keeping them at bay. Down
Ulti ni
goes
ano,
Owner,
Doran.
and that is gonna be the
Ulti mo,
worrying
Doran.
but now Doran has found his mark. Down goes Way, his jungler
Ako si Guma
will
nahuli.
be traded. The Shy
Ori,
into the
Ori.
backline, though, as Gumayusi is his target, and down he
Iniwan
will
na talaga.
go.
Faker.
Trying to find it, though, as Rookie will be taken out.
Ubos to, boss. Ang ganda ng engage ni Doran. Bumawi si Doran. Sayang, naglalakad. Walang mana. Walang mana Sayang eh. Wala, hindi mamamatayan. Ang kunat.
Whoa, it was looking risky for T1, but Doran, he teleported in to save the day here. The Cassante
Patay?
doing work. Is it enough?
We'll see.
Eh,
We'll
hindi.
see whether the Shy can keep
Save
himself
niya.
alive as well.
Patay
It
na
looks
to.
like he's not going to have to contend with too much unless
Stay
Faker
pa si
decides to
Dashay.
knock down again. Flash out from
may
this
flash.
Sion as Doran picked up turret aggro, so he is going to have to get himself out of there. Stands beside Faker And now Ona can be convinced to leave the grubs as well. So it does manage to get one of them, as you say, but it should be
Nabibigay na nila.
the feats going over, or at least the portion of them, going over to Wei here. As Mako comes up, Doran may have overstayed his welcome. Let's see whether he can take the Cassante for a walk, and with the heal, he certainly will be able to. Gala finds it, and there is the shot onto Doran. So
Natakam sa Wei.
things up for IG.
Natakam sa unang wave.
Spotlight's now 4 and 4, and they get the grabs.
Kahit ako, kay-clear ko yun eh. Sayang yung wave eh.
Transferred over the So, all right. After all of this, Faker got a couple of kills out
Kaya
of that.
bit din pala silang ganun, guys.
Of extra stacks on his Dark Seal too. 6 stacks Dark Seal for Faker, in addition to this gold that he got on the Akali. So the Akali burst damage.
Di, tsaka yung teamfight kanina guys, walang mana yun sa yun, kaya walang nagawa talaga pag tele niya eh.
Doran joining and
Lalakad lang siya.
put pressure onto the back line. Faker had connected his E onto Rookie and been able to go back in and finish
Binubog, pumapalag sa dalawa.
And the fact that it's 100%
Lang yung hero yan.
Faker as well means that he's maximized the amount
Lalakad lang eh.
of Biffo that's been coming on through. But as we can see, IG do have a slight gold advantage. Look at these waves. They are just one by one marching themselves to their doom without any response from T1 in this top lane. More plates going over to Gala, who's starting to look
Parang
like
mali
a
yata yung lane. So,
The
mas
amount
okay
he's
na
taken
nag...
from this top side as there's the all out on Mako,
Ayun.
who's just dead. Okay. Doran says, whatever you can do, I can do better. Doran's
Mabango na si Doran.
Lane swaps are back, and top laners were feeling pain in the beginning, but like
Doran's very frustrated.
Cassante still has an effect.
Okay, well, Maker not exactly having the greatest of times, but the Shy also not really taking damage anymore as well. So we're going to check out this replay one more time.
Okay. So, we know at the very beginning here, Owner went down, does trap Wei here.
Sorry.
In the end, the teleport coming in for Cassante,
Ganda ng
a really good spot,
engage
so he
nila.
opens up, him and Keria are able to open
Tsaka
up
yung
the
target,
pathway there.
patay talaga kung
Faker
sino yung
go over
target.
the top, and then just look at him move on
Ayun,
forward.
ang ganda
Gets
ng
the
turn ni
burst damage
Faker, oh.
there. The E from Faker had connected on
Pasok.
the Rookie, so he could follow it in for the extra chase.
Si Sayo walang mana, naglalakad lang eh. Naglalakad lang eh.
There was so much early game Cassante value.
Ang
Often
ganda.
we don't really see the Cassantes come online this heavily. And when they do, they can really get things going. 3-1 and 2 now for Doran, and we were mentioning it before, but this guy hasn't had a
Oy,
like this.
oy!
There
Ang
is
ganda.
the quickness, the grand entrance as well as now Faker with the damage. Mako going to get popped like a balloon, Bagala.
Faker game to, boy.
Alive still. Faker getting more kills. IG fans beware.
Yeah, he's got the damage now with his Dark Seal stacking up with the extra money. And Keria Rakan, once again, you know, in the last fight, we just saw him right there with Doran, getting the engages. Here comes through with Faker, able to get Faker more money as well in the side lane. And the side lanes are going to be the dangerous part for IG. They really want to fight as a grouped up team. Much more front to back setup for them. And so when they do have carries and stuff, especially that don't have flashes, you have to be a little
Alam ko
bit
birthday niya ngayon, check mo.
Backwood going to come on through as the ace in the hole is going to be there. That's going to guarantee the outer turret here for IG. They will be able to secure that one. Feats of strength going their way as well.
Kaya nga ano eh, engage lang engage eh. So manalo eh.
First time in this series. And now Keria is looking for a little bit of a mark here as in comes Gumayusi looking for the angle. The flash out is going to come on through, and now they're turning it on to Keria.
Naku po, napasobra.
Fantastic, but he just dashes away. And Keria is
So,
going
yun,
to
nakaplank.
survive. The Shy really wanting to take him out. He's not out of the woods just yet, but IG not interested in following up, and now the Shy might be the one turned on. As
Wala.
Owner is going to
Punching
turn
bag lang
up.
dun sa yun eh. Hindi nyo papatay yan.
And Keria
Okay
will
na
be
yun.
successfully escorted to safety.
Oo, inatid lang.
And I say safety, he's out.
Pero yung
the rest
mid-
of T1 looking for potentially something.
And IG are blocking them from mid lane right now, so they're taking mid lane tower.
Okay,
Uy, sayang.
I don't really know what
Hindi
it
nyo
was.
nadala sa tower.
The Shy is able to eliminate him for it.
Mali ult niya, papunta dun. Sa tower yun, di ba?
From the T1 top laner. As finally, Bullet Time going to just eradicate this minion wave.
Mali.
And Gala, he's just doing
Natutok
exactly
dun.
what Caitlyn's want to do.
Magandang
and
play
that is
sana.
only hit turrets for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, pushing down there. They got a lot of damage on it. Side lane now, though, Faker.
Patay yata si
Not
Faker.
going to connect there onto rookies. Malco game
Or
come
hindi,
on
hindi,
through, and
hindi.
Faker is just going to back his way out. Picture in picture. You've got the Shy being very aggressive on this Scion. That is on brand.
Binubuli si
Champion
Gumam.
will certainly take a whole lot more to kill than the Rek'Sai of game 1.
Yeah, and that whole big last run of play here from IG, able to just take the inside route, take control of the jungle, and make it harder for T1 to rotate between objectives. Faker did just stay topside and was able to push that wave in, but T1 on the resets will come over towards the Rift Trails. Looks like they should be able to get this one.
Should go over to them, see whether they can use it to get themselves an outer turret in mid lane. Certainly open up the map here for T1, and an open map means a whole lot when you've got an assassin like Akali, and you've got Faker piloting it, who's 3-0-2. You'd be feeling pretty good about
Babasagin na
that
nila
one.
yung bot.
And we'll see whether they can actually create that space to allow this one to happen, because it is a finesse
WR
composition.
nga
T1
ginawa
may
niya.
look like it's lacking
Doon niya
that, but
natutok
Faker
sa
is
ano,
able
yung
to
daan.
hit all of the priority
Daanan
targets
sa
with his
taas.
abilities, and Gumayusi's ult isn't able to find the mark, right? There are some things that we've had issues with when it comes to what they can do, but of course this is T1,
Nabigay na
and
talaga.
magic happened before with other comps. Now Mako
Di sila
to the
makapush sa
side,
yun eh.
looking for an angle as Rookie clears out that turret. Cyclone comes in, Way looking for the knockups, and there
Parang
is the
mata-turn
shockwave
to.
onto 3 from Rookie is Doran.
Ay, hindi.
Just trying to
Kailangan
get himself
mag-out.
all the way out of there, and it might actually happen as never mind, the orb is going to catch him.
Okay lang,
And
isang
down he
kill
will
lang.
go once again. Faker looking for the angle. But the Peacemaker comes on through, and Faker says maybe Peace is okay.
Lalaro LPs.
The Shy is also rotating over here, passing through mid-wave. IG can be able to push both waves, bottom side as well. I mean, Owner and Faker are trying
Lalaro ka
to
LOL PC.
get
Oh,
double
galing ako
scraps
LOL
for
PC ah.
themselves together, but
And now, Faker level down here against the Shy, but the Shy doesn't quite have the damage to stop him from being able to
Uy,
do
yung
it.
kanon!
And
Nakuha niya?
We'll go over to Faker there as Owner. Push him up. He is looking to try and walk his way out
Nakita.
of here, but he is going to get slowed down. Flag
Patay
and
na siya,
as he
patay na
looks
siya.
to go for the back
Yung
because
red.
He knows he is well and truly dead. He will be taken out. Some
Nag-EQ
aggressive
ata
positioning,
sa
you
ano,
could
likod ng
say,
dragon, tapos nakita ng word.
towards the Shy, but it looks like this Scion is really reaching that mortality stage.
I mean, the IG comp is so much easier to play, so much better in standard, front to back and pushing them out, and IG able to get the advantage.
Ang
here,
hero
pushing
yan
back
ng
through the jungle.
pucha.
They just forced to play again. Wukong and Orianna so good together. Way's able to start it out.
Hindi nila
get their
papansinin yan
shockwave,
mamaya
get
sa
their
Clash.
chase down kill. IG will be strong as a group. The Shy as well on Scion here is
Si Guma yung
just gonna
kawawa
be a
dyan sa
massive
side. Siya lang habulin
so
yan eh.
He might even be able to last long enough for his team to catch up as well. That's the thing that's very scary here for T1, because if he's going to stay
All
as
in.
aggressive, he can work as that engage, because this is a Karma composition, right? You have just inherently less abilities to start fights without having that engage support towards that bottom side of the map. So the Shy is going to be encouraged to try and make these
Hirap
plays
patayin ni
happen.
Rocky.
Be that front in front back like we were talking about. As IG settling back into a little bit of a farming
Nakarowa
position
pa
until
naman,
we
tsaka
get
ano.
to the 22nd mark.
Wala na ba shield yung ano dito?
Is going to be spawning.
Terap?
Mountain Soul this
Ah,
game
meron
as
pa rin.
well is certainly terrifying. I don't think T1 ever want IG to get any of those, because the Shy will be unkillable.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to like increase the threshold to
Tay
kill.
ko na
because
item ano
T1,
to.
they have to,
Porta
like
reminder
outside of
ata
play, they
ate o
gotta get,
Dominic.
some more bursty looking kills, some good flank angles possibly from them to get some assassinations off. But here we go, good wards starting out for IG. They ward all of the river here. Control wards are down. They start up the dragon.
Doran was tethered
Baka kayo
momentarily.
magdikit-dikit,
Now
yan.
T1 get themselves into the river. They do not want to let this one go.
Asan si Faker?
As we can see, make it
Kasi
rain
Akali,
slows down
ayun, ang ganda ng
Rookie.
pwesto
Faker
niya.
on flank angle, but
Ganda ng
he's
pwesto
spotted.
niya.
Doran finds two with the Q though, as now Orna looks for the knockup but misses. And
Na-zone yung
Rookie's able
carry.
to take him down.
Patay
He
si
gets into the
Meiko.
Rift Trail. No,
Sayang.
Orna. We've
Okay
seen
na yun,
this
okay na
play
yun.
before, and he's going to run his way out, but Carrier is going to get taken down. Faker gets into the mix though, and already out of the fight is Mako. The ulti
Oh, di
comes
tumama
off,
niya.
doesn't find the backflip, and Bullet Time gets no joy as well. Doran now out.
Nabuhay si Meiko dun.
Gala gets the ace in the hole. And yes, you know,
Piso
that was
ang
some cute play
putik.
there from Ona, but him doing the Crocs is not going to help them.
No, it's not. IG are too tanky. They are too strong.
Oo nga eh.
They're gonna get even tankier now, Atlas. Mountain Dragon will be
Ginayang ako dun sa karma. Piso na lang eh.
And Mountain Soul going to be prepped for them as well. Soul Point will be the next one on the docket.
Nakita siya ng ano, no, Farsight. Ay hindi, nag-ward pala si ano, Meiko. Nahanap siya. Oo. Ganda ka ng execution niya eh. Kulang lang talaga.
And Owner just gets put in
Na-zone pa
so
naman
much
ni Owner
pressure
yung
here
dalawa.
that, yeah, he does live, and he gets inside the Herald and
Oo.
gets some
Dalawang
knockdowns here.
carry din,
But
na-zone
T1,
niya.
look at this. Guma's all the way over by the other side, so didn't have any
Di tumama
damage to
yung niya,
support
sayang.
Faker and Faker's attempt
Oo.
to go kill pressure on Tagala, and then T1 just
R2, di
unable to
tumama,
get
sayang.
any sort of follow-up there. And IG, really nice stuff from them. They stand solid, protect themselves as that group.
And you saw Danny there, the left of your screen in the coach's booth, of course, was working with T1 when they were trying to figure out their roster back in 2021, and then was against them 2023 World Finals as well. Now,
Ano yung trade doon, Dragon?
see whether he is going to be able to find it.
Ano yung
right now.
trade
This
doon,
game
Dragon?
looking pretty good as they're up 3.5k gold.
Pag
trying to
Dragon
even
sila,
out
no?
this series.
Ay, ano yung
Up once again though.
second Dragon?
And T1 were down in the last
One.
one. See whether they can turn this one around. I do think it's a different story though, Kobe. I feel like this is going to be a more difficult composition to pilot back into a winning spot. Something goes very wrong.
I definitely agree. Oh,
okay. They're going aggressive on
Chunk
the
na.
enemy jungler as in the meantime, Rookie trying to deal
Patay kay
with
Faker
Faker.
to.
Now looking to
Tumama, patay siya. Ooh!
The GOAT is going to be able to find it as Doran goes all out against Wei. He's now in trouble.
Solo kill.
Oh my goodness, was that a Casa Curse or a Casa
Wala na
Curse?
silang ano, Oriana, ang hirap na ito.
Spell the demise of IG potentially yet again. Has Rookie down for another 27 seconds. They're not out of it yet. Gala is still terrifying, and he will be able to stop Faker from going back home. There is
Uy, nabait! Nabait!
the bullet time, and the shutdown for Gumayushi. Doran's
Kaya pala doon nag-recoil para mabait.
is being frustrating, but IG are just running out of
Pucha.
They certainly are. They're also going to run out of Archon here. T1
Grabe yun ah.
to get it. I mean,
May natutunan ako dun ah.
dancing around, but not a lot that he can do about it. I guess they have
Galing
to
dun ah.
wait a little while.
Yeah, I don't know whether there is anything that IG can really do about it though.
Si Dasha yung ginagawa mo dyan.
The comfortable smite here by Owner, and once again, that is going to be T1 turning
Agawan
around the
siya.
game at the Otacon.
Hey, Atlas, this T1 comp gets way easier to play
Sana
when
siyang
enemy
flash.
carries don't have their flashes. So, you know,
The
no flash
spider.
on Oriana. And if Ricky has no one
Top
to
trip
protect
yung
him while
comment,
he
ay.
has no flash, the side lanes are the area to prey on IG and trying to attack them before they are grouped up in their solid, you know, karma peeling for you and everything. So this is the exact opportunity that you need to
Sinolo
take
ni Faker, inolit niya.
He
Ayun o.
sees the angle on
Walang flash eh.
He goes for the engage with the proto belt. He hits his
Arpa
E.
balik.
That's all
Sarap.
he needs. Clean finish on the burst damage and taking him out before the rest of IG can kind of assemble their composition properly. And then
Siya hindi niya
T1
nagagawa
this
trabaho
one
niya
was
eh.
nice. Keria drops his controller, so he sees the other controller in the front butt.
Nakatayo doon
Faker's
sa
going
atak.
for his recall here, and Keria now slips
Eh, no,
around
ang ganda
into the
ng
fog
bait
of
niya
war.
dyan, oh.
Great toggle of vision by the observers. Keria slips around into the fog of war, and yeah, they interrupt
Grabe.
Faker's recall, but Keria from the brush gets the engage, and shutdown goes over to Guma. So they get that shutdown, they get that Otacon.
And do you
Big
give
IQ play
is that a bait?
Hell yeah, you always give credit.
Yes, all right, Faker did it.
There
May
you
vibe.
go, credit.
Just baited the
May
mid,
vibe yung isa,
Gala
di ba?
walked up, took the bait, and they took him down.
Ah, wala na?
Hard to know for sure, but we might be able to get a glimpse into the comms.
You can also tell
okay.
that Keria was thinking about it really early
Nandun na
on.
pala
He
yung
puts the
revive.
control word there, and the control word, he's like, you know what? Okay, I see their control word, so then I'll just slip around here. And Keria is able to find the angle. Is that going to be enough though, Atlas? You know, the IG comp is still really good if they can play like a safe, more standard, like regular team fight on their terms. But T1, like, they have so much burst damage here, and Faker just continues to get more and more money. The Akali getting the side lane tower, the Darksteel is fully stacked, so plenty of burst damage. In the
Shadow
hands
Flame
of
now
Faker.
done as well.
Tumatama skill ni Faker, panalo eh.
Yeah, make short work of Gala if he ever does manage to connect some of these shuriken backflips. Saw what happened to Rookie as well. And so the carries need to beware. And IG, I honestly still think that they're in a great position in this game. Drake advantage is going to be theirs. The Mountain Soul, as we said, coming up in 25 seconds. That'd be Soul Point for them also, but it's gaining more stats for this Scion to become even more unkillable. And T1 just need to navigate around
Dragon,
the
15
Shine, kill
seconds.
everyone else before they go for it, as Wei halves the
Ako
health bar
na.
of Carrier with one combo.
That's gonna sting. Okay, Wei here with the 2 items. Definitely.
Ganda ng
being
TP ni Doran, ha.
He's gonna look for the flank angle. There's a flash. Cataclysm
Nasa likod
come
si
on through.
Doran, boy.
Knockup does come in now for Owner, who goes down to half health. Carrier trying to get himself out of there. And
Nabot
he
si Rookie.
will. Gumayushi gets a decent amount of damage, but leaves himself exposed and just
Patay,
blows
Wukong.
up Wei, who gets on top of him, but that's
Okay
not
lang,
where he wants to
nakakapin.
be. Great knock up there onto
Ang
the
kunat ni
Shine.
Doran.
As Doran gets on in there.
Nice
He's
one,
looking
Doran.
for Gallers. The shockwave does not do enough, but he does take down Carrier. Fake is doing work.
Galit na
though,
galit na.
and Mako is running for the hills. Doran cuts apart this Scion, and T1, it's a difficult comp to make work.
Na-microan
but
nila.
the world champ's looking pretty good with it.
The 3-tiered engage from
Karma
T1.
muna.
They will take them down. They will cut IG to
Nice.
pieces.
And it's
Bumabawi
only
si
Rookie
Doran,
left
guys.
standing here, and now he's looking to use that dissonance movement speed to run the heck out of there. T1 want to get themselves this outer turret. Their minion wave is going to wear off, so they're going to have to take a consolation dragon. And Rookie is still
Ganda ng
scary,
huli niya dun.
but after a fight like that, T1 going to be feeling a whole lot better.
Yeah, the multiple layers
Ganda
of
din ang
engage
TP niya
here,
sa
so they
likod eh.
wanna blow the
Ayun, pag
summoner
TP niya,
spells off
nag-engage
Gala
agad sila.
early. So teleport in from Doran,
Oo.
he arrives, and Owner says, okay, I'll go in
Nakapag-fill
first. He
pa
goes
si Guma.
after Gala, then Carrier, and Carrier, as you said, like he barely escaped with his life there, but they got their summoner
Guma.
spells out of Gala. Gala's
Napalo
trying to
niya yung
free fall on the
Wukong.
back, and so Doran can walk away, but Wei cannot on the Wukong. So Guma's
Yan si
able to
Doran,
take it
guys.
down the front
Ayun,
line,
oh.
and then the next tier of
Sarap.
engage from Doran and Owner right back in onto Gala,
Ulti.
and they complete the assassination.
Yeah, a very
Pang yung hero
optimistic
yan.
shockwave that catches Carrier mid-battle dance, but he was already out of the fight, right? He had done his
Bala ka
contribution.
din.
So the fact that that one comes in doesn't really mean too much for how this one goes. And yeah, some frustration here on IG's side, as you can see. It's only a 500 gold lead. The problem is,
3
this
items
game
sa
is feeling
Siguma.
like it's slipping out of the hands of IG. Every time these fights are gone for, we've mentioned it already, that's exactly how this composition wants to work. It's just not quite happening. And it's 3 items now on Gala. You know, that trough is not quite there anymore. And feeling a little bit better. But T1 certainly did capitalize on that time where he wasn't necessarily as strong.
Yeah. Guma, meanwhile, feeling pretty good about his Lord Doms. Doran going deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed.
Tower
The rest
muna.
of T1 comes
Tower
through.
muna.
It's going to be a solo
Nalo
shockwave
nalo si
on
Doran sa
to the
tower.
Cassante as the Shy
Yun
crashes
lang, nahuli si Guma.
is phenomenal damage as
Naku,
they take
Guma.
down Ryushi. The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. Faker!
Ubos kay Faker ata to. Joke lang.
And then just get shot in the head. T1 are going to
No! Naipit si Guma!
turn it all on its head.
Saka yung tower. Hindi inuna ni Doran.
T1, they just lose it.
Nalusaw sa tower si Doran.
IG, they're gonna push top as well as great game.
Lahat sila may
here.
Baron.
Rookie's gonna be able to get that tower.
My God. Okay.
Hindi
let's
hinit
have a look at
ni
what
Doran,
just
oh.
happened here. As it looked like they just
Pinabayaan
wanted to
niya yung
finish up the
tower, oh.
turret.
So Rookie dodges the Q3 from Doran, and then he's also gonna dodge the
Di
engagement
Guma
from Carry,
naiiwan,
even
oh.
though T1 are able to get the tower down. When Carry goes in,
Wala pa
he
naman
also
flash.
uses his Karma speed up. He's able to dodge.
Wala.
Meanwhile, IG with the engage onto Guma just blow Guma up, and T1 are without anything left.
And Faker just realizes they're probably not getting out of there. Wants to go for some heroics, and it just does not do anything.
Sayang.
And we mentioned it already, like this is a finesse composition out of T1. You have to get your ducks in a row. The setup has to be perfect.
Alam
You
ko
cannot be
matutuloy
going
pa din eh.
haphazard like that.
Pero na
Extra blood to the head will cost them a massive amount of gold already on that.
Pero
Rebel Baron
nalusaw
pathway
kasi sa
sitting at
tower eh.
100,000. And that's for another 2.5
Nag-start team fight,
minutes
wala na
to
siyang buhay sa
utilize that
tower
buff.
eh.
It's Caitlyn. Sieging is what she loves. That's what she wants to do all game.
Oh, yes, it is. Now IG, they can group up, they can get their 4-1 split push going.
5K gold
They have
din.
Orianna shields, they have Karma shields, so they can kind of comfortably
Di
group
abot eh.
up, take the vision through the jungle first, try and ward out any of these flank angles to make sure that you
Burn
don't
na lang
let
to.
T1 get an ideal
Makawalan
set
sila ng
vision
outer
angle off.
turret eh. Okay. Dunk, Faker.
who gets behind IG. Let's see whether they can actually get forward. Carrier's health bar already very low as Ona
Namatay
taking
agad.
so much damage. Puts Rookie into the Cataclysm. Is now Faker
Okay.
dashing forward, but they've lost Carrier already. The bullet time not quite
Kaya ba?
doing that much, but the all
Faker! Faker! Ubus sa kanya, boy! Uy, dito mama. Pero patay pa rin. Patay pa rin. Ah!
Oh no, never mind. Faker is going to be taken out.
So, yung highlights na eh.
Torn hunting for the Shy. And Wei will
Si Deshay. Ayan yan. Naglalakad lang yan. Naglalakad lang yan. Pero nababahay time. May nagtele. Sino nag-TP si Rookie?
This Scion is really hitting towards that.
Oh yun. Hindi na-cancel.
Teleport is going to be employed here by Doran. Unfortunately for Gumiushi,
Mauubos na lang yung wave.
all he can do is really hit minions and run. And
Nice.
Rookie is going to
Buy
stop
time na
that
lang.
from being
Para
a
maubos
possibility.
Baron.
As he is
Bilis niya
running.
tumakbo.
So,
Feeling ko buhay siya
yeah,
dito.
this does run pretty fast. Let's see whether Gumiushi can make
Buhay
the
siya
great
dito.
escape
Ang bilis
here
niya tumakbo.
Boots of
is
swiftness.
going to be able to walk between
Sayang,
these.
highlight
Naked
ni.
range slows down Rookie, and I think he's out.
Di
I think
tumama
he's
ini
fine.
Faker. Di siya mabol niyan. And
Never mind,
may
there's a
ulti.
train coming. There's a train coming.
Ah!
Just walks between the walls.
Ala, nag-flash.
From the Shy. Can he actually connect to Q though? That's
Patay siya pag nanakap. Ayun na nga, nanakap. Wala.
comes down and finally
Wisit na yan.
to Gumiushi, and he will die. But that took what felt like a year. And so maybe T1 are going to be able to reset.
IG just circumnavigated all of Summoner's Rift.
Ang hero yan.
I would say that that is not appropriate utilization of a Baron.
Uy, sayang. Okay na yun. Out na, out na.
Well, let's take a look at the skirmish through the river now, because Wei's got his Guardian Angel, feels very confident here. Faker.
Patay yata si Faker.
Down there's a Cyclone to chain the CC. Grand Entrance
Eh,
comes
buhay siya,
through
buhay siya,
just
buhay
to
siya.
buy some space. Carrier able to save Faker for now. Does throw down the
Buhay siya,
Cyclone.
buhay siya.
Redemption is really good though. That will keep Faker alive, and Ona now moving in. Rookie clearing out vision, but T1 now with information. But this is going to be Soul Point. The last one, T1 were able to actually take, and so this is not going to be the Mountain Soul, but every time these Mountain
Higit
Drakes
mata
are
mo.
stacked up, IG gets more and more difficult to take down.
Oo nga, kung pumangit position niya, nandito mama third niya eh.
That IG missed, so Faker was able to teleport back for the flank that we were
Oo.
talking about. And so they
Hindi
can't
na makaka-TP
get
pabalik
right there
yun.
with a decent amount of damage, but the critical point comes after
Ayun oh, ubus sa kanya yung likod oh.
the kill onto Gala as well
Sayang.
as onto the Karma.
Kahit kay Wei lang eh. Kung tumama kay Wei yun, patay yun.
And it was the backflip. If that shuriken backflip lands onto Gala there, that's an ace.
Sayang.
That's a
Pero
wipe.
target niya talaga si
But,
Rookie.
this time around, as you can see some frustrations here on T1. Often with a
Si
big
Mata.
smile on his face,
Si Mata
comes
yan.
around looking very serious. And the question was asked on the desk, right?
Nakita yung shuriken eh.
How are they feeling coming into this game? I don't think it's nerves necessarily, but I can see that they are certainly in this game with a lot of respect for IG and what they're capable of. And so far, it has worked and it hasn't.
Honestly, I think that IG
Isang ganun pa.
for sure
Lang
should
na
win,
Kali.
right? Like, they literally have two Guardian Angels and they have the Zonias on Rookie as well. So like they are so safe. Oriana Shields, Karma
Zonya
Shields.
pa yung Ori.
Wait, 8 because the Shy goes into zombie mode.
Yeah, the Shy is crazy tanky. He can go into zombie mode. Like IG are so loaded right now. with
Zonya pa
all
yung
of
Ori.
this advantage.
Walang ya.
So T1 would have to pull out some miracles here.
Paplank si Doran. Okay.
Potentially going
You
to
know,
be a flank as
nahuli si
Carrier
Carrier.
just taking so much damage here.
Wala namang objective eh.
Baker walks over
Makaka-reset
Bordeaux
siya.
as IG looking to catch these flanks. It's exactly what they
Naku,
have to do.
naiiwan.
Win condition is flank angles.
Hindi
That's what
siya
they have to
makakaidon, may
find.
tao.
But the Shy is going to look for the Akali. And Faker gonna have to use
Hindi
his
siya
dash
man.
cannon defensively to get himself out.
Wala naman objective eh.
It will work. You can see it's a 7,000 gold lead here for Invictus Gaming. And the Baron is going to be up again in 35 seconds. And already it feels like anywhere they walk, they have control of it.
Yung spellbook ba nga ngayon dito, ganun pa rin, gaya dati?
For IG as well as they can, as long as they
Hindi
walk in
napapalitan-palitan.
groups, feels very confident, and they can buy a lot of time too, even if someone gets.
Okay.
We mentioned the Guardian Angels, the
Parang
Zonias as
dati nga.
well. So they can also, a lot of the members can buy a lot of time if T1 have been able to get into a sneaky brush or
Baron na naman.
some sort of fog of war play to their advantage. But we're looking at that clock tick down, Atlas. Only 2.5
Oo nga,
minutes
sinula na nag-ward sa
till the
late game.
Mountain Soul arrives
Puro
to
lens na.
Summoner's Rift. Baron is here and does throw a little bit of extra risk into things, but I think that IG should just remain controlled in order to progress this game and try and finish it out.
Patatang item na si Idol.
Chunk na naman si Kerry ah. Dapat ni Kerry eh.
Information gathered here by IG. Rookie moving towards his top side. If this can actually be a pick, you can see Faker is lurking. Well, we can't see it, but we know he's there. We can feel it. Rookie can feel it too, though. He's
Tipin na lang siya.
out of the way. Teleport comes in from Carrier to get back.
Chunk na naman, kakatipi niya lang. Putik. Oh, si owner din. Naku po, namatay. Bigay na yan. Feeling ko bibigay nila to.
Alright, let's see. They should be able to get it. There's no smite to steal, so it would actually have to be a miracle from T1.
Mukhang lalaban ah.
Let's see whether they can actually make a team fight.
Guma's not on Varus.
Yeah, and
Nakasmite si Kerry eh. Feeling ko lalaban to. Lalaban to, nakasmite si Kerry ah. Nakuha! Ay, joke lang. Sabi na eh, kaya siya nandun eh. Oo, nag-100. Luto ko lalaban, nakasmite nga pala.
This game, I think it's going to be a different story because I think like the Shy can go underneath the turret and like spam emotes for a minute and a half and still not die.
Yeah.
Tatry nila si Rocky.
100% agree here. IG with so many advantages. Medjai is even upgraded here for Rookie. He's got the book. Feeling very confident in the side lane. They've got teleport on the Shy, 4-1 split push. Multiple people shadowing here to make sure they can just use the Baron, create all of this.
Sakit ng Orion eh. Sumabog si owner kanina.
Litter this jungle full of wards. Make sure that T1 have such a difficult time to approach that it becomes almost.
Aray, putya.
Yeah, Gala does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. 4 items now completed, getting very, very close to just filling out that build. As T1, their base under fire, only a few
Bukas
shots
pa mamamatay itong Sain. Naku, pinilit si Guma. Okay, boy pa, nice. Ganda ng ult ni owner. Kaso di makapasok sa Faker. Daming nakabantay.
He's gonna look for Doran, who just dives away and goes all out. He survives for a long time.
Uy, pa yung wukong. Wala, inarangan ng staying Sayon yan. Langiyang hero yan. EG 1-1.
With a triple kill from Rookie. T1 gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Tataas talaga eh.
Pretty spicy this year, Atlas.
I'm looking forward to the next best of 5 between these two teams that we're going to have afterwards, right, Kobe? We're going to have one of those, right? Can we convince everyone?
Elimination on the line, 1-1. IG versus T1 here gets evened up.
Wala na yung Sayon sa wakas.
Incredible series this is turning out to be, but now to break down the beginnings of what has become a best of 3 is our gorgeous analyst desk.
Feature. It's amazing the fact that
Absolute
we're getting
cinema.
a series like this.
Laki ng goal na nabawi dun sa top.
This, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's been a nail biter. It feels like both games have been constant moments back and forth. So hard to predict at each point of the game who's going to come out ahead. And it's been down to every single little moment, little outplays, little just displays of talent.
Ayun to. Oh,
you know what?
type
I
to.
want to take a look at that gold graph because we've been talking about this. I want to see if the gold shows it because it's been team fight after team fight after team fight. IG do it this time. They take it until the end. They take it until the next.
Wala na si Ruler.
It's been a lot of fights. They had to work for this one.
Wala na ba si Ruler sa IG?
When we were trying to build a segment like this, it's like, okay, IG has control of this game now. No, T1 has control of this game now because a lot of it was like T1 trying to dive on towards Gala, and what we saw from Gala in the last few months, we're seeing that and then more now.
Chika-chika muna sa inyo, guys.
Being protected very well with a composition like this, and he is playing Caliph on the edge.
It was very clear. T1 came in with a game plan. It was to kill Gala with this Akali, make that work. And I do think as the game went on, it started to get more and more difficult. And even if they got Gala, it wouldn't necessarily work. But this was a great example where they're trying to get on top of him. You know, you see Faker making sure Mako can't be there to assist, but he can't get on top of Gala initially. Carrier goes down. He finds access later, but Gala's getting the peel, getting the shields, getting the support from his team.
Yeah, Summoner heal, the Redemption heal, the shielding from both champions. This composition I thought was really smart from IG side. I think the drafts have been great from this team. And then on top of that, their Dragon controls, exceptional. The ward to be able to catch out Akali that's coming on flanks multiple times throughout this game, really well done. So like IG
Sige,
is
mag-follow,
a
Kit.
new beast coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. And we saw T1 trying to maneuver around this right off the bat with the early swap, dodging the matchup, not giving KT
Sayang
and
yung go ni
Gala that
Faker
lead,
doon.
but
Nakita
he
niyo
still
yun?
manages to do it because
Ba't natalo T1?
despite Kyria's flank, it was just
Tignan
impossible
natin.
to touch
Sa
him.
nagsimula yung
and
graph.
actually, even it got to the point where if they did kill Gala, there was so much
Inudong
power in the rest of
bando,
the
25
competition, and
minutes,
this Sion
guys.
became unkillable. The
Doon
Wukong
nakabawi
started to
T1.
build,
Teka,
and
panoorin
started
natin
lacking
yung replay.
when it
1-1 na,
got to the
1-1.
fight.
I just love the adaptation.
Yeah.
Too many ways he puts on the Sion game.
Hindi ko lang,
I'm
mimit
right.
ko lang to,
Could
ah.
not touch him. I love the Sion. Love
Malakas
the
si Faker.
adaptation.
Malakas si Faker talaga.
Only of IG.
Pero ganun talaga, may mga ups and downs pa rin naman. Eh no, dito sila nakabawi oh.
Around here. So first part.
Shadow
25 minutes nag-spike yung graph eh.
more stats for this Sion.
25 minutes.
That's gonna stay
Dito.
okay.
For the flank angle, there's a
Oo nga,
Here
dito
with
nga.
the 2 items, definitely painful.
Doran. He's going to look for the flank angle. There's a flash Cataclysm to come on through. Finally, the knockup does come in now.
Dito nakabawi
Whoa,
yung ano
goes
guys.
down to half health. Carrier trying to get himself out of there, and he will. Gumayushi gets a decent amount of damage, but leaves
Dito
himself
nakabawi yung
exposed.
IG.
It just blows up as Doran gets on in
Ay
there.
hindi, dito pala nakabawi yung T1.
And T1, it's a...
Tapos dito nakabawi yung IG.
Going deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 out.
Sayang talaga yung tower hits. Nanginahin ako sa tower. Tignan nyo. Tignan nyo buhay ni Doran nung nag-start yung team fight.
Doran is going deep.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo shot.
Ayan na, nag-start na yung team fight. Wala na siyang buhay. Nalusaw siya sa tower tsaka sa skill lang Ori, no? Sayang.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over.
1-1 guys, 1-1. Maganda yung laban actually.
On to the completed.
Sayang.
The rest of
Yun lang talaga yung... Pero feeling ko kung naabot niya yung Ori,
He's got
worth.
3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes
Kaso
on
hindi, ang bilis eh.
is phenomenal
Enti
damage
pa
as
rin.
they take down
Tsaka call ng
Gumayushi.
team yun,
The shy deals
Ori.
with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the
Dito
heck
sila
out of Faker.
nakabawi,
He
guys.
goes in, he finds Scholar in the back line.
Si Baker, tinaray niya na lang pumitas bago siya mamatay.
Going to fall.
Di rin
That's
gumana.
an ace for IG who turn it all on its head.
Pareho nag-joke.
IG as well. IG tower.
My
Dun
God.
bumawi.
Okay, let's have a look at what just
Waiting to
Teka lang guys ha, wala ako naman pagkain. Kuha din mo na kayong pagkain.
And that's what I
Para
like, because
ano,
we've talked about this patience.
masarap
We've talked
kain
about
natin
the
sa
fact that
Game
they should
3.
have waited during
Para
the
kumakain tayo
game.
habang
But
naglalaro.
this
Ay,
patience
nanonood.
just showcased this
Teka,
patience
BRB.
throughout the vision setups that they had.
Yeah, I feel like they took a lot more time with this one. I think they knew that with their composition in this one, really the timer was working against T1.
Yeah.
And I think T1 for me, there's been some question marks. You know, the MF that came in here didn't give me too much confidence. The Trundle in game 1 into the Kiana. I feel like one of the concerns I had for T1 is you're coming in on a fresh patch. You're coming in not super warmed up. You're coming into Worlds. As you said, they normally are a ramp-up team. This is not them at their best.
Yeah.
And you only have today. If you don't win this series, you're out. And it is 1-1 in the series. They're still with very good chances of making it, but it's not the best form we've seen from them this year.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, for Invictus Gaming, I think they're honing on to what their identity really is. The Shy being on tanks for both games, both the Rek'Sai and the Sion, putting all your eggs in towards Gala, getting a control mage, and just playing a straight, simple front-to-back composition. When I was seeing them playing Jason and swapping it between top and mid, I didn't think it was working out well for them at all. So then being able to see what is a clear vision from this team right into this tournament, it's working out well for them.
We are seeing T1 on blue side
Yeah.
for next game. So 2 questions. First one, what do you want to see them prioritize, and who's taking us to match point here?
Ooh. It's tough. I mean, we need to see a playmaker for Owner. I think we were right at the beginning of the day in trying to like get him empowered. He is an incredibly strong jungler, but right now it feels like a lot is going well for Wei, so that would be one thing that I would want to see from them.
Yeah, I think just you need more DPS in the composition. That was what was lacking game 2. The Jarvan pick was good, but it just felt like, you know, you need more for late game insurance if you're going up against a composition like IG had in that situation. So I think just there were some glaring weaknesses game 1 and game 2 of the comps. Game 1, they could still make it work. Game 2, they really couldn't.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if I can put the stock into like all the scrim rumors about Invictus Gaming. Now it feels like I can. Now I feel like the jacket, I'm wearing
Oh,
it.
it's
brother.
back.
It's
He
back.
finally believes.
I didn't believe after game 1. I'm fully believing in them now. So I think it's going to be Invictus Gaming taking this one.
Oh,
yeah,
all right,
already calling it.
all right. We'll see this right after the break. It's 1-1 in this first series at Worlds so far, and it is delivering. Let's see who takes us to match point right after this.
Hope it didn't curse them.
Yeah, he's got 3 items now completed. The rest of T1 comes on over. That is going to be a solo shockwave on to the K'Sante as the Shy crashes into them. That is phenomenal damage as they take down Gumayusi. The Shy deals with Doran as well, and T1, now it's their turn to run the heck out of there. Faker, he goes in, he finds Gala in the back line, and then just gets shot in the head. T1 are going to fall. That's an ace for IG, who turn it all on its head.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Low, balita. Wala mag-aaway sa comment, ha? May Pinoy daw sa IG? Meron ba? Check ko nga yung ano. IG lol. Tignan natin yung mga nationality nila. Hindi na ako masyado updated sa mga lineup ngayon eh. Wala. May sumisigaw sa labas namin. Wala, ganun talaga guys. Ano kasi, tsaka team call din. Feeling ko ngayon, sa game na yun, nabuisit lang sila ng sayon din. Yung lane swap nila, pabor sa sayon eh. Taba na Tuxedo. Shoutout kay Bemboy din. Pa-share ng live guys. Magi-start na tong ano. Game 2, 1 minute. Kasama ko si Rebenga sa live. Sinama ko siya kasi pag nanonood ako ng mga ganito, medyo tahimik ako eh. Kaya sinama ko siya para may kasama akong ano, kakwentuhan. Kaya lang guys. Teka guys, gutom na yung pusa ko. Kainin ko lang yung pusa ko guys, wait lang.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2025. It's the play-ins, it's a best of 5, but now it's been transformed into a best of 3 as IG has equalized the series. And Kobe, we were walking back after game 1 and we were like, the only thing we really need for this to be perfect is for IG to win the next game. And guess what? They won the next game. And now it doesn't matter what happens. It's a banger series.
And it's interesting that you say equalize as well.
Game.
Priority, he's still available here. We're getting deeper into Fearless. And I feel like this might be the Rumble game. We'll see though.
Also, this is all going to change, right? Because finally, we've got a side switch. So T1 will move over to the blue side. We have the Kai'Sa remaining. That will stay as first ban here, understandably so. They're still going to get rid of Braum here in the first round. I wonder what they're fishing for. It looks like they're fishing for a first pick. We'll just have to see what it is.
Yeah, it opens up a lot more melee engage supports for yourself. Also kind of dissuades the Lucian Bomb combination and stuff like that. Alright, let's see. Is the Poppy still going to get banned? Because that thing value also is like still so high with later and later into Fearless.
I would have expected if they were going to go for a Rumble V1 that Braum would have been an on, right? But instead, the Braum is going to be banned away. Yunara is what was left up. Yushi's going to play it. This is a champion he hasn't necessarily found a whole lot of success on. And we'll see whether he is going to be able to take it to Gala and IG in this game.
Okay, investing in it really early on. That's a champ that definitely benefits if the team comp you're playing against are kind of short range and they group up a lot, so you get a lot of It's a champion that does not benefit when the enemies have point and click CC that can lock you down. So this is, you know, Vi is in the past when Zeri was a mega big problem of super hyper carry, that point and click, that is the solution. So see if that works on Yunara as well. The guaranteed engage, and Vi has been a good champion, lot played 4-way, so see what they want to pair it with here. I will say, Equalizer we were talking about. Okay.
Alright, so that's going to be locked in. The Shy going to be taking the flamethrower towards that top side, and this core already from IG is pretty hard for T1 to deal with. Xin Zhao from Ono, this is his all-time favorite. And he will just snap lock that one in. And the Galio paired alongside it. This one was a relatively obvious one, and protect the president could be something that they could do alongside Gumayushi. Hopefully, T1 can turn him into a point of success here for the team, play around him effectively.
Yeah, the Galio, good lane here into Rumble, and then as you're saying, you can use your ultimate on the Yunara to protect her.
That's a Smolder.
Okay, we get the stacker.
Did you guys have this in
Xinxiao yun guys, yung gamit ni Yona.
When you were there, the Smolder answer into Yunara? Because we had it experimented with. The first time around didn't quite work, but then it did. So it sometimes does
We also played a decent amount on the patch where Yunara got Giga nerfed. So we actually didn't get as much Yunara even to start out those trades. But yeah, here we go. We are going to get it on stage here. Gala going to opt into it. And is going to be still going to go for Ornn ban out on the other side.
Parang Bane yan, di ba? Maraming tambol.
Yeah, I mean, it is Faker as well. So you're like, you know what? We're not guaranteed that it's going to be like a Galio counter directly into the Rumble.
Yeah, I saw the Galio locked in, and I'm like, that's going to Faker. But you're exactly right. It is a very popular anti-Rumble. We'll just have to see how it is going to go. As the Rel taken away here from Mako. See whether another engaged support is going to bite the dust as well. Leona and Nautilus probably the ones that stand out in our minds as far as those engage options are concerned. One last band then to come on through. T1's former coach in Danny was in fact after the year after Tom came in. So handing on over of the torch.
Okay, next pick.
So let's see what he has planned. Is the Lulu taken away here? Aurora going to be the ban for T1. Now Gala, what is he locking away? Maybe Rookie's champion will allow Mako to counterpick. That would make the most sense.
Good. I like the Lulu ban, taking that away from the Yunara pairing. That get very dangerous.
Sana ka-live.
What is Rookie? It could be something.
So Ari got buffed on this patch. Well, I mean, they want to see where this Galio goes. So they want the Galio flex to be fully revealed first.
Renata is just locked. This was actually punished pretty hard by T2 played T1 in the past. The win rate on the Renata isn't fantastic this year for Carrier, but has already seen the Leona, so doesn't need to worry about it too much. And it's most likely that Smolder heading down towards the bottom side unless Rookie does want to pilot that one himself. One last pick to be locked in for Doran. What is the answer to the Rumble? Or what is Faker's pick going to be? And it's looking like
Galio.
as that Galio flex to the top lane will be coming on through.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I was originally thinking, and we do get the lane answer, and we're going to have the big Annie.
Rumble Galio. Okay. Tamang Galio.
Which means that Rookie final reveal here. Interesting way. Does have long range, does have big AoE burst damage, scales. Can also have some nice AoE CC here on the grouping.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it myself, just as far
Faker
as what this composition looks like. There's already a lot of magic damage coming on through. Smolder will be relied upon a lot in the later stages.
Mga panalo ni Faker sa LPL, puro siya Galio dun eh.
Potentially get run over when it comes to mid game. But if the way scales, like you say, he's able to get into position. I mean, approaching this team is going to be very, very hard. Especially if there are any choke points involved and that red carpet is laid down by the Shy. T1, I think this is probably the cleanest draft we've seen from them so far in this best of 5.
All right, let's see it. Game number 3 here, T1 versus IG. We get the Smolder lock-in for Gala. Especially when the Smolder gets
Sana magamit ni Doran, no?
fire, you're gonna have wave range as well as like Rumble ultimate range and rapid fire range from IG.
And the follow-up is actually pretty ridiculous.
Hindi
Right? They managed to get enough damage down.
Lahat ng lane swap to eh, no? Unless iwan ng... Unless iiwas ng Rumble.
So IG, a lot of these eggs are in the Gala basket. And you know what? There's no basket that's looking better on IG at this point in time. And so game number 3, I do feel like T1 in a good spot, right? With the composition that they have, but we'll just have to see whether it's going to work against an IG that have looked tenacious in their last couple of matches. The fact that JDG made that series look like it was over in game 1, and then it was
So,
IG, certainly not a team to be counted out at any stage. Let's hope that T1 have done the right adjustment moving into this game number 3. Looks like we might have a little bit of a delay moving into this next game, but honestly, it wouldn't be a T1 series without a bit of a pause.
You said you had inside information.
About sources. My source is still good, but I still don't want to give them up. So I have all the information in my vault-like brain. However, I cannot divulge any of it.
Can you tease us? Maybe some hints? Maybe like a riddle? What about?
Oh, not that kind of thing. What could I say?
It's really, I'm sorry, coming up with a riddle is really hard on the spot.
I was going for it. I was working on it.
Okay.
My brain was trying to figure something out. Didn't quite get there. It's hybrid. Welcome to the Cast Desk. I know we don't spend a lot of time together here, but thankfully, when we get pauses, we do get to hang out.
Yeah.
And, that is fantastic.
Chat will help us craft a riddle.
I wasn't going to do the riddle. I was just going to like say a word silly. That was my goal.
I like the Atlas word silly. Those are the best. Slurkle is one of your greatest pieces of work.
Oh, thanks, Kobe.
I love
you know what?
Slurkle.
A lot of my colleagues thought that Slurkle made them feel a little bit uncomfortable. So I really
What's that,
appreciate
Mao?
you liking it. And do you know what the best part is? We get to talk about Slurkles just before I say Slurkle a whole bunch of times because Yunara was picked in this game. For those that weren't, watching the LCK, which might be a whole lot of you, a Slurkle is just a circle that slows.
Okay, so
And we've got a few of those. I'm pretty sure there is one of those that is away as well. So, in fact, he has so many buttons. He's got about all of the circle abilities.
Okay, so yeah, what is so Slurkle, you say, is slow and circle put together for Yunara's W, because it doesn't do very much damage.
And also its name is like Arc of Judgment, which doesn't really tell the story of what it is, in my opinion.
So what would you call Quay's circle? That's the eyeball he puts on the ground, that if you go into it, it's gonna root. So it's a root circle.
Yeah, Rookle.
A Rookle.
Okay. That's easy. You just put circle and the CC together. I think when it gets a little bit complicated, right, is when you've got Leona's solar flare, which not only stuns, but also stuns.
Okay.
Sometimes you can only catch the Slurkle part, but then you can get hit by the stun Slurkle.
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, which really does add a whole lot. That's not even.
So is it a
I just
Sturkle
put
then?
stun at the beginning.
A Sturkle, the center is a Sturkle.
You need to put the L in. So
the stun.
Yes, you get stunned by the middle thing. So then the whole circle is still involved, right?
I like it. Okay.
So it has to have stun there as well.
Do I like it actually? I don't know.
Yeah. We got a Torkoal as well, the taunt circle.
Okay.
We've got a whole bunch of different circles in this one. But the Slurkle is the one that we're only going to be talking about. I've said the word so many times, it's lost all meaning. So a little bit of a tech pause. Do you want to have a guess? Have any guess?
Match winner mo, boss?
Usually you get
T1 talaga.
new champions. Maybe
3-1 T1.
Extra abilities, you know, so he
there
can
we
cause
go.
some
Just
problems.
trying to figure out
Maybe
what
it's
all the
Way's
abilities
fault.
do.
Yeah, maybe it's Yunara's fault.
I'm happy to blame Way. I do think that
As
it is
a
on
champion.
the T1 side, based on what I'm checking out on the
Ngayon din ba nag-draw ng stage ng bracketing?
hopefully it means that it's probably just a periphery.
Ano?
Obviously I know, but I'm doing my very best to hide the fact that I know and just guessing. So yeah,
Kailan ba?
that might be a ruse. But we'll just have to see. Doing our
Ba't naririnig ko boses ni Rebenga?
sorting it all out.
Si Rebenga, guys, naka-Discord kami.
The Shy in meditation.
Kasama kami ngayon sa Discord.
And do you know what I love about IG? One of my favorite things about this team is that they are all such veteran players. It feels often like it's only the fan base that's prone to tilt. The team will not care. Like, the Shy can have that game 1 and then just come into game 2 and do either exactly the same thing again or have it work. And he's still going to make it happen. And I just find that so
may inaayos ako, guys.
I mean, we have so many veterans up there, and so many decorated veterans. If you think about it, in this series, every one of the players up there is either a world champion, an MSI champion, or Doran.
No, Doran won MSI, didn't he? He has one.
Pa naman nag-i-start eh.
He did pretty well. But also,
Insereps guys kasama ko.
this year in 2025. The man, and honestly, I was a bit of a doubter. I was a doubter of the trade.
Smooth.
I felt like perhaps T1 weren't going to look like the same team, and man, those words were delicious when I was.
Kita nyo na si Rebs.
Over and over again.
Pag nagsasalita siya, iilaw yan.
Definitely not been the weak link.
Naririnig niya ako, naririnig ko rin siya, ganun.
This year,
Kakoms kami.
we are checking just to double to make sure that we haven't been caught with foots in mouths.
No, he got second.
Lolo Rebs to, guys, yung kasama ko. Ayaw mo ba kay Rebenga?
That was,
Sumbo kayo, ayaw nyo pala kay Rebs, ha?
Kina joined
just this year.
The extra year earlier, so wasn't actually able to do it. He was on HLE at the time, wasn't he? Yeah. So Doran, still looking for that one. We'll see whether they can put an MSI trophy together, because honestly, that has been the biggest difficulty for T1 is mid-year stuff, you know? They did manage to win EWC last year.
Alam guys, hindi ko ma-unmute sarili ko.
And MSI, one game away. Was
Teka lang using ko ulit.
From a Gen.G that have been pretty good at that time of the year. Getting a little ahead of ourselves though, T1 still need to win this best of 5 in order to make it to the Swiss stage and defend their world championship. Or it could be IG making their way back. And you know what? If T1 are not at Worlds, IG has won before.
I think if IG eliminate T1 here in Plains, they already are so
post
popular.
Pa naman eh, kaya okay
They're
lang
gonna
kahit
get,
tarangan.
statues,
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's going to be monuments.
Basta naka-take post, safe tayo.
The LPL so many times at Worlds.
Oh wait. That's a really good
Ba't
start.
kaya tinik-post no? Na-curious tuloy ako.
If
Yung issue.
T1 aren't at Worlds,
Kasi sinasabi nila
what's
yan eh.
the percentage of the time
Suppose.
that IG wins? It's like 50-50, you know?
It's way better.
There's not that many years that
I know.
T1 has not been there. and
Other
one of those
instant
years,
bonding
IG
to, guys.
managed to
Oh,
win.
I think.
Kaya
Wait, some video
Ay,
games?
the game na.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We want to apologize for prattling on for so incredibly long. I want to say thank you to the players.
Okay,
for
game.
pausing the game for us, so that we could talk about nothing for a
Score
long time.
1-1.
But now
Game,
we
game,
are
game.
back and ready to get onto the Rift here for game number 3. And the fans here as well, certainly sounding pretty ready to get back onto the Rift for this one. And what are the comps again, Kobe?
Well, we
got
did
Hwei.
get the Hwei coming in late. I just want to give credit to Hwei himself, because I came into this series, I legit thought that Owner was going to be, Owner versus Hwei was going to be the biggest gap. And Owner was going to gap him. But Hwei has been so good. That Wukong game definitely outclassed him. And so let's see if Hwei, as the Gyos go out.
Wow. IG fans getting loud. Their first taste of victory was pretty sweet here in game number 2. And that does mean they've won one of the games, and the other game they were winning for 80% of it. So it's looking pretty good for IG at this stage. I don't know whether I'm ready to go full Raz on it, but certainly moves in the positive direction. As Keria going to spot the Shy moving down towards his bottom side. And it is going to be a lane swap, this time built by IG. And Keria does have full information of what's going on. So Guma standing in this brush. I don't know whether T1 are too worried about going into a lane swap type scenario, because Inara also
Sabi ni Soft eh.
scaling in this game.
Iiwas
Maybe not
yung
as much as
rumble
Soul
sa
does.
Galio.
Not quite as infinitely, but still maybe feeling better on a few items
Okay
rather
yan.
than less.
Yeah, I think this is
Yata
smart
siya
from
dyan
IG.
eh.
You get to stack your Smolder really easily. If the Smolder had to play into the double range lane there and had to deal with the level 1 of Yunara is actually quite strong, because your Q is so strong, then I think this should help out the Smolder scaling and stacking quite significantly. Plus you get out of the Galio Rumble answer there.
Ooh, Slurple flies forward, but doesn't.
Aurahan siya na. Okay ah.
So I guess we'll see, how much will the payment actually be this time around? The Caitlyn Karma was able to get 3 plates worth of payment of extra gold for the lane swap.
And I do feel like Caitlyn is the quintessential I'm going to destroy your turret performance, right? Like that's the champion that she is. Inara, not necessarily quite as much that. And once the Shy hits level 6, it's going to be even more difficult to get lane states in positions that you want, just because of the flexibility that the Equalizer gives you. Now we do have a roam over from Mako though, for a little bit of an angle, hanging out in the fog of war for now to see where the Faker is going to move forward. Rookie down relatively low, and now Mako going to show himself. Molten Shield comes out.
Uy,
There's the
sumama.
flash, but it's not quite early enough as the jump comes through, but Faker is going to live. But still, flash employed, that is a big deal. The Shy now in trouble as well. Gumayusi presses Q and does a bunch of damage. Not quite enough. The Shy will survive.
That is a nice value window for Mako, because not only do you get the flash, but also the Zenith Blade still following and connecting means a lot of follow-up damage there. They still get the stun, they get a big
Baliktad
chunk
mo rin
onto
camera.
And Annie with
But-
no flash and
Oo nga no. Baliktad yung camera.
difficult here to deal with poke around mid lane. And we
Tingnan mo.
Vi is going mid lane, but Owner's bottom, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Mako's
Kala ko
going to turn
yung-
up here as they're at least looking to gank a plate towards his bottom side. As
Blades
there is
muna,
the
bago
knock-up, and
kill.
down goes the
Nice.
Shy. There's first blood for Owner on this Xin Zhao. This is what we wanted
Pa,
to see
tatakayin ni
out of
Owner.
this guy. As now
Ay,
Mako
hindi,
could be
hindi.
in trouble as well, but instead, T1 going to take their prize and back away. Way moving towards this bottom side as we say it. And IG, they're going to teleport in, but remember, that's a turtle port. It's going to take a while to get them there. And there's a handshake for Mako. Very polite, but unfortunately, not going to be able to stop the back here of Owner, who is now back towards his jungle.
Dude, how clean is Keria? I mean, they go for
Ay, salamat.
the plate, like you say, like, oh, we're just mining some gold off your turret. Don't
Gulat
mind us.
ako eh,
And the
ayusin
Keria
ko to eh.
moves up,
Kala ko
he
naman yung
slides
stream
the
ko.
handshake through, right onto the Shy, gets the rumble, they lock him up, and immediately delete him.
And the bailout gives you so much freedom to do that if you can guarantee the kills. As Keria, speaking of kills, this could be another one. And Mako just going to try and zone him away from the turret, get the Shy some much needed money. And now looking to try and put some pressure on. Gumayusi makes his way back. A 2v2 has reformed.
Kaya ata.
Circle actually getting more value than it normally does. Carrier down below 50% though. This is a difficulty. Is the minion wave also being frustrating? And IG will need to back away. He gets towards the wave, which is exactly what he wanted.
Right, clean up those CS. Area is fine. Of course, Gary has no summer spells after the dive, and so had to be a little bit careful there.
Yep, zapping down the wave is Guma though. And if we have a look at the CS margins between the two bottom laners, although one of them is missing, it is pretty close. Another Zenith Blade going to connect, but already a lot of damage onto Mako, but Faker is already dead. Only gets the knockup and takes down the Leona in trade. Gumayusi moving in as well. Wind becomes lightning, doing so much work. And the handshake holds onto the Shy.
Nabuhay si Keria, ba't kumarap?
He's going to silence himself. Keria gets taken out. They traded for the Rumble.
Boy.
It secures Owner his life, and he gets himself out of there. Gumayusi now trying to deal with
si
Rookie
Keria.
his way. He's getting a bunch of work done.
Uy, nice dodge.
From Guma.
Nice dodge.
Lazy. And Rookie's going to be able to get himself out of there, but man, Guma is angry about what happened in Game 2.
Honestly, I love the action in this series. It is getting bloody in Game 3, and it's very heavily in favor of T1, this blood, Atlas.
Yeah, the Shy is unhinged, man. He just goes for anything that's a potential play. As now Faker eats another Zenith Blade, but now Carrier going to be moving over alongside him. But there's the ulti out of Rookie doing so much work with the bailout. Can they actually keep him alive? The answer's no. Rookie gets the kill. And this way could become a problem as this game goes on.
The level 6 advantage for Rookie here. They're able to take down Faker in the aftermath, just as we're saying, oh wow, all this blood, T1 benefiting. They just had previously an over 1,000 gold lead, but it gets chopped down immediately as Mako and Rookie were able to answer. So Atlas taking stock after all the skirmishes here, through the river. Owner benefiting a lot, but Owner now under attack. He gets teleport.
He got the crab. Teleport is coming in here from Carrier to try and back him up. And now the grand entrance, the hero's entrance, going to come on through. Justice Punch to catch up to Mako. The bear is thrown down. The Faker's like, you can have my bear. I'm just going to go back to the wave.
Game 3 to guys.
There from the mid ganks that Mako's been throwing towards Faker's way. Gets the bear over the wall, secures the kill here onto Mako, and probably secures this dragon. Meanwhile, I do want to say that, point out, look at that top lane, because the mini-map there, Smolder just been having a very easy time up alone. We haven't had the camera up here by Gala. That's what Smolder wants, in a matchup versus melee champ, stacking away. And, good experience for it. Wait.
Oh, dear. Handshake comes on back through here onto the Shy.
Patay si the Shy.
There's the Crescent Guard as Owner trying to keep
Patay niya kay Keria. Nice.
Smite down onto the Dragon. As now they go in. Way looking for the engage angle, but the bailout is going
Patay niya yung bay. Nice.
Keeps himself alive. And Mako will be able to take him down with the help
okay na yan.
off to the side. The Shy on no help.
Nakakabawi na si Faker.
Will once
Bigyan mo kay
again claim
Faker.
some revenge. One little Q is going to be
nice.
Owner takes down the Shy underneath his turret.
Parang siya lang ni Rebs yun,
and they win out in the fight.
Owner goes for the chase. He flashes for it. 5 kills for Owner.
That's a big revive.
I reverse cursed. I opened up the game saying, oh wow, way. All right, well, here we go. Owner, he had a good ultimate there, so he popped way back with his Crescent Guard, then goes back and gets the dragon.
Pinulti yun, no?
As you say, this Renata bailout
nabatuan lang ni Rookie.
so many of these skirmishes. Did revive Guma, even though Rookie still can snipe him and take him down. Huge for T1. They collect the other kills, and now we're going to get to see the owner part of it. Probably just W flashes.
Second flash.
W flashes, hits
W
it,
flash.
goes to the tower.
And the Q is enough there for Faker as well. And Rookie, without a front line, is unable to do too much. So the way hasn't died yet this game. 2-0-2 is Rookie. Is still in a great position. Not doing a massive amount of damage at this stage. Merc Treads are what he had to go for to respect the Annie stun. And so it does mean that he's going to take a little bit more time to get fully online.
Yeah, at the very least,
Parehas
he invests in a Dark Seal, so that's always nice when the game is this bloody, and you can get that extra value. But definitely, like you're saying, yeah, it does need to scale up a bit with this champion. Some more AP behind it, and they've got that Gala stacking away on Smolder. 85 stacks for himself, only 9.5 minutes in. Quite nice there. The
Fearless drop to, Fearless drop to.
Up there with their lane swap that they opted into.
And they've been opting into a lot of things, like even skirmishes, when they're always going to be a player down at this stage of the game. And so, honestly, it feels like it could be a lot worse for IG. But T1 still with about a 2,000 gold lead here as we crest the 10-minute mark. Feels
Ba't
good.
minsan hindi nila kinukuha lahat ng 3 scrubs? Nagtitira ng isa? Alam ko hanggang 4 lang kailangan nyo dyan.
Come down is going to be joining them towards the top side, but it's just Gala dealing with the minion wave. And Wei picking some petals, moving towards Faker, who is on the right side of this lane right now. Well, the left side of this lane, if you're watching the screen. But the correct side of the lane. Now some plates going to be eradicated from this top lane out of rotation.
I mean, honestly, this is when I was talking about this was what I was expecting from Owner. This was more along those lines of what we're kind of expecting coming in. And he's got this big gold lead. Early Sundered Sky completed always makes you like the king of Summoner's Rift for junglers.
Yep.
With all that extra money, and so he just continues to apply pressure, circles back around here, just to make sure that they are going to have the extra push right back in.
Oh, puro siya ikot eh.
Yep, Mako now going to be holding this wave so the Gala can collect as many of these minions as possible. And Rookie, that's a big chunk.
Oh,
If he lands the combos, the blade really does a whole lot of work. And it's kind of cheating, right? You get double in fights as well. If he
stats ni Faker sa ano.
Yeah, it's not fun for Annie. You're short range, so you just get pelted.
And Faker going to take a lot of damage from
kailangan
that
niya
despair. But as you can see, normally Faker doesn't have too much trouble against the LPL. And you can see also that it's not always 3-0s. It's not clean, but he gets it done in the end. And as we can see right now, T1 in a pretty good position to get themselves towards match point. But on the other side,
there are some players in IG that have had a lot of success versus T1, specifically at MSI, and have beaten T1, the organization, in the past to win MSIs.
And look, as you can see here, the glimmer of hope. Mako, Gala, and Wei, who were able to take down Faker in 2022, of course. A lot of the victories that we saw in the head-to-head between Rookie and Faker was group stages, things like this. But Mako, Gala, and Wei have done a whole bunch of work. And Mako, of course, back over 10 years ago at MSI, the very first one.
Also want to point out that it was important that Faker had Keria on speed dial on that last, Wei ultimate that he soaked under tower.
Mamaya
like,
papakita.
Immediate redemption.
Redeem me.
Please, immediately redeem me. I need the healing.
Tuto pa iba para
So
mag-activate
he
yung
was able to
Elder.
survive that, but yeah, it is the onslaught from the Wei trying to poke him down under tower, creating the pressure. Still though, Owner is massive with those 5 kills, so he's going to work in tandem with the duo lane there to go steal away the blue, use that pressure, the benefit of all these early skirmishes that they have been able to get from themselves, that power.
Yeah. Speaking of power, this is
Kahit
exactly what
naka-over
T1
ito,
wanted as far as
ang
this
damage.
matchup is concerned. Galio has been historically pretty good into the Rumble. Finally, we are actually seeing those two champions going head-to-head.
Oo nga eh.
Has a bunch of the
Kanila ngayon
items
Dragon.
a lot better in the matchup as well. There's a whole bunch of buttons going to be pressed. You can see the Rookie feeling very good about his position in this game. And as you mentioned before, Owner, he is going to be able to take down this dragon. Let's see whether this is going to be the cease and desist that will actually work, and it does in the blink of an eye. Tibbetts gets angry, but he is just 50 gold going over to IG at this stage. As now Gala sneezes on the minion wave. Owner comes on over, but they have full information as to what's happening. And with Rookie and Wei unlocked from the mid lane, there is no way that this dive is happening.
Ooh, yeah, they defend the bottom side and they delete the mid lane there. That was very nicely done. Super easy for IG. Rookie here on the way. Looks like he's going to scale pretty quickly. Atlas is going to be accelerated in that scaling endeavors. Almost a 2,000 individual gold lead. And we mentioned the early Dark Seal with all these extra stacks, so much extra power. Blackfire Torch been completed. Lots of damage behind this champion. And if you're looking at how the comps are going to interact later, even though T1 had this big early gold lead, not only did that get chopped down there with the extra kill, but even so, IG are not too scared of later on because they do have range advantages later on. They've got really, really quickly stacking.
Yun. Tatabi ng cleanse.
145 at 14 and a half minutes is absurd.
Yeah, he is stacking super quick. Their Hui, like we said, is rich and is doing very well in the opener. So You know, you're going to get to that rapid fire cannon point for Smolder really quickly. So then you can use your like rapid fire poke, your Hwei poke, and as long as Vi chooses correct timings, Vi and Leona, then it's going to be like hard for T1. They're going to have to choose their moment really quickly since they are at the range disadvantage, and you just kind of like gotta go for it and make the play fairly quick. Yeah. Owner might be able to do that. I mean, he is very strong on Xin, and maybe can find a way to just kind of bully himself in there and get a Galio ult on top or something.
See whether he can find an angle. Of course, Xin Galio has been a combo that T1 have used many, many times in the past. Not often the
nila
Doran on
objectives
Galio combo,
dito.
but Wei's
Patay na
way down towards
ata si
bottom
Doran.
side, and Doran on the Galio is on
Patay
our
na siya
screen,
dito.
but not for
Pakalar mo
long,
lang.
as the Shy is going to be able to burn him
Follow
down.
niya yung wave.
Just checkmate as the jungler walks in.
Yep. Nicely done. Pretty easy there. They knew that T1 were on the top side of the map, collecting those
Bias.
grubs.
Parehas kasi kami
Grubs
T1
for
guys.
one Doran.
Yeah.
You like that trade?
I would
Deal.
say it's
Dash
probably not necessarily the best, especially with this ticking time bomb that is the small dragon that is here on the top side.
Di
I
pala
feel like
pwede.
IG have found stability, and they've also found themselves a slight gold lead. The one thing that's in T1's favor is the fact that they've stacked up 2 Drakes, and Hextech Soul is ludicrous. We have not necessarily seen it be, you know, immune to losing, but it does certainly help out. And Gumayusi on this Yunara has not necessarily had, you know, those big team fights to really prove himself just yet. We'll see whether he will be able to get that space in order to do so, because he not only has bailout available, but he also has the Galio there with a heroic entrance. He's got this Zhao who's mega fed to help stand in front. See whether it is going to work. As once again, the Shy versus Doran on the top side right now. And with the fact that this game is slowed down, I can't help but feel like T1 need to be starting to get nervous.
Yeah, the big thing for T1 is like, how are they going to force the issue here?
Whoa,
Uy,
there's the
nag-flash.
last taunt. His owner's
Patay.
going to move on up to try and take down the Shy. They're walking down the red carpet. He flashes away. The Winds of War
Nakuha
comes
mo
in,
lang
and there's the
owner.
knockup. 3 talent
Owner
strike,
rin,
and down
nice.
goes the Shy. A 4th death for this Rumble, but killing the Shy, is that a win condition? I don't think so. Unless, although I don't think it's a win condition for T1.
Nagbabasa ako ng comment minsan
Zenithblade
guys.
goes in, the handshake is going to
Uy,
be immune to
nice
flash
flash.
from Faker. Doesn't want anything to do with that solar flare as way. Able to get over the top as well with that Vault Breaker, and T1 avoid death.
That is really huge actually for IG to be able to get the flash down on Annie, because
kanila
you're
naman
looking at
kill
ways
eh.
for T1
Kill
actually
tsaka
force
tower.
on IG and close distance to that range advantage as the tower does go down in favor. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh, who won? Was that T1 that were able to grab it?
That was very close. Let's get the overlap update.
The shoes did go over to T1, so they, I believe, were able to lock that one up.
Regardless, though,
Yung ano,
without the flash, like they're really
Tempunk.
going to be counting on flash engages on the side of T1 to close distance on the Smolder, on the Hwei, that are going to be so powerful. So
Inong lamang.
There is Rookie finding some pot
Sa
shots.
ngayon
Very
T1.
difficult for T1 to deal with long
No,
range.
kayo rin.
Gala already
Buti walang bay
starting to
dun.
do damage here as the redemption comes through. Get the health bar back up and ready here for Ona, and they have to be decisive. And
Naku
they're
po.
going to be so, as the ulti comes on down there from Ona. Mako taking a lot
Okay
of
na, okay
damage
na,
as
okay na.
well.
Wala nang ult.
Will be the
Wala nang ult
follow-up,
Smolder.
just to zone them away
Pwede
from
kayo
the
mag-dragon.
area. This is sole point for T1.
Flash
They've
ult pa pala
already
si
invested
Faker.
quite a lot into this play as Faker, without that flash, like you said earlier, is going to turn up.
Pipil
It's
lang
going to be
to.
an honest 5v5. The equalizer is there for the Shy. We'll see whether
Ulti
he can
naman
layer
Galio
it in well. As Gumayusi standing in front, wanting to try and find an angle as they are able to take
Nice.
down the Dragon. There's
Bye.
the sole point, but there is the
Okay.
equalizer down as well
Trust.
from IG. Not necessarily
No.
getting the work done that they wanted to, though. As the
Magda-turn
Baron's
to,
going
magda-turn
crash
to,
on top
magda-turn
of
to.
the Rumble.
Sabi
He's
na eh.
the first to go down as Gumayusi grabs the kill
Patayin
in the
dalawa
fight,
sa Dragon.
and it's Doran
Holder
staying
oh.
alive for so long, IG.
Patay.
That was not the play you were looking for.
yeah, that was definitely
So,
not
yan
the
ang
Sidewalk
ulti
City
ng
just pulled up
Xin Xiao
right into
talaga,
Timbers, right into
puta.
T1. They actually get all of their
Sabi na
kills.
eh. Mag-turn
3
yan eh.
people down on the side of IG. T1 are going to just explode
Hintay niya lang
with
yung
the
Q
gold
niya eh.
here.
Kaya niyayakap niya yung
Tower's
pader
going to
dun eh.
explode as well, Kobe. Down this one will go.
Nice.
And Gumayusi is the hugest benefactor out of that
Prediction
fight. He
ko,
already had
T1
2
to guys.
items completed. We have Doran crashing
Uy.
Shelly into a wall because why not? And now the Yunara Smolder
Sana di
conversation
maulit
gets a
kanina.
little bit different. as she is now sitting on 3-1 and 3.
That was such an overchase. Let's...
Mama owner, Mama.
Okay, so
Mama
Blaze
siya eh, no?
initially tries to go for
Wala na
the
siyang
steal
skill,
there,
nagpa-cooldown
and
lang
it costs him a
saglit.
flash on the way out. But then they walk forward. The Shy's so far away
Eh,
from the whole rest of the
nagpapa-cooldown lang
team,
sila.
and they're going into
Ay.
Owner and
nakansel.
Doran in the pit, who are both tanky, and they're fine in the back of the pit. So
Naiilang
the
yung
Shy
Wei,
just
walang
get blown
mana
up
eh.
by the other members of the
Nakaharang
team
si
on the top
Guma.
side, and the rest of IG like funneled themselves into the bad spot, right into the Galio ultimate. That's in a great circle itself inside of the Dragon Pit, and so that
And
was...
speaking of circles, the Spiraling Despair was only on Carrier.
Yeah.
And he went down to like 2 health, and then didn't even die.
Takan na.
And from that point on, Rookie
Eh,
had
si
no mana,
Pega.
was not actually able to participate at all.
Tagtagad to.
And now we've moved to a 3,000 gold lead, and Soul Point, and Otacon is on the map. T1 are looking for an angle in, but IG do manage to get a few extra members
Sila
down
ni
here
ano
early.
ni
Truly a head scratcher there from IG. T1 very happy though. Owner 7 kills, fully stacked bounty on his head. He's got his upgraded boots as well.
Magta-turn na ata ate.
Yeah, they want to force around Otacon. T1 definitely would like another skirmish here immediately afterwards. His Galio ult has a little bit longer on a cooldown, so may not immediately. They could wait for
Natitiis
Doran's,
naman ni
cooldown
Owner eh,
before
no?
Galio ult to
Nag-ulti
come
lang
up and
siya
then
eh.
force.
See what they do look for that angle is you do have heroic entrance able to move in from the mid lane, so extra pressure available here for T1 as Chu goes wide. And Snare is being
Ayun na.
onto Owner, but damage onto the Xin Zhao isn't exactly the most permanent. Okay, the
Ayun,
flash
naabot
in
niya.
from Fury finds the knock,
Sayang.
chase after Gala
Ay, hindi, patay pa rin.
and again the kill is
Ay, patay. Ay, nagka-shield.
Gala surviving from
Maabot ni
the
Doran.
the flash forward from
Nice.
Yushin
Tapos
that
to.
puts him down, and Rookie will follow suit. Both carries in the blink of an eye, and this one is
Grabe
firmly in
yung show
T1's
dun
hands
ah.
now.
T1 want another fight around
Alam ko
Otacon,
na.
and they get their fight.
Galawang Rebengo eh,
They're
sabi
gonna
ni.
get the prize afterwards as well.
And man, if you when I was looking at this
Halata
composition, I
eh, no?
wasn't
Yung
thinking
inoto niya yung ward eh, no?
Flash Auto was going to be the engage
Matik.
option, but that's exactly what Ono was going for. As Gala does get knocked away to relative safety,
Ulti.
but he had no health. He just couldn't fight anymore.
Yeah, Garya's ultimate does follow, and then Guma's like, I got this.
Oh.
Goes in with the flash, with the dash, closes the distance to chase down the rest of them. And Owner, so much better of a game this time around. You know, charges up his 3-talent strike, preps for the engage, goes for the flash, gets the initial flash out of Gala there, making the Smolder vulnerable to the follow-up engage from T1. And
Tas
they
meron pa yung flash
blow it
ulti
wide
ng
open.
Adi.
IG had been stacking so well. I mean, now Smolder, you know, is 236.
Kanina si Owner eh, ngayon si
But
si
they
Faker
lost
naman.
all this big, you know, advantage of gold lead that they had and all of everything that was going for IG. Now it's T1 with very large item advantage off the gold, and Dragon Soul coming imminently.
And
Uy!
Perfect Soul
Ano ba yan?
will mean that his poke composition is going to struggle a little bit to maintain their position, right? Because it's all about holding on to the phalanx, you know, hold the line, as it were. As
Ako
the
naiwan si
Foxy is
Owner.
going to be,
Ala!
leaving Owner out to
Ah.
dry. Now Gala flaps
Eh.
so much damage though.
Inagaw ni
Still
Faker.
be saving the Xin Zhao, and that is shut down money over to Rookie.
That Hex technology is dangerous, Atlas.
It certainly
They warned
is.
us
Bigay
against
game.
this in Arcane.
Ayun.
Arcane is now Rookie.
Patay
Oh,
mo!
he should have
Nice!
as well. Doran gonna be able to finish him off. He's now in an awkward position.
Okay, no flash,
but they
no
don't have
flash.
to deal with the
Ayun,
Who's
pinalasyan.
the problem?
Mainit.
Faker finds the angle under the rumble, and somehow their most fed member dying turned into an inhibitor time.
Yeah, T1 are just gonna flash on you. Everyone flashing over walls here. Doran flashes in, Faker flashes in, T1. They actually even take.
Ako yung soul.
Dragon's going down.
Yeah, they were looking for the dragon here. Hostile takeover
Okay lang,
will
mapatay
be
lang yung
avoided
dalawa.
for now, but it's a double taunt
Patay
beautifully
lang yung dalawa.
placed here by Doran. It is weight denying
Nakapatay
the
pa.
soul.
Buhay pa.
But they also managed to get themselves out. The Hex Gates are going to come on through as well as Gala is going to survive.
Faker, hanapin mo Faker. Hinahanap ni Faker.
And get out with the highway robbery. I don't think it's going to save the game.
Oo nga, no?
but it was pretty
Ayan,
funny.
naki-Faker.
Someone comes in and Faker says, yeah,
Wala siyang damage. Harangan mo. Ah! Buhay pa! Hindi, patay na. Patay na.
And will be able to take down the guy. Wants to be able to hand the kill over, but isn't going to do so. And will be able to secure it here. 18-8 is the kill
Ayop
score.
na
There's
game
been a
to.
lot of deaths in this game. and it's starting to get silly.
Casting with you is always fun, Atlas, but man, I'm having fun this series.
Yeah.
Is this what they call the T1 circus?
No, this is called Rise Group, baby. That's what we like to call it.
Ibaran.
T1 has decided to give us a little bit of a
Third
taste
agad.
from the LCK, and we appreciate it. They were, of course, in the Legend
Pero
Group.
sakit
but
na
this has
ng
Rise
smolder.
all over it.
This has been so much fun. These Hex Gates just providing the extra layer of comedy.
Kailangan nila si Owner dyan eh.
After all of these shenanigans, we are still heading towards a Hex Soul.
Debate ata nila
We
to.
are still heading towards
Ay, hindi.
another opportunity for T1 to try and collect it.
Sayang yung soul.
IG though, they did a
Anong
good
soul
job
yun?
of avoiding the first one and getting some kills on the way out.
Yun yung
too.
may kidlat,
So,
di ba?
Gala, as we mentioned, with this smolder, still could be a problem. Of
Kung
course, with
makita
all the
tayo
extra gold that
leasin
T1
ni
got
Owner.
with,
Oo nga, no, may
the
lesin
last,
pa to.
10 minutes of play or whatever is going to make it a lot more interesting.
Tatagal pa to.
She does have his Bloodthirst now completed.
Kung
so
nakuha
two
nila yung
items are
soul,
done for Yunara.
kaya na nila to
Probably wanting to
ay
get
Baron
one
eh.
more to feel fantastic, but still looking good. 2,000 gold in the lead. But we know, I mean, it's Smolder. Like, infinite scaling is a thing that we're going to have to deal with later and later into the game. So T1 still feeling like that clock does exist. 5,000 gold is pretty good for 25 minutes, but it doesn't look good for 35 minutes. And so let's see what kind of moves T1 are going to be able to make as the Baron has been up for 2 minutes time. And you can imagine they do want to claim control of the area, try and force this objective as best they can. Look for some turns. Hexgate's going to come on through
Ayun na si
here.
Owner.
Makes his way over.
Naka-GA na.
Pretty far. Looks like T1 are just
Ito na yung T1 call. Ay hindi, si Faker.
damage down onto Faker. Heroic entrance comes on in. Faker survives for such
Okay
a
lang,
long
trade,
time
trade,
as his
trade.
jungler
Trade sa
plays
jungle,
later.
Ward.
And I think T1 are feeling pretty good about that. No smite left on the rift. And T1 are
Mapupok
back
kayo
on
dyan,
the
boy.
objective again.
Yeah, they're gonna force
Kaya ba?
IG to come
Turn
to them.
data to.
Alright, hostile takeover comes
Ako,
through.
may
The immediate
cleanse.
cleanse out from Gala, though, who's doing a lot of
Aray,
work.
ang sakit ng
Gamishi
smolder.
just dives into the front line. I don't know whether that's
Mamaya
a good
na.
call as the taunt
May
is
execute
starting to go
kayo.
wide. Now Gamishi has to avoid
Uy, ang ganda ng
everything
turn.
in the ulti
Joke lang.
from Oda. He goes down into his GA and they
Hindi,
take
boy,
out
si ano.
Mako. I don't know how this is working, but it's looking pretty good at the moment for T1.
Babalik si
But the
Owner.
shutdown comes in. The answer from Gala. And T1 will have to back away.
Ang sakit ng smolder.
Able to kind of clutch here. I mean, honestly, I thought Owner was going to stay in when he revived
Ay,
from
ang
his
hero
GA.
yan.
Maybe some miscommunication because Owner flashed out when Doran went in.
Yeah.
Naka-AI
to
na
go
yan
for the
pagbalik.
further engage
Ayun na
onto
nga,
Rumble.
AI na.
So a little bit of miscommunication there for T1 in a clutch moment, and it opens up the door here for
Smolder game
IG,
to.
Atlas. This
And it
is
closes the door on the T1 Baron, right? Like that was what they were looking for. And it almost looked like they
Turn
were able
call
to claim
sa ano eh, may cleanse lang yung small. Ito magbabaron.
Oh man, I am so scared of Gala. This little dragon just does so
Walang
much
flash
damage.
smolder
They
tsaka
start with the
cleanse.
Baron themselves now,
Baka
so they're looking for a
bibiglayin
turn
to.
angle. Gala taking a lot of Baron damage as we can
Doran.
see Doran getting it amongst it immediately.
Okay lang,
Regrets
okay lang.
that decision.
Fight
He's
time
able
lang.
to flash his way out. That is a big cooldown. You mentioned flash engages are what T1 are all about. That is not going to be available here for the Galio. Keria moving on over. They want to take control of this.
Keria.
Keria is well and truly far up in this lane as they look for the Shy. He flashes out of
Kita
the way
Shy.
of the taunt. That looks pretty
Okay,
good.
Guma.
He's able to finish
Huwag ka lang
it off.
mamatay, Guma.
Still, Rookie does so much
No,
damage. He's
namatay si
held in
Guma.
place As Wei says no to Gumayushi, and he's so much more important to this team.
Si Dragon
than
ba?
the Shy is
30
to
seconds?
IG. As long as Gala is alive, IG can win.
Kombigay
fights.
Dragon
They
ulit
have to
to.
commit so far to get the kill that then they're giving back the trade kill each time.
Try.
And IG do get to push the minion waves after, and they still, like, they have objective bounties up for IG because of the 3 dragons, because of the gold lead for T1. Wait a
Yo,
second.
Owner.
They're going to be face checking
Oh
here.
no.
Vaultbreaker brings Wei
Hindi, walang
in,
smolder,
but
walang
he
damage.
lost that opportunity. As you can see,
Walang damage,
Rookie
walang
over
damage.
the side, and he's starting to do more and more damage with double burn items now completed. Gala takes some Winds of War damage. T1 are able to back
Sakit to.
themselves out, but this is another opportunity for Seoul that it looks like T1 are going to get denied.
Nabigay nga
Are
yan,
they just
oo.
going to move towards the Baron? Is that going to be the opportunity here as the Drake will be secured here by Wei, but he's going to be out of position on a potential Baron take. Gumayushi now
Mahirap.
going to be moving
Iward
back
yung
forward.
Baron eh.
And T1, this is looking so dicey. That gold lead is evaporating as we speak.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fake gold lead because of how well IG, scale with their range later. Gala and Rookie here on the Hui and the Smolder are so dangerous. So you're looking at the flashes on T1.
Flash ult si Faker,
all
no?
the initiators do not have their flashes anymore.
Yep.
So Gala
Wala,
can
may
play
cleanse
so
na.
aggressively. His cleanse is coming back up.
And Cease and Desist just came off cooldown, so Wei, he can do it again. He can find another angle onto Gumayusi, who does have his flash up, but flashing isn't going to help you when the Vi is definitely just going to throw you into the sky and slam you down. T1 are going to be pushed away from this river. The Dragon taken for free here by IG, and T1 unable to find any sort of avenue
tagal yung
to get themselves
Paparadrid
priority
stocks
around
na.
the Baron, and now that gold advantage, half of what it was.
Oo nga
We were
eh.
talking about it before. T1 going to have to find something and find it soon.
Well, Guma might find an Infinity Edge soon.
Oh, that's pretty.
So that would be something. That would be some big damage here. And he has been jumping in and collecting a lot of these extra kills here when T1 need to get scrappy.
Nag-aantay nga.
But the key flashes, okay, Owners is
Hintay
the
niya ata yung
closest
ano.
to coming back up.
Pang item yan. Yan yung parang Infinity Orb. Parang Infinity Orb yun eh.
Kyria swapped over to a Smite here for Spellbook Smite. Are they going to do some objective
Wave
stuff
bar,
here?
this.
Shenanigans,
Some
perhaps?
shenanigans, perhaps. Maybe make IG come into a position where they get a really good Renata ultimate or something for themselves.
See whether that is going to be the angle. We know that it's going to be the Baron because it's T1. They do like Barons.
Magal pa tuloy yung game. Walang ya.
As IG, they know this. Gonna look to try and replace
Last
that
game,
ward.
hindi.
Rookie with a lot of extra
Unang
range.
maka 3 wins, guys.
Carrier from staying around the area. And
Here
the
is
wave
area.
clear out this wave towards the top side as well. T1, I think, getting ready for a play. Slurkle slows down the Vi here as the sneeze is going to come on through, but Gala is just getting so much more scary. 370 stacks!
Magpupuro items pa.
The execute threshold is going to be 50% soon!
At least that did get changed and nerfed. So.
Yeah, you do need a lot more stacks than that. However, you know, as the game goes on, those stacks get easier and easier to get. As long as you stay fighting over and over again. Total gold, it's going to be Gumayusi in the lead, but Rookie hot on his heels. As we can see here. And Gala getting pretty close as well. The flash over
Uy!
all there from Wei. As they're looking to
Teka lang ha, pumikit pa lang ako ah.
There's just no option.
Naku.
He's staying alive for a
Nice.
long time, but there's no follow-up. There's no option.
Calling yun.
And IG,
Kaso Thunder
now
Sky.
just a man down and
Aroy,
a
ang
smite
sakit.
down for this next fight. Ono looking a little bit lower, but he has that GA back off cooldown once again. And they're on the Baron once more. Doran, is he going to get turned on as Gala does a lot of damage, as you can see there. The Slurkle slows him down. And now Faker looking to chase
Kaya
them
ba?
out of this river. Hostile takeover just to
Nice.
buy the space, and the Purple Worm will
Ah,
be the
laki ako nga.
reward. T1 managed to capitalize on Wei's mistake.
Huge for T1. Kill off the jungler, grab the Baron. Now they can take so much more. All right, they were going to have a
Ito
problem
na naman.
with sieging and actually taking towers. But with the Baron,
Nasa
buff, this is
nasa-
just what they need. Doran's got a mid-eyes, by the way. 12 stacks on that mid-eyes for that Galio. Definitely some power there. All right, T1, is this Baron going to be exactly what they need to actually tip it over? Because the next Dragon Soul that comes up is just over a minute away, so they can use this Baron to take so much extra space on the map.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if they guarantee this next Drake with the Baron, oftentimes, right, you don't have just this monopoly of Drakes that T1 have put together early. That Soul Point is so incredibly important, and it's likely that T1 will be able to make it impossible for IG to contest around that Dragon Pit, especially when their composition is kind of finicky, right? You do need to get into position to really work so that Rookie can take these pot shots and utilize the vision advantage that he does have. As you can see there, if he can do it, Carrier almost dies. But things are getting dark on this map, and look at this. It's lit up completely by T1 and their vision.
Guardian Angel on Owner, Zhonya's on Doran. A lot of survivability for those people that want to get right in the front too. Faker here, trying to play around some pockets of vision, play around some walls. He's got his flash ready and willing to use it.
Doran just going to be rocketing towards this bottom side of the map.
Okay, game.
He's spotted out here as the fear is good onto Doran. Takes
Chunk si Doran.
and he's still burning. As the redemption, not actually going to be used for the Galio. He is just going to get sniped here off to the side and buying so much time is IG. As T1, they still have the Baron, but you wouldn't know it from what we're seeing in this game. There's a teleport to bring the Galio back. That might be the opportunity. This could be a 50-50. His owner in position, but he wants to start the fight instead. They take down the
Nakuha, nice! Panalo na, boy! Tapos to. 2-1. Tapos na. Pakaba na naman kayo. Tapos na.
T1 just steamrolled them.
Guma got the soul and T1 are gonna get the game. The Shy's running.
Bigyan mo kay Honor pang MVP. Nice.
T1
Bomba.
Yep, they're just going to push this minion wave forward, and it looks like match point for T1. Our fourth seed from the LCK will crash down these Nexus turrets and see whether they can, in fact, make it to the Swiss stage and hold on to hope for 3 in a row. We'll take another Nexus going down, though, and IG...
Itong yung smolder yan.
I love this series. What a series we have. Let's see if the analyst is loving it as well. The action just continues in this one.
It's an absolute banger, game after game after game. And
Or
you're wondering if T1
nag-fire. Oo nga eh, 2 items lang.
Match point here, calm and collected, and I love the fact that when push comes to shove, you can always
Let's
count
go.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, Ono was absolutely massive in that early game. It got a little bit chaotic. I've got to say, you know, Gala came up huge on the Smolder. I felt like maybe IG didn't have the patience for that comp, but they definitely started to make it work in the mid game.
That's the thing. I was like,
Puma is the key.
great. I know both of us were looking at this game and saying, okay, we like it from
early, no?
But can they operate it? Because I've seen what the Shy has done in game 1. I've seen his
Ganda ng early game ni Honor eh.
If he sees somebody at
Saka yung revive ni Geria. Doon sila nananalo.
Hard counters his entire personality. So that one was tough, especially since a lot of Owner's early kills outside of the dive, of course, was just basically Shy going in, looking for an early fight, and Gala being, please stop!
Ayun o, yung mga dive din ng linis
We
o.
were talking about T1's composition so far in their approach they had in this series. Ox, do you feel like it's getting better?
Ito yung revive o.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is exactly
Nabahay
what you
time.
Your fake run utility pick. You
May
have
na-revive
Ono
dito
on the
si
Zigzag
Honor
with the
ata
Renata
yun.
to back it up as well. And
Siguro.
here's an example where you see IG setting up for a pick, an overstep here.
Si Honor nga.
Shy trying
Oo,
to
si
go in.
Honor.
And you see the bailout, Carrier doesn't put it on himself, puts it on his jungler instead. And it means Honor's
Honor.
able to turn the play
Tama.
around. Another
Isa pa
example
to.
here where the bailout comes out clutch. And
Ito
it's
yung na-revive si
overcommit
Faker eh.
match.
Tapos
I feel
nabahay
like
time.
both forcing too much in the early game when it wasn't
Ay
necessary.
hindi, si Guma pala.
Like, this fight is not necessary. Like, mid lane is getting completely punished. This is a great game.
No,
from Rookie, of
linis
course,
oh.
gets the actual snipe in that fight. But like, he is
Sinsiyaw ko lang
owning mid lane. You even see Vi coming in to like help with the dive bot throughout mid. But then the game is just accelerating through all of this, and now you have an extra strong Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and we saw IG, they kept on going, they kept on trying, but there's a point, even with a Smolder, it's getting harder to make out plays.
Like we saw how strong Gala eventually became, and I feel like if they weren't at such a deficit when they got to that point, the game would have been a lot
IG yan
easier.
kanina.
Yeah, and he was
IG nga
stacking
din ata
incredibly well.
prediction
I mean,
yan eh.
seeing these lane swaps and the fact that he's put up in the top side of the map against the Galio, I thought was great for him. And so it's just another game where I feel like
But
Gala is doing
na-smite
a
Keria.
lot.
Naka-spellbook
And
siya.
if
Pwede siya
his
magpalit
team
ng
wasn't
ano.
like putting themselves in a hole,
Spells.
this would be
Kaya
a
siya
completely
ginamit
different
yun.
series.
Is it gonna be
Magti-teamfight
enough
na
for
kasi
them to
sa
come back here
objective.
though? Because T1 taking us to
Para
match point
ma-sure.
here. It was in IG's favor. I want to say couple misplays aside on the side of
Ayaw
the Shy in the first
save
part
sa
of the series.
BR.
It feels
Sinasave
like
niya
T1
ata
with the
pang
draft they
follow-up.
have right now and the way they're playing together, it's not looking great for IG.
It's not. But I gotta hold firm. Every time I flip-flop, I am wrong.
Where's the jacket?
Well, I was about to say, where's the jacket, Raz? What are you doing?
Kuha na guys, T1 versus IG. Kuha na kayo ng pang dinner nyo, mga pagkain nyo kasi may break time pa tong 5 minutes. 5 minutes or 10
I was
minutes?
still holding firm with him, but I was
Ayun
like,
na,
yes,
naka-IG
the
na naman siya.
confidence is a little whimpering, but yes, I'm still gonna.
May IG buff si
It's a little
Kuya.
hot in the venue too. A lot of people here.
Yung
of
skin na
course.
naman ba?
Yeah.
Let's see.
The sun is beaming down on
I'm
him.
just hearing excuses.
Oh
You know?
my God! Look, a little bit shaky in confidence.
By
but
the
I
way
think what we're
guys, may
seeing
full
from,
screen yung
this
live
team
natin
is,
dito
like,
sa TikTok.
really good foundations.
Kung gusto nyo ng
Then
mas
T1
magandang
Sadio.
view or
You guys
mas
wanna tell me
malawak,
what's gonna happen next? What do we want to see from Ether
click
team?
nyo
What
lang
have we
yung
learned so
apat na
far from
buttons
both of
dyan
this
sa
team?
bottom
Again,
right ng
one
live.
spot in the
Sa
main
TikTok.
event in the sweet stage tomorrow at the end
Para
of the
mag-full
series.
screen
I see
siya.
Placid and Gala. I see what what I think is an Ornn.
Kailan update sa
Shy
Wild
must
Rift?
be on
October
Ornn duty,
23.
alright?
Okay.
If we can put in an extra kitten in
Kasama ko ngayon sa
position as
live
well, like
si
an enchanted support, that
Rebecca,
would be
kaya
nice.
nyo siya
But for me,
naririnig.
just put on the Ornn duty. I think this team has been doing well when they get into the late stage games.
Teka,
That's
pin ko
also
yung comment.
tracks, I think, in their regular season and also in playoffs. If they're even, they do
Naririnig
quite
ko
well
si
in late game
Rebs,
team fighting.
naririnig niya
We
rin
just
ako.
need to see that, and I feel like you must protect the
Kailan
president.
in season? October 23 pa
What
guys.
about I mean, yeah, of course.
For me, you know,
Kala ko
it's
po
pretty
2-0
straightforward.
na kanina,
Except
talo
Angala,
pala
you know,
Faker
I
Akali.
think they did a
Natalo.
pretty good job in some of these
Lamang din
games.
sila doon, na-choke
Some
lang.
strong early skirmishes for Oner.
Yung
Like
Akali
Sin
ni
Sao went
Faker,
really well. Like
ay
Insurance. I think the Yunara
nakabawi
definitely
sila
did that
mid
there,
game.
but these
Tapos
games
na-choke
have been
lang nila,
messy back
ganun
and
yung
forth,
nangyari.
So I think the game 2 when they had the
Shutdown
Akali,
Gala,
didn't
stronger.
give them the outs when they got to
Ito,
the later stages. So making
nilalagay
sure they
nila
have
yung
that
mga
scaling
win
option
condition.
when they get to the later stages.
And we're going deeper and deeper into both teams' champion pool here. Again, playing in Fearless Draft.
Kakasobi ko
Any
na 9
specific
days
champion that we
pa
wanna see
di ako
so far? We
madigay.
see the
14
gold
days
round.
ata.
I think it's every game
Also
has been
shoutout
back
kay
and forth.
Butete
Maybe
din.
the most controlled game from T1 here. So
Kayang si
again,
Gala,
very
no? Kaya niya
much
buhatin
excited
yung
about
game
it.
eh.
35k damage. You're
Kaso
asking
ang
about a
hirap, ang
champion.
daming pwede umabot sa
Let the
kanya.
Kai'Sa go. Don't ban
Inshao,
the Kai'Sa, let
Galio.
them have it.
Splash pa ng Ani.
I think,
Please.
yeah.
Pwede din ulti
T1
ng
was having
Renata.
just,
Ang daming
how
pwede
to play
umabot kay
around
Gala.
IG so far, and they're the first team taking us to match point.
Pero tignan
here.
nyo yung damage
Can
nyo,
IG bring it back?
35k.
Can they bring us to game 5? Can they save their chances of making it to the main stage? And
Si Rocky
advancing
din
to
nagbubuhat,
stage
kaso
tomorrow? We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back right
hirap na hirap siya kasi madali siya mahuli. Yung way niya. Ganyan ba naman yung harap sa'yo? Mahirap talaga mag-way niyan pero nakakagawa siya ng paraan para makapoke. Malakas nga yung... Maganda yung laban actually. Yung ganda ng buhay time ni Honor sa gilid guys oh. Una nagtataka ako ba't niliyakap yung pader dun sa gilid. Yung pala, nagpapa-cooldown ng skill si Honor. Naubos yung skill niya kay Ani. Doon sa buy. Tapos tumakbo siya sa pader. Nagpa-cooldown ulit. Sabay lumaban. Galing din eh no. Hindi kaya sa batak AD si Gala. Palo talaga si Gala guys. Maganda tong laban. Tingnan nyo dikit. Hindi nyo alam sino mananalo. Kahit labang T1 sa early. Muntik pa sila matalo. Kada game ganyan. Ito, abangan natin to guys. Game 4. Marami ng champion na wala. Milisin pa si Honor. Si Faker, may Azir pa. Pero hindi na binibigay yung Azir ni Faker eh. 2-1 na guys. T1 versus IG. Ayaw bigay ni Azir ni Faker eh. Nabuff kasi yan si Azir bago start yung words ngayon. Pinap nila ng konti si Azir. Anong natira sa ADC guys? Wala nang Yunara, wala nang Sipir. Nag-LOL PC. Hindi na ako masyado nag-LOL PC ngayon eh. Naglaro ako nung nakaraan, nag-doombots ako. Papitik-pitik na lang ako ngayon sa LOL PC kasi busy na ako mag-live sa Wild Rift tsaka sa HOK. Nag-grind din ako doon pareho. Saya? Oo nga may saya pa. May Jhin pa nga eh. Bibigay mo Azir sa demonyo. Wala nang thrill. Kada na laban guys, tama prediction ko dito. 3-1. Ay hindi naman tama totally. Malaki yung chance. 3-1. Toto lagi yung laban eh. Dalawa account ko pinampick M's ko eh. Yung main account ko 3-1 T1. Yung Smurf ko naman 3-1 ulit. Ay hindi, 3-2. Tignan ko kung ano yung tatama doon. Dalawa kasi yung account ko sa Wild Rift eh. Standing 2-1 na guys. T1 2 IG1. Anong natira kay ano, Doran? Si Doran iniisip ko eh. Alay siya lagi eh. Parang sinasabi ng T1, magtank ka na lang yan, tiisin mo yung kadapat mo.
Pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way.
Wala pa nga ako nakikitang nag-Aatrox eh. Aatrox, Camille, Yone. Yan si Yone. Wala pa nakikita ng Yone. Gamit na gamit yan sa LoL eh. Oo nga pala, may Renekton pa siya. Ayun, carry yun. Renek. OP Gwen Baron Lane. OP yan si Gwen. Basta tank katapat mo, kayang-kaya mo yan. Kuha mo na kayo pagkain nyo guys. Etong break time na to, mga 5 minutes pa to. CR break muna ako. Game. 30 seconds. Ready na ba kayo? Yan na ba yung mga pagkain nyo? Di pa ako nagdi-dinner eh. Kinakain ko ngayon guys, snacks eh. Goods ba Rowa kay Gwen? Hindi ko pa natatry. Pero tingin ko kulangin ka sa damage. Sino may momentum? T1. 2-1 eh. Lisa Ngayok. Si Faker yan ah. LOL PC ka rin ba? Galing ako LOL PC guys. Bago ako mag Wild Rift. LOL PC talaga ako. Eto, kasama ko to si Rebenga. Nagtutour na kami dati. LOL PC. Tumadayo kami sa mga tournament sa com shop dati. Pero di ako malakas nun ha. Baka isipin nyo magaling ako sa LOL PC.
It could. I mean, with the way that these games been going, at any point in the game, you could tell me either team was still going to win. And
Erasmus Winter, si Caps yan ah.
Somebody could throw, somebody could get caught,
Caps
somebody
the
could
GOAT.
make a huge play.
Idol kayo sa LOL PC dati guys, si Caps. Idol ko siya sa ano, yung Bane niya dati. Yung nag-Bane siya ng ano, tawag doon, Bane mid. Para sa'yo na mas maganda, AP Kai'Sa or AD. Pareho lang eh, sabay, hybrid. Ano rank ko LOL PC? Pick rank ko sa LOL PC guys, Challenger. 2018. Ay. Yan pala si Rebs.
Still feeling strong.
Game.
I feel like Pantheon is something that T1 may have missed out on here in this ban phase. I think Wei is also like, if you have a look on the Chinese broadcast,
Parang maganda nga Papi dito. Madede na W ng
guy was absolutely fantastic. I think that the Vi performance outside of getting caught around the Baron was great. I mean, ultimately
nakakatakot
not
kayo
as
sa
good
Nigan.
towards the end, but
Except for that one.
Kaya pala binan guys.
we're talking about it. There it is.
Kaya
Nocturne
Nocturne.
to be locked in here for.
Okay, so how many cool Nocturne comps can you come up with? Because Nocturne is just so fun with all these darkness comps.
Well,
Fanatic
Ariana
versus
is missing,
Miss
so
Mid
we're not gonna
Vayne
get that
Mid.
one.
Right.
Oh, yung
And
K-Caps
so
na.
maybe like Kennen, you know, you get these
May
flanky
nuli niya
Kennen.
si Ansama.
Nico's already been banned out from Fearless, so you can't do that Nico either. But like, I just love the
Kunin
types
nila
of comps that Nocturne encourages.
My favorite one is like the peekaboo composition, where you just pick Nocturne and TF.
Okay.
It's like turn out the lights and peekaboo.
I was gonna say, I love Nocturne and Fiddlesticks because you can turn out the lights and then you get Fiddlesticks fears.
And then you get double jungle as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do that as well.
As Gumayushi is going to lock in the Ashe. This is what we were talking about all morning. We're like, is someone going to play it? And you were pretty excited.
Boss, nakalaro ata kita dati sa Wargats Paraita. Oh, nandiyan ako dati. Yung mga tournament dyan. Kasama ko yan dati yung top 1 challenger ng LoL PC. Kung kilala niyo si Yagami, yun, kasama ko yun dati. Sayang guys, kung nag-wild trip yun, lakas nun.
This is the T1 Kryptonite. The Ziggs has been locked in. They've been better at dealing with it.
APC to, no?
But
O kaya
this
may
is
mid
still
dito.
a dangerous thing. Something that has tested T1 in the past. Gala will now be piloting the crazy Pyromaniac
Oh,
towards the bottom
Tilos.
side of the map.
Pwede din.
Nautilus alongside him as well, so showing their hand as far as that bottom lane is concerned.
And we've had so many lane swaps.
Bakit ang ingay ni Rebenga? Malakas pa boses ni Reps, guys. Hinaan ko kung nalalakasan kayo sa boss ni Reps.
I do like this.
Hinama ko siya para may kakwentuhan ako.
Does remain flexible. Speaking of remaining flexible, I think picking AD here would be a mistake if you do intend to put Keria on the Ashe. I'd expect to see something else. Maybe a top laner they can then protect in the ban phase themselves. And
Pinay
here's
Ornn.
the line of thought that they're going for is the Ornn will be locked away
Or
from
Nocturne.
most likely Doran. We've got two champions now that Keria could theoretically play.
I mean, if we play the game of like, hey, Keria could play this.
Yeah, honestly, you just have 5 champions and then
Or
you try and figure out the most likely one.
Dangerous game to play. But with Nocturne, these aren't the typical of like, ooh, you know, you're like, I get a flanker or something with Nocturne. But long range engage of Ashe arrows and Ornn ults are also super annoying when the lights are out.
Yeah.
So you have these super long range pick potential on T1. Ashe arrows, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne.
And we were also talking about the fact that the engage options in the last game were relatively limited, especially around flashes. They're not limited anymore.
No, everybody's got
everyone is engaged. Even Owner is just a missile, so he is also engaged.
And similar for IG here, you know, with point and click with Nautilus, I love like Ziggs combo kill, you know, comps where point and click with Nautilus, point and click with Pantheon as well to lock people in place, get big Ziggs combinations. So you can go kill combos, you know, either hook somebody in, root them in place, knock them back, satchel charge, big bombs, and both of them have a little bit of global too. Ziggs ultimate semi-global, really good with dealing with side waves and going to manage your macro a little bit easier. And Pantheon ultimate, but let's catch up on here. They have
we have a couple of top
protected
laners
this
banned away. This is what we were expecting, protecting Doran's pick.
Ano yun? Yung audio na yun?
Yorick taken off the board.
Narinig mo yun?
He's not a player that I have had concerns about champion pool with ever, so I expect he's able to find something, and the Aatrox is the thing that's scaring me the most. Seraphine and Rel.
Misaidas pa. Oo nga, no, Misaidas pa.
Now Gumayushi going to see what he's going to lock in. I'd expect. Okay.
Ang kukunat. Ay na nga, nag-pike na.
He's playing the Keria game that we were playing. Oh, well, all of these champions.
Rolling the dice through the support pool at the moment. But we'll see what does actually get locked in. The Sona would worry me.
Yeah, because T1 that played Sona Taric versus IG at MSI 2019 resulted in the 16-minute, 1-second loss. Like Jackie Love Draven did do it and just blasted.
And just to remind everyone, this is what I was talking about before when it comes to the Ziggs. T1 currently 0-5 versus the champion.
Ari pwede din.
Of the LCK. They've struggled to deal with it, as it is going to be the Lulu locked in. So anyone can kind of be a tank. And you were talking about Nocturne combos. This is a fun one as well. The Wild
Ay,
Growth
that's
on
sabi na
top of the Paranoia coming in
Sabi na eh.
means that Owner is not only going to be tankier, but he becomes a large source of CC. You're exactly right. It's like Malphite with extra steps.
Yeah.
What if Faker then locked in Malphite himself?
Rebenga jungle sa SNG. Oh, siya yun.
Malphite, maybe. And especially into Sylas, because that's illegal. Mako thinking about taking away the Varus here as well, as we've got Archery on the bottom side of the map. Rookie playing Sylas to keep his world's dreams
Stringy. Oh, kilala ko
alive
si
here in
Stringy.
game number 4.
Saan na yan?
And the answer
TF.
is going to be
Pabor nga sa Sylas
potential
lahat.
composition as a last pick TF. A consideration right now for Faker.
So, is it
Oo nga, no?
a top
Uy,
lane,
Leblanc!
top lane Varus
Leblanc
into
ba?
the Ornn, or is it a mid lane Ziggs Sylas go to the top lane?
Pag nag-swap, malalaman natin yan.
I mean,
Oo nga, nag-Leblanc si Faker!
That's the shy move. As Faker will
Season
lock
4.
in his famous LeBlanc. And
Jungle
ladies and
Sylas.
gentlemen, the man on the other side of the rift is the man to give him
Ay,
his
hindi.
very first
Jungle
loss
pa
on the
dyan.
champion. Mako was there in 2015. As you can see, Faker
Labas
here
niya na
looking a
yung-
little flustered, but looking ready to put an end to this series as well. As
Pinik
these
niya na rin yung ano niya, signature niya, AD setup.
Baby. These certainly are fun. So much kill potential. And LeBlanc getting buffed on this patch, we were like, how long are we going to have to wait to see
Signature
the
na ni
LeBlanc?
Faker,
Well,
guys,
we
oh.
don't have to wait long at all. We get Faker's LeBlanc. And it looks like the Shy is going to hold on to the Varus. And we do get... Okay, so now, are we going to get lane swaps now out of this situation? Because this is going to be a real roll of the dice.
Yeah, I'm not actually
Ah, so
sure.
meta
I
nga
would
talaga
assume
siya.
It's more likely that they are going to get that, as you were saying where the champions were going, Kobe, and I was wrong. I was wrong. It's been a while since we've had the Varus top lane, but it looks like that's where the Shy is going to be going. So making
Pinik
sure
niya
they
dati
keep
yun sa
things
ano eh.
confusing up
Mga
until
pala
the
team
very
niya yung
end. That
natalo
was a
sila.
triple flex until the very last second.
Okay. Merwin has a ripple effect.
Oo.
It's powerful. I think it is fitting that
Kinounter siya dun,
my
di ba?
League of Legends client at
Morgana.
least just spammed a bunch of critical errors and crap.
Pero okay ba yun? Hindi ko maalala eh.
I cannot compute this.
My client just, force closed. Okay.
It's all right. Our observers, they do not get spooked by things like that. As we are onto the rift here for what could be the final game in the series, unless IG can make top lane Varus and the Ziggs work.
Laks
And
kami
odds
na
are
Aatrox yun eh.
Ziggs into T1 is a pretty good way to deliver us some silver scrapes, but it has to happen now. See whether they can deny T1. As the
Namiss ko
Gyos
tong
are going
LeBlanc
to
ni Baker.
echo through the stadium.
So, first Varus top lane in international history.
Oh, there we go.
I would also like to point out that although Faker's LeBlanc did suffer that loss to Mako at MSI 2015, it is still an 80% win rate.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
50 wins over his career on it, only 12 losses, and did just get distortion damage buffs. Distortion and the Mimic distortion also benefited.
And even though it wasn't on the same patch, we did recently have ASI, and LeBlanc was pretty popular in that tournament as well. So a bit of a taste there, as we can see the fancy angle here as the archery is happening in this top lane. Shout out to Robin Hood.
Yeah. So, does it count as a lane swap if they're both still just playing 80 carries, you know?
This is just like Season 1 mid lane, as Mako not going to quite find the anchor.
Dude, this actually is going to super duper cement my Unk status. But I want to go
Yeah,
back even before Season 1.
Oh, God.
I played with COG in WCG in 2010, the first international
Was that the one where
tournament.
the internet
We
didn't
had
work?
Big Fat GG,
Yeah.
and we played Ash mid and we
Meta
played
top
Ash
AD.
top.
Hindi, si Varus lang yan,
But
guys.
honestly, more fun stuff
Ito
here
lang
is
yung
going to
metang
be
lane
like
itap.
rookie Sylas versus Faker LeBlanc in mid lane. Some stutter steps going on as well.
Ewan ko kung anong ginawa nila kay
And this
Varus
is
sa
going to be the
PC.
supports opening up their roams. So remember, the 4-minute timer is your timer for top lane. So the supports are out here really early. As long as they don't go top, though, to trigger the 4-minute timer. Like, they didn't change the mid lane one.
Yeah.
Just the top lane one. So mid lane's fair game, Atlas.
Yep, it's all just fine. Right now we're seeing, yeah, it is just 2v2 in mid. This is normal. Rookie down to about 50%, but that's going to be the way of the Sylas in this lane.
Pero nga dyan yung ano yung makawanit ka ng tower.
Is Gumayusi like teaching the Shy AD carry, or is it the Shy teaching Gumayusi top lane? I'm not entirely sure, and I am hazard to guess that it's more the Shy that's able to know what's up, because this guy also
domain.
Kahit puno buhay mo,
he
makawanit
also
ka.
pioneered the Kalista in the top lane. He is not much of a stranger.
Only the Shy knows what the Shy is doing.
I mean, that has not been proven more
Ano
true
lead?
today
T1
than
guys.
any other day.
Honestly,
right, Rookie taking so
Uy.
much damage here. As there's this
Uy.
flash forward, but it's all
Kapag
okay.
lifesteal.
Faker, can he actually still get the kill, as he does get the
Nakaya.
passive proc, and that's going to help keep him safe. But Mako still wants to take him down.
Boy
This
yata siya.
Nautilus is
Arangan mo,
so
Kyria.
scary,
Arangan mo.
And he flashes to try and lock him down. Not enough at first blood to Mako.
Sayang.
Now Owner is making his way in as Carrier is looking to try and punish this Big Daddy as he makes his way out, gets himself another round of shielding.
Pumabor sa Sylas, dinabalyo lang siya eh.
You monster!
On the 10-year anniversary, went from EDG to actually defeat it. Wait a second, he's right back, more action.
Yep, more chains connecting. I mean, there are chains all over the place. There was even a chain on the end of that anchor as well, as now Rookie's going to get pushed out of this lane.
Ginamit niya.
Comes on over to say no more funny business, but I don't think that's going to deter anyone. Today has been all about funny business. Kobe?
Hindi.
Mako literally himself
Ever nag-
ends up getting the kill onto Faker's LeBlanc this time around. Absolute
Na-reward kasi, no?
insanity going on.
Let's have a look at it one more
Ayun,
time
no?
here. As this looked like Rookie was dead.
Yeah, it looked like a
That's
kill
how
angle to Faker as well. I mean, honestly, to me too. So let's take a look at this. He hit the Q as Rookie was coming
Kailangan
in. He
nata
hit
sa
the chain.
malayo
That was
siya
nice
nag-flash
as
eh,
he
no?
was going back to the
Yung-
minions. Stays in range to fully
Ayun, no?
tether it.
Sa di abot ng W.
Get the lock.
And Kingslayer both layered on top of each
Yeah.
other to make sure the Rookie survives.
Mako keeps Rookie alive, and then Mako
Talaga,
finishes the job. Walk him down.
Pag W.
Man, look at this. Holds the flash for such a long time as well, and Carrier even tried to make it as impossible as he could to click on Faker. As Danny is losing his mind, as we can see.
He's having fun. Everyone's having fun watching this series. This series is crazy.
Well, distortion over the wall here from Faker. Snap back if you would like to. But Owner also lying in wait. Satchel charge going to come on through here, but
May
Gumayusi
guma.
not too worried about the minefield that has been put down. Throws out the Q. The bouncing bomb going to be ignored here as the Ashe in a pretty good spot at this point of the game. As Doran, yeah, this is not going to be fun, I don't think, for the On in this lane. As great sidestep there from Carrier. Mako not quite picking the direction he would juke. As Way looking to keep things interesting as well. Is on top of a ward, so it is going to be T1 just playing defensively and will be okay. He dashes forward, and Rookie is looking a little worse for wear. But after what happened in the early stages, I don't think they're going to overcommit for that.
I gotta be honest, Alice. I totally thought the supports were at some point going to leave mid lane, and the lane swap was only going to be early stuff. But man, everyone camping around that mid lane, supports and jungles. At least our bottom laners have finally met back up.
X-Splash. He does move far enough away to keep himself fully safe. And everything is going to sort of relax itself, right? We've got a 500 gold lead approximately here for IG.
Ano na reward
who
kay
have
LeBlanc?
benefited from
Ano
this
niya
early
lang?
game. That first blood going over to
Apex.
Mako is
Saka
basically
itsura
the
niya.
gold lead.
Anong pa rin skill niya?
Mid lane, of course, Faker, it has resulted in a good CS lead for Faker with the constant pressure and making it hard for Rookie to CS. And now neither of them with flashes does make me think Jungler's Paradise. We've got level 6 Nocturne, and Wei is a bit behind, so it's going to take a bit more for Pantheon to get level 6 and get that global threat as well. But we are about to enter the jungle paradise of level 6s, just fire off those ultimates, go grab your kills. We have no flashes on the mid laners or the supports, which are also technically mid laners in this game. I guess they've spent enough time
Also
there
mid-laners.
to be labeled as the support mid laners.
This is also the first game that we don't have Spellbook for Carrier, so he's not going to be able to teleport his way around the map. Mako is going to be so lucky. We'll see whether Carrier can get the value out of the area that he's looking for, despite not being able to have that added utility. Mushi back up towards the top side now, once again laning into Gala as Rookie taking down lower and lower. This is something we used to see all the time, the stolen Mimic Distortion from the Sylas. Although that's showing my age. I think that was the first time Sylas.
I think that's what we were supposed to do today. I think that's what today is about.
Yeah, we were just, it was uncooked, right? Today, so we're allowed.
Today is History Day.
Well, there is that distortion being utilized. It's a fair bit of
Patay.
damage. But now everyone is being called in and they slam Rookie into the ground.
Grabe, tinamaan pa yun nandun. Nagre-reset yung Ziggs eh.
Blinking, you missed it. As Rookie is just dead.
That's everyone who has an
Laban
ult
ata
used
to.
their ult on Rookie.
Pero lamang sila sa champion.
But everybody
He pressed R though, Kobe. You best believe he pressed R.
He pressed R for sure. He's with you.
Oh my
Kinuyog eh.
But it will still be IG utilizing the fact that they didn't press as many R buttons to take 2 of these grubs. One of them did go over to T1 as a result of that last play. But it's not enough to get the gold lead completely back in the hands of T1. Instead, things are just
Same gameplay pa rin si ano guys,
The
LeBlanc,
Avengers
parang dati.
assembled around mid lane to take down
Ano yung last
Rookie,
skill niya, yun yung
ended up
ulti niya.
1-1.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the Thunderbirds that were going to be the second round of Avengers, but no. Apparently it's just T1.
Well, let's take a look at the aftermath. So, you do get the credit towards your objective.
Sino yung
as
kill
far as
dun?
getting
Kay
the double
Faker,
grab.
nice.
Another lock
R.
here. Faker continues to apply some pressure, going for the trades, but you don't get the Void Might spawns, the little Voidlings or whatever.
Yep.
For your split pushing or your tower
W,
taking later. So
sayang.
a little bit reduced, but I think T1 feel pretty good about their situation, getting the kill here onto Faker. He did also invest in the early heal cutting here against Rookie in this lane where, so many uses of the Kingmaker as well as Mako's heal, I guess.
Ayun, si Pawn daw yung kalaban.
That was very
Nagparga na
effective
dati.
heal early on in that early
I
trade.
also feel like there might be a Sunlit Sky coming in, and that may be even
Kawawa sa Igas dito.
As, yeah,
Tatlong ult eh.
Ash, Arrow, Ornn, Ultimate, they all collide at the same time. Honestly, kind of impressive that Faker still was able to get the last hit of the kill with everything just
it's pretty impressive.
at the same
I mean, that was
time.
damage soup that just landed on him, and was enough to deal with Rookie. That's one of those times where you're like, you just start pinging all of the R buttons that just hit you.
I want to do an investigation and see, like, what was the actual
Ulti
time
yata
difference
to si ano,
between each
si
R
Guma.
button press. Doran's got some visitors.
Ulti nga sa top si
He's also
Guma.
gonna call in his friends, but it's gonna
Tatamaan
be too
kaya?
late. Now Ona might be in an awkward position, still able to get the kill on a Maker who unfortunately
Okay
had
na, 1 for 1.
Turret in that play. So a 1-for-1 will be the result, but the Shy able to push this wave in and also possibly put some pressure on this turret utilizing the Ziggs. Is Ona going to move on over and only throws out a Duskbringer. So that's
Raid
all
lang.
she wrote for T1's defense, and that should be first turret going over to IG.
That was really nice answer from Owner. Lays down the Q right before he arrives with his ultimate, and with the tower damage there, does get the counter kill. So ends up being a 1-for-1 on their dive on Doran. Doran, though, of course, is suffering
Kanila
significantly
Drago na.
with the Shy here having his Varus top.
Ay, Bull, may ulti pala Pantheon.
He teleports right back out.
Wala.
Gala down here
Tagal pa.
to the bottom side, so I think they do want to fight it. They're not going to give it to T1
Yeah,
for free.
tatry nila.
Looking for a flank, but he is spotted on vision. Rookie with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow already prepped.
Doran can't come though. This is 4v5 guaranteed.
Yep, Way couldn't get on
Naku,
in there.
naulti yan si Baker.
Is going to be employed. Depth charge comes down.
Okay,
but he
walang
creates
follow-up.
So much
Nice.
distance, and all the buttons go entirely wide. They were thrown after Faker. He lands the chains, and IG is kind of left confused with no T1 to fight.
Tapang ng Pantheon, no?
They found some.
Yeah, they do find
Just
some
chase him a
T1.
little
Not
more.
T1's to fight though. Gala is hitting a turret, and maybe T1 are going to be tempted to try and defend this. Right now, 3 versus 3. You've got Rookie moving towards the top side, and T1 are going to be able to at least deny some of the extra plates that have come on in.
Okay, so Gala getting some more turret damage there, some more advantage, turret plate money for IG. And having opened up the map on the top side as well after their dive situation, does make you a little bit more worried. We mentioned with the Pantheon ult and the Ziggs ultimate, you have a decent amount of global on that side too. It's not just that they have to play into Nocturne ultimate, but they've got some pretty good uses themselves.
There's also Blade of the Ruined King completed here from the Shy already. And oftentimes in Ziggs compositions, we often talk about, oh, but they won't have the same level of consistent damage. They won't have the same ability to take neutrals, things like this. When you've got like an on-hit Varus on your team anyway, I mean, it's just a mage and an AD carry, right? It's just a regular composition. And so they're not going to run into any of those issues in this particular game. Unless the Shy does something crazy, because this is not like he's playing a Sion.
What? The Shy never does crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, surely we can rely on that. It's going to be absolutely fine. Hawkshot going to give some vision
Ito
over the
mahuli.
T1. As Gala takes
Eh
the
na
damage
nga,
from the bottom.
sabi na eh.
Double flashes
Buti na lang.
employed. Vega in front of
Ih,
him.
dami nilang iniiwasan.
Instant wild growth.
Na bait, pwede i-turn to.
Paranoia comes in, but still Owner is taking so
Wala,
much
nasa-zone si
damage
One,
from
si
Rookie.
Doran.
He's able to shut him down, and now the Shy looking for
Wala,
Doran. He's taking
inarangan.
the turn, and he's happy to
Inarangan ni
resource
Dashay dyan.
IG.
Makakapalang sana siya.
Slam T1 on multiple fronts.
IG are popping off. They want to send us to Silver Scrapes. They want to send us to a 5th game, Atlas.
They may just do it if they keep playing like this. As IG now looking to take more plates. It is sub 14 minutes for another 8 seconds.
Ulti pa ng
Another
Lolo.
one here is now Rookie in trouble. Gumayushi trying to lay down the hurt, but instead
Ganda sana ng
distracted
engage
by
si
a ward,
Doran
will
dun.
be able to take that one out of there. T1 by no means out of this one, but the signs of life from IG gonna be putting some worry into T1 fans.
I love staying in attack mode there for IG. There's no hesitation.
They have another mode?
Yeah, they immediately throw these semi-global ults that we're kind of trying to hype up. You know, they get the double flashes out of the T1 bottom lane as
Wei
Faker
pa.
wants the rest of this turret, but Wei is
little bit of damage.
Get back in there.
Eh, W
What is that
auto.
thing? Click on that thing. What is that?
Okay, okay.
So it does take turret shot, but that is fine. We'll be able to claim that global gold. That's going to close the gap just a little bit.
I do, but again, yeah, I love how they just attack the, you know, the Ashe and the Lulu here. No flashes now on either of them. Really, really big stuff. Mako forces them initially, then they have the follow-up. They got the Ziggs ultimate.
Ganda sana kung nandiyan si Doran, no? Tatlong maultihan niyo.
Owner tried to cover with darkness. They just full send, flash under tower, and then the
Narangan,
Shy
no?
takes care of Doran himself.
Alas.
Doran also threw the wrong direction.
Yeah, Doran was like, let me out of here.
Pili ko nag-choke siya dun. Nag-choke yun. Makakalayo siya dun eh kung nanakap niya yun.
I'm getting out of here.
Alright, we're fighting again as now Carrier in a bit of trouble does have to put his wild growth on cooldown as the darkness is going to come in.
TP.
Already dead. Owner able to put himself in a great
Nako.
position though as the Pantheon will be the
Okay.
answering kill, but Rookie on the top side of the map means that Gumayushi cannot play the game.
Okay, boy
He's
pa yung
taken
tatlo.
out to 1-for-1.
2v3. 2v3.
Trying to
Nice one.
this time the
Sigala, sigala.
as the Ziggs
Uy pa.
kills himself
Ayun,
out
patay,
of
patay.
instead.
Nasunog.
As Owner's red buff gets it done now, Mako not
Nandito
gonna
pa si
be able to do
Faker kahit
anything.
wala
The
si
anchor is
Kuma.
cute, but I think that Faker
Q-
will be able to
QW.
finish this one off. And
Ah.
T1, they're gonna be able to
Sarap.
fight back.
Atlas, this is peak League of Legends right here.
Ping pong, Cody. This is just battle. Like one person wins, one team wins, and the next person wins right back.
Okay, so immediately right onto Carrier and Guma, and they couldn't
Dami
even
nilang
decide. And they're like, okay,
nabuhos.
fine, we get the Carrier, but then Nocturne, Darkness
Bye,
does so
walay.
much work here because they don't actually have vision. They're able to get
maganda.
the shutdown. T1 kites backwards. We're back
Oops.
to action, baby.
Yep. Carrier just out of the death chamber.
Aray,
Might
ang sakit.
just be put back in.
Patay
And
siya.
here's the Glitterland's not quite enough, and Wei will be able to put him down. Faker looking for a bit of a recall here, but Rookie might be able to find him.
Ako.
Faker able to distort his way out. Will be able to keep himself safe, but still Rookie denying the back angle, and it's more turrets going down for the Ziggs. Man,
Basag tuloy
I'm
mid.
looking over here, I can see Orcs.
Oh, they're
Patay.
Left as they are
Third,
looking for the
wala na,
Shy.
patay na.
They
Third skill
find
na eh.
the fear, and they will be able to do so. This time, the Shy doesn't have a lot of that funny business available. He's doing
Kaso
a lot of
nabahay
damage,
time.
and now the cavalry is going to come in as he bought enough time to allow IG to capitalize on this one.
Gold si Owner.
As
Okay,
Paranoia
nice.
just
Buy siya, buy
divides the
siya.
space, and we'll see whether
Uy,
Alexi
nag-turn.
wants to turn as they take down Gala.
Okay, Ward. Kahit mamatay ka. Ay, buhay pa. What the?
Through it all, and Wei is going to fall at the same time. The knockup on Mako, he's dead, and T1.
Over.
Owner, you are an absolute gem.
Holy, Owner does not.
Mura yung
walk
caster
away,
lap trip.
Atlas.
Pinutol lang
He
eh.
turns around, he goes right back in. He lives in addition to getting all the kills. That is insanity from T1.
My goodness. And now the dragon going to be secured here. That is going to be the second
Kamot sa
going over to
T1.
T1.
Tatoro yun,
Now
no?
Soul going to be a mountain yet again. And let's have a look at this one more time because, man, the Shy going down, that was understandable, but he did buy a lot of time. And it looked
Mamaya,
pretty
magta-throw
decent,
na naman
honestly,
yan.
for IG.
Yeah, and Owner flashed to start this play. So he started the play seeing his flash. So he's not going to have flash for later for escaping. So IG, they're like, all right, we're coming down the river.
Grabe
We'll go
turn ni
for Grand
Owner
Forest,
dito.
then the darkness. And he, all right. I was like, oh, maybe
Yun, oh.
he'll run away with it. But no, he goes right back in on the
Oo.
stun timer. He has the
Ultihan
spell
pa ni
shield.
Guma.
He gets the extra
Uy, po.
healing. He stays alive with the passive
Na W
healing
niya yung Q ng
with the
Pantheon.
Conquer stacking.
The Umbral Blades. Just getting all of that health back. But man, Owner, zero fear in that moment. I think he thought that he was going to die. He's like, well, let's send it. Saw the arrow come in and just launched himself like a missile into IG.
Yeah,
And
who's
even
collapsing on
surviving
who?
at the end is absurd. Because, like, you just get the paranoia damage down, your job is done. Great play. The fact that he lived is just absurd. As the Shy has killed a lot of minions, as we're seeing here. The Rift Herald is going to be employed in the mid lane. And now Paranoia comes down yet again. The Shy in trouble once more.
Patay na
The
to.
Ram looking for the
Hindi.
knockup. Will be able to find it.
Tinamaan, nice!
Down! Connects from Gumayushi, and Faker is now able to close in as well. The Grand Skyfall comes in. The
Patay.
Mega Photobomb not quite enough. As Owner just barely limping away. And now the fight is going to
Doran,
continue.
nababay time ni Doran.
The CC. The satchel's good as Gala's bouncing bombs aren't quite connecting.
Wala na
T1 still
mamatay.
not able to quite find
Si
the
Faker
target.
na uli.
Engage from Mako as Faker
Ah!
is going to
Hindi,
get
si Guma
executed.
buhay pa.
Gumayushi's the problem. He flashes to create the space. And Gala, they've been ignoring him this whole
Patay
time.
itong Ziggs,
Finally
walang mana.
able to move over.
Walang mana yan,
As he
oh.
runs out of mana, takes
Nakapitas.
down Carrier, but he will
Okay.
die as a result. And Doran and Gumayushi walk away victorious.
And T1 keep up the pace. They keep the pressure high, continuing to force another and another fight. They see the Shy, they go kill
Ganda
the
ng
Shy.
araw dito.
Immediate Nocturne ultimate from Owner. He's going sicko mode in this game. Doran
Na-araw
is
eh,
able
oh.
to get the ultimate on him, right into the ultimate from Guma as well. And so he's stunned. Owner
Ang galit
strikes
na
him with
lolo,
the
naka-RH, oh.
afterwards. Then they throw the Ziggs ultimate at Owner. Rookie actually steals the Ornn ultimate
Owner.
and isn't able to reactivate it there in the
Grabe yung
brush.
bite ni Doran,
And so
no?
they don't finish off
Apat.
Owner. He goes to live. The rest of T1 could push them off. Guma's doing so much work here with the Ashe, helping them from the side. So even when Faker goes down there, Guna puts out so much damage, or Gumayushi puts out so much damage and keeps them slowed with the Ashe.
And Rookie just couldn't make his way back in again, so Gala
Wait,
kind of
teka
let
lang,
down
sila
the
nag-start,
grind. Now
ah.
the Archon
Kaiba
has
to, ah.
been started by IG.
Naka pa lang
This
si
is gonna be
Faker.
point of contention for this
Naka
team.
pa lang
We'll
si
see whether they
Faker.
can make it work this time around. Here in game
Naka pa
4,
lang
man,
inilib
this
lang.
is feeling like they're throwing the gauntlet. As now the Paranoia comes
Wala
down.
na,
Doran
panalo
finds
na
a
to.
huge knock-up, and the AoE is massive. The wild growth of
Uy.
by T1.
May di kay Faker to, boy. Ay, hindi. Gagi. Yung atakan, ang sakit. Nabawasan sila sa atakan. Beta yung atakan, guys.
And T1 did lose two in the process. Can Rookie do it? Can he be the hero?
Napuruan silang lahat.
But he cannot in this moment still.
Yung
He
atakan
saved the
kasi.
Archon, and that may
Lahat
actually
ng damage,
be the
sinasalo
biggest
nila.
deal in this moment.
Wait, they've got a teleport from Doran. They can
Bias
teleport
yung
Doran back in.
atakan eh.
Faker and Keria are flanking
Ito,
them.
turn.
There's the teleports coming in. It's actually answered here by
Patay mo
IG.
lang. Nice.
Executed. Baker finds him in the brush. He thought he was safe, and honestly, so did we.
Kaya
because
na
there
lang may
wasn't a
damage
vision.
yan.
As Doran slams his head
Mag-ulti
into the
yung
wall,
Pantheon,
but he
guys.
is
Bilisan
so
nyo.
incredibly tanky. The flash out from Carrier to avoid the re-engage.
Mag-ulti
As
yung Pat,
Rookie is
TP
doing a better
Varus.
work. Doran doesn't have damage himself, and now the Shy has made his way in. It's another hook connecting, but
Ulti
Owner has
yan.
also respawned. Ladies and gentlemen, Doran will be dying
Nocturne
in
ultimate
this
too?
fight, but yeah, we have Paranoia coming up very, very soon. And the Ash Arrow is 8. Otacon time, please let me breathe.
No way, buddy. Let's keep the action going. T1.
Yung atakan kasi kanina eh. Ayun, laban na naman.
Rookie's gonna get punished once again.
Teka lang ha. Iwan naman panalo ngayon.
And it's Carrier that's able to get the last hit, but Gumayushi is kiting like a madman. Another wild
Ang gulo ng laban ng
T1
pucha.
feels like the the same team fight that they won before. Well, they're going to go win it again.
That was all one team fight right there, Atlas. They continue
Di
it.
na natapos
Arbuds
yung
come
team
back
fight
up,
sa
they
baba ang
immediately
pucha.
press them. They find the engage. Guma here with the Ash Arrow re-engages, sets it up, and the Otacon this time will be the final prize.
They're going to be able to pick it up here. It's 23
Top
kills
trip
to
yung Otacon
13.
kanina guys,
Unlike those
nalo lahat ng
numbers.
T1
It's
eh.
absolutely ridiculous. A bloodbath here in our game number 4 between T1 and IG, but IG are circling the drain now, and this is where they need to get it together if we want to see the silver scrapes. And that's also Soul Point on the board as well. Mountain Soul will make this team so tanky. As let's see this
Isang
one.
team fight na lang yung in-highlight to. Ang dami kasing clash eh.
He's like, Ziggs only waddles so quickly.
Yeah. Oh man, beautifully played though. It's exactly what a LeBlanc is built to
Na-vision
do.
ng Ash.
Okay, so then, here we go. Hawk shot from Guma, sets him up. They throw down the blue trinket. He hits him with the Ash
Ulti
Arrow.
lens.
We already talked about Owner was ready with the Nocturne ultimate, and even though he goes down this time around, T1 successful re-engage. Picture-in-picture will show that they are getting another objective, but don't let that distract you from the next fight, because we're
And it could be
moments
anyone.
away.
This is the thing. I am not convinced that T1's going to win this game yet. Right now, everything is pointing towards that being the likely outcome. But you best believe
They're
I
pinging
will not
another
be
fight,
baited
baby.
into
Guma!
expecting something.
Uy,
As the
tinamaan.
arrow is gonna
Mag-ulti
stop
out
the
to.
back from Wei, and now
Hindi
he's
na-cancel
trapped.
pala.
He's not going to be able to escape. He doesn't
Wala
have the
na.
red Starfall, and now
Wala,
the
wala.
jungler is
Na-cancel.
going to be dead
Na-cancel
at
gamit ult.
23 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. The Baron is up in a minute's time. And
Patay.
Wei is not going to be able to get into position to try and get vision down.
Is Guma Hawkeye? Has he missed Ash Arrows ever?
He's channeling prey.
There's so many of them. Yeah, I mean, that was
Objective, wala.
definitely
Wala
a
silang...
close one to
Walang Baron
you know,
eh.
Pantheon
50 seconds.
channeling the ultimate there in the spot. And the Ash
Pero
Arrow finds
makukuha
another
nila yung
one.
ano, yung
So
blue
many
side.
of them this game, but T1 now will
Gusto ng
continue
blue
to push
side tsaka
afterwards,
tower.
so They don't see any more champions on screen, so they'll kill some towers.
Big
We'll
win
see
pa rin.
whether the champions will come on screen, because then T1 will try to kill them. That is going to be what happens. Right now, Gala does have a
Kala ko
massive amount of
nagre-recall
movement,
yung
so the
punch
Baron
yun eh.
that I was talking about
Nag-ulti
before,
pala
up in
yung palayo.
25 seconds time.
Oo.
That is going to be required if they want to break open this base of IG.
Can we crowdsource, like, what is the highest kills per minute of an international game? Because this has got to be up there,
I mean,
man.
T1
This
are
is-
almost at a kill a minute as the team.
Yeah, just that's one of the teams. This is absolute, like, this pace is crazy. I hope that we're setting records here, because it feels like we're at least getting close.
Yep, I hope so. And they're going to have to keep it up as the Baron is going to spawn, as we were talking about. And IG, they need to try and get into this darkness and make something happen. But the vision control, just from the champions of T1, is ridiculous. Hawkshot and Paranoia, not only do they get vision themselves, they take it away from you. It's so unfair. Have absolutely every option, as Faker is also able to get all the way around this map to wherever he needs to be to clear out these pink wards if he would like to.
And that's a dream scenario for LeBlanc. When your team does have that luxury of controlling so much vision, you're a trickster. You're this burst mage that wants to go for distortion combos.
Yeah, you capitalize on information way better than any other champion.
Hindi ko makikita eh.
And IG
Pag umilaw siya.
grouping up, getting themselves
Uy.
in there. The flash in from
Oh,
Mako.
naka-GA siya,
Does trigger the
naka-GA.
flash out from Keria.
All right, IG, can they...
I
Last
like
time
the
they...
mindset of Mako. He has just gone for every flash angle that he can possibly.
Especially when he's looking for Guma or Keria, you know, trying to kill those two specifically. Let's see if they can actually do that one more time and actually take down Keria, punish the no flash. They
Nice
Good
W.
stuff there from Ona. Gonna deny the hook in as Faker distorts his
Huli.
way back again. The knockup gonna go wide from Doran, who flashes away.
Faker,
Now
knock up
the
lang.
Ram is going to show his teeth, but that's
Wala.
a brilliant stasis to come on through. Ona goes in. He survives for so long, way too long. Wild Growth
Ubos, panalo sila.
Gumayushi with the damage. Why is this
Panalo. Wala na naman mana si Galaw.
absolute monster? The inner turret's gonna go down, and I think
Tapos
this
ang
is
boxing.
the end of IG and T1 putting the end to the
GG's,
LPL.
guys.
Started early this Worlds.
T1 will have every member alive to assault the IG base. Scala trying to defend, but it's no use.
Wala magawa Varus niya.
Six that was their Achilles heel is finally going to be taken down as T1 will make it to the Swiss stage to defend
Okay.
their world's title.
Well, we certainly ended the series with quite the banger.
Yeah, it was a bang. And to be honest, this whole series was far more than I was
Tik
expecting.
lang nung early, no?
My goodness, IG They found so many great angles in the first few games, and I can already see it. You know, if only we had been able to close out game one, right?
Yeah, IG definitely going to have regrets about the early games in the series. T1, though, scaling up into the last game. The last game here, the most action-packed.
And it was very close to the record, I'm pretty sure. We have it here, Supermassive versus Kaboom in 2018.
Ano to eh? Di malungkot yung birthday ni Keria.
That's truly crazy number.
That's absurd.
I don't know what ours was, but
yeah, that's numbers we can't contend with Turkey versus Brazil. Okay, we can't get there. But this was still very close, and this was like an LCK team involved. Okay, there's not often that much action. As unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to IG. It just feels unfair. I understand this is how it all shook out, but the fact that we have to say goodbye to this team, it's just doesn't feel right. Especially after this performance against T1. I just want to cast these two teams for the rest of Worlds.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
T1 na siya eh.
So much action, so much fun. Faker's got a mic in his hands. I believe we are getting some more interviews set up as well, some possibilities. And T1, people were wondering.
Una si Doran eh, game 1.
Is this going to be the
Nag-uusap sila ni Dashay. Game 2 Dashay naman eh.
I mean, they took some time in this series.
Yeah.
And they needed to, because the final test being
yung ano, sa mid? Sa mid ba yan?
You know, and being able to finally do it as since split 3 being 0 and 5 against the champion hasn't been the best for them. And just insane play. Mako as well.
Mag-aalisan na lang sa GC bigla.
Get a kill onto Faker.
Yeah, on the
I mean, you felt the prominence immediately. And it kind of echoed around this stadium as well. The fact that he was able to do it here, 10 years separated, after being on the team that was able to serve his first loss on that champion, just wasn't enough to actually win them the series.
Pero solo niya si Faker, no?
Okay, good.
Yeah. Get the cinematic. Oh, this is all the ultimates at the same time. That was all of the R's buttons pressed from T1 simultaneously to take down Rookie in the mid lane.
Some of the highlights from this series, like already, the highlight reel that we have for Worlds is incredible.
Truly.
It's fantastic. Just so much already.
Game highlights.
T1 will remain in the tournament. And Ona living here was just not allowed.
Yeah, able to take them both down, still surviving. And the pace
yung Lulu wala masyado team. Naglalakad-lakad ka lang si Keria eh.
Highlight reel of this game. There was so little downtime between fights.
Maraming ginagawa dito si Owner.
Really cut out a tiny bit of the beginning of the game, and just kind of then roll the rest of the game. Is all.
And I'm just really glad that I can confirm that Dracos and Hysterics arrived yesterday. So I'm gonna need a break after this series, man. This was just a lot of yelling.
May draw pa sa
These guys
Swiss.
would not stop fighting one another, and we've been casting T1 for a very long time. They can be methodical, but we know that they do not want to be. As this was almost an incredible turnaround. The fact that the Shy was able to get the arm guard off, you know, keep himself out of harm's way, dodging a lot of CC, it just wasn't enough when the wallets were this heavy.
Yeah.
And we also answered your question of
The draw pa pala guys.
does get picked up.
Panoorin
Who are going
natin.
to be our players that want to play it? Gumayusi looking pretty good on it here today.
He did look very good on it. The kiting, the slow, really effective. So congratulations to T1 taking down IG.
Grabe dami
You
si
know,
Guma.
IG in the first couple of games in this series, you know, even though they did lose the first one, they looked really good. Looked like they should have won it. And then game 2 actually taking it, you know, making us believe.
And it did feel a little bit like they had the majority of the tempo vibes for the first 2 games. And that is huge testament when so many of us, we have to remember back to like 85% of people believing that T1 had this one in the bag. The fact that IG, this is a 3-1, right? It is relatively in T1's favor, but IG put up a fantastic fight. And now we have Keria alongside G-Sun ready to tell us all about it.
First game pa lang to ng Worlds, oh.
Thank you very much, and I'm
Mahina
here
siya.
joined by Keria.
Ayun si Keria interviewin.
Congratulations on the win, and happy birthday. Thank you so much, 시켜드리고요. 승리도 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
So you had your birthday on such an important game day, and you managed to get the win and advance to the Swiss stage. How do you feel right now? 오늘 정말 중요한 날인데 또 생일이었잖아요. 많은 게 걸린 날이었는데 승리와 함께 스위스 스테이지 진출하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 생일이기도 하고 되게 또 많은 분들이 지켜봐 주시는 또 빅경기였는데 승리할 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁜 것 같고 그리고 집으로 바로 안 돌아가서 다행인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, today was a very important day, very special day for me. If I could get a win, I knew that I will be able to get a lot of celebration from the fans, and I'm just so happy that I'm not going straight back home. And then today,
Grabe ulti ng Ornn
it
sa
was a
last
do or
flash,
die
walang
match for
natamaan.
both
Tina-target
teams,
niya si
and it was
ano,
an elimination, a single best of 5
Silas,
series to
nag-zone niya
determine
lang.
the fate of both teams. So
Kaya
how
walang
did you mentally
natamaan.
prepare for this intense playing stage?
Pakita ko yun eh.
오늘 사실은 정말 걸린 게 많았고 사실 단 한 판의 다전제로 5세트 다전제로 결정되는 그런 플레인 스테이지였는데요. 멘탈적으로는 어떻게 준비하셨는지 특히나 T1은 조금 토너먼트가 진행됨에 따라서 폼을 끌어올리는데 어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
원래 스위스 스테이지 진행할 때는 좀 지더라도 좀 발전할 여지가 많다고 생각해서 그렇게 좀 여유롭게 대회를 진행했던 것 같은데 오늘 같은 경우는
May laro pa bukas guys. Ako stream ko ulit. Pero titingnan ko muna yung ano.
4강, 8강 그런
yung draw ngayon. Kasi magda-draw ngayon eh.
Yeah, well, when we
Laglag na yung
originally
IG.
play, Swiss stage in the past Worlds, it was more like if we
Wala nang laban
drop a
ulit
game
ngayon,
or
guys.
two, if we make
Meron
some
na lang
mistakes,
draw.
there's always room
Mamaya.
to improve and room
Para
to make it
malaman
up
kung
for
sino
it. But
katapat
this
ng
time,
T1.
it was a do or die. There's no room for mistakes.
Sino kaya,
So
no?
we kind of approached
Fanatic?
this playing stage
So,
match
Nerebs
as a
fanatic
knockout
eh.
stage matches like quarters or semifinals. And although today was a 3-1 victory, every game was so intense.
Words to
It was
and
team fight
viewers.
after team fight. Well, LPL teams, especially IG,
Hindi
are
lang
known
yung mga
to,
fans kinakabahan
really
eh.
good at team fights,
Pati
but
yung mga
today it was just a team fight, a masterclass by
pati yung
T1,
words
so how to pull it
kinakabahan
off.
eh.
사실은 오늘 3대
Babagsak ba naman viewership eh. Pag nawala yung T1 eh.
했던 것 같습니다. 한타도 굉장히 많이 나왔고 교전 위주의 게임이 많이 나왔는데 사실
kahit sino kakabahan eh.
LPL 팀들이 이런 교전이 굉장히 좋다고 알려져 있는데
Kaya ganda ng laban ah.
더 빛났던 것 같습니다. 어떻게 이런 경기력이 나왔나요?
Walang ano.
사실 LPL 팀들이 교전이 되게 강하긴 하지만 또
Walang
저희 팀 같은
one-sided na
경우에는
game.
또 LCK 내에서도 좀 교전이
Rollercoaster
팀이랑
T1 ako'y
합쳐서
kinakabahan sa kanila.
전 세계 어느 팀이랑
Lalo yung laro ni ano,
비교해도
ni Owner.
교전력 하나는 안
Pero
밀린다고
lakas
생각하고
nila
있는 것 같아요.
parehong team.
For sure,
Galing ni T1 na
LPL
siya. Yung
teams
Rek'Sai
have
niya.
really good team fighting skills, but I believe T1
Ayun,
is one of the
Baros,
best team
Baros ba
fighting
yung
teams
nag-zone
in the
niya? Basta may
LCK as
nag-zone
well,
niya
and I
doon,
thought
yung
we were
nag-ulti yung
just
Ornn.
as good as them,
Kaya
so I
hindi,
was pretty confident
kaya
coming
wala
into
siya
the match.
tinamaan. May isa
And
siyang
lastly, before we
tina-target.
go, any
Pero
final
may zone
message
niya.
to all the fans out there? 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
일단
T1, let's
일단
go.
이렇게 스위스 스테이지로 스위스 스테이지로 가게 됐는데
Sino
또
next mga kalaban nila? Ngayon natin malalaman
지금까지
sino
월드컵
next
좋은
mga
경기
kalaban
했듯이
nila kasi
이번에도 또 우승을 목표로 최선을 다해서
magdodraw.
열심히 준비해 보겠습니다.
Bubunot
감사합니다.
kung sino yung next kalaban.
With this victory, we were able to secure a spot in the Swiss stage.
T1
and
at
as
IG
T1
ang may
always did in the
pinakamalaking
previous
fan
Worlds,
base.
we
Oh,
will do our best in order to get the trophy in the end. Thank you
T1
so much for
IG
your support.
talaga.
And that was Keria for the post-match interview, and I'm gonna pass it
Sisiyan
back to
daw
the
sa
analyst
jeep
desk.
pag uwi.
Thank you, and happy birthday, Keria!
Home court kasi ng IGT, China.
Thank you so
Kaya
much,
malapit lang sila.
Jisun and Keria. Oh my god, they're sliding away. Oh, the casters are here. What is going on? We're bringing the camera back. All right.
Oo, nga sa camera.
It is gonna come back to us soon. As we said at the beginning of the day, there is no world.
Oh my god, ganda ng merch ng Words. Baka naman, Words.
No, we just didn't want you running the desk. Actually,
Raz was,
It's fine.
Raz was a little upset.
Thank you for joining.
He was trying to hide it. He was.
Yeah, but you know what? You stick to it. You didn't flip flop, and I appreciate you for this, Raz.
I'm learning a lesson. I should just flip-flop now. What am I talking about? I knew what I needed to do, but it is what it is. IG put up a real fight.
Yeah.
I loved it. I wish we got to see them continue on in the actual worlds. But yes, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is brutal to see them go like this because, being completely honest, from what I've seen in the LPL, from what we've been talking about as well, I did not expect them to put up such a fight against T1.
T1 iso focus sa live toxic. Lap trick nga yung T1 eh. Konting mali lang nila. Kahit may mag-miss na CS, kanina nag-miss si Faker ng Canon CS eh, di niya nakuha. Yung comment puro bash kay Faker. Pagod na daw siya maglaro. Grabe no.
could have seen it really go in IG's favor, and they should
Ito,
be proud of
panoorin
the
natin.
performance today.
And
Ito yung
IG
ulti ni
went out
Dora
in
nung inahin ako
IG
dito.
fashion. It was just hilarious to see, of course, just going throughout the entire
Lap trip yung
series.
atakan, no?
It was just a
Dalaw
complete
silang
flop.
5.
And you know what? Well, Atlas said
Nagulat
completely
ako,
correct.
wala na
T1
silang
can play
buhay.
a slow,
Pag-ikot ng
methodical game.
atakan,
But
buti
if IG puts on the boxing gloves,
lamang sila
T1 will
dun.
do the exact
Ito yung
same
choke
thing.
ni Dashay, oh.
And so, just being able to see how IG had leads in some of these games, but T1 put on the classic T1 magic and was able to out-team fight them in a lot of those cases, like, that was fun to see. And then, as I say, IG losing in IG ways, I was talking about, like, maybe
Ganda
putting,
na laban na to, guys,
the
game
Shy
1.
on a tank. No, he went Varus top into the Nocturne LeBlanc composition. I was
Ito,
like, all right,
game
let's see
3.
what happens. They threw down the gauntlet.
But guys, I see this replay and the other replays we
Si,
had
Pe-
just now. It
si
was just
pili ko
pure
MVP dito sa
chaos.
lahat si
Yes.
Owner.
4 games straight.
Para sa akin Owner MVP.
T1 are a team who will get into a
Lahat
fight.
ng games.
They'll be willing to take that down. And there were some hectic moments. I feel like you look at some of these.
Feeling
the
ko nga
low
siya
health
yung
bars,
MVP
maybe
dito.
they
Siya
did
or
things
si Guma.
slightly differently,
Pangatlo
a
si
little bit more
Faker.
damage here, a little bit more damage there. And I guess IG will be thinking that going home from this. But
Pero yung mga crucial na
And
game
what
kasi si
better
Owner yung
intro?
nagbuhat eh.
What better intro
Tingnan natin sino
to Worlds?
MVP.
To be in a situation where it's IG versus T1,
Owner
banger
siya
after
shield.
banger,
Lahat,
every
pati yung
game puts you on
Nocturne.
your toes.
Ganda din yung
You
laro
think
niya.
IG's winning out a game? No, T1 takes it. You think T1's taking a game? No, IG takes
Ano
it.
pa ba yung
What better way to
isa?
introduce like either new fans or really
Randall
get
niya,
old
hindi
fans
siya
like
masyado
wanting more?
And I gotta say,
ano
I
dun eh,
am
nagka-impact eh.
personally happy to
Tiyatangkin
see
niya lang yung
the
kalaban.
Russians defending their titles.
Sure.
Well,
Enjoying
ganun
this
naman talaga kasi playstyle ni Randall.
Yeah.
Titiisin mo lang yung
Still
kalaban.
possible.
Repeats?
You know,
Still
it's
possible?
Still possible.
Statistically still possible.
I think the chances of getting the 3-peat would have gone down substantially if they had lost today.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Gonna have to check with Stats Guy on that one.
Well, we're not
Oh yeah,
gonna have
sorry,
to
I
check
didn't
that
check
out.
with the stats
maybe.
team before saying that. My bad.
Yeah.
Something doesn't change though for T1. We've seen that all here. We've talked about this at the beginning of the day. Owner, Big Boy Pants, every time he needs, he is the player that T1 can count on. Every time.
Teka lang
He's the
guys,
player.
nag-post yung LoL
There it is.
Esports.
I mean, might as
Share ko
well
lang.
be. The fact that he's
Share ko
able
lang sa
to
FB.
have as much pressure on the map, and especially with fights like these, like this game in particular, where it's like, yes, you're going to be Mirana, and guess who you're going to boost up? It's going to be Owner. Early game presence that he has is something that you have to take note of for the rest of the Worlds.
Yeah, and we've seen Owner and Carry be just such a phenomenal duo, but it feels like Owner, on a lot of these champions, we have so many in the meta where you get your spike on that Sundered Sky, and it's not just the fact you have
Jungle mo
any
si
impact,
nagdadala.
but
Ang
that
ganda
point,
ng
it's
laro
such a
ni
threat in team
Owner.
fights. And if you're
Siya
mechanic
MVP
position
nito.
on picks like this in
Oo nga,
Zao,
siya nga
so
no,
much you can
player
do
of
to
the
win.
series.
You're such a powerful team fight in your own right, and even on this Nocturne,
Sabi
he
sa
was
inyo
just
siya
an
MVP
absolute
yan eh.
menace, causing chaos, and felt like he was just pushing the limit of his health bar, diving in situations. So I'm like, oh, he's probably just. He's not dead. He's still not dead. He's still going.
Eh no,
Here is a
grabe
great
laro niya
example.
dito.
He
Boy
went
pa
in
siya. oh.
there, and he didn't die. He's just honestly pulling magic out of a hat, and I'm so glad to see him continue this form. We've seen it all year long. He's now at Worlds, and we're seeing that Worlds form Owner once again.
I mean, that's the thing. Owner's world form, we know that T1 is a different beast at Worlds. From what you guys have been watching in the LCK, the form at MSI until what we saw today, what is the hope for T1? How strong do they look?
They
As a
look
team,
very
as a
strong,
unit?
and they look very strong. And the issue is, even in some of their weakness points, like Worlds historically, it is a ramp up. Like Swiss stage, you might slip and fall a little bit, but you're only going to get stronger and stronger. So I feel like that's just going to be a point to look at for T1.
I think they came into Worlds last year looking a lot weaker than they look this year, right? And they won last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the fact that that happened, I feel like the possibility absolutely there. You know, there's obviously tough opponents ahead of them. There's a lot of tough opponents in
Galing
Swiss
na yaman
stage,
na.
but the potential is 100%
Ay, nako,
there. We know
Judy.
how clutch this team can be when it comes to this tournament.
You know what? I'm going to put you guys on the spot. We're minutes away from the Swiss stage draw show. I didn't ask you this before. I'm going to ask this on air, and in chat you can say that as well. What would be your hot take, your hot prediction ahead of Swiss stage?
Oh.
One thing that you want to see, one thing that you think is going to happen.
What I
one
want
thing
to
that-
see,
Yeah.
I want to see your face when KT does not make it to knockout stage.
My face right now.
Bakit Zig Sigala,
Oh,
yung
laugh
consistent
it out.
damage
She's
nila.
already throwing,
Feeling
like,
ko kaya
whatever
siya
at the TV
nag-Ziggs.
screen.
Kasi
You know
nga
what's
yun
gonna
nga
be
yung
amazing?
balak nila.
And I can handshake
Varus
for the
top.
fact that maybe our teams
Yeah,
are
meta daw kasi ngayon yan sa LoL PC, Varus top.
I'm going with there with no expectations.
Kumbaga, ang
I want the
magiging
KT
carry
side, I
talaga
want
doon,
the
si Dashay.
Top esports
Ang
5.
problema, di
I
naman
want the top
gumana.
esports side as
Loud
well.
and proud, buddy.
For the sake of Europe,
Ginagawa
I'm
niya
happy
siya
that
yung
they're here.
trabaho niya.
Yeah,
be
I mean,
honest.
honestly, I think top esports will probably do pretty good in Swiss.
Tsaka
It's
ang ganda din
knockouts
talaga ng
where they
laro
have a
ng
tendency to
T1.
get 3-0'd, you know, so we'll see.
Yeah, and going into Swiss, some of the matchups that are possible are really exciting. Like for me,
You have one, yeah. Give us
T1
some of
versus
them.
BLG, the literal World Finals is a possibility. With Pool 1 being BLG and obviously Pool 3 for T1, that's something that I'm excited for. CFO versus TES, that's the first stand rematch. TES has to prove themselves. Surely they could take CFO down this time around. Right, Dan?
Surely.
Right?
Are you gonna fall for it? Are you gonna fall for it?
I heard a
again?
yeah. I heard a yeah. And then Fly versus Fnatic. Like,
Fly Fnatic?
that's a thing too.
True. Reaper against his former team
I may
when
not-
he had success in Europe.
I may
That's
not want to see 100 Thieves versus G2, but River is here.
He made it!
He actually made it. so-
Dokla tweeted that. He made it.
Yeah.
So he will be joining the rest of his team here at Worlds. My hot take is that as a region, we're going to make it out of Swiss this time.
I love that that's
That
a
is
hot
a hot
take.
take. That is a very hot take.
It's a hot take. We never made it out of Swiss. Ever
Yeah.
since this format has been introduced, nothing. No one.
I'm sweating a
No
little
one
bit
showing up.
because I made the point about 100 Thieves. Just hearing about the fact that their practice has been boomed, I'm like, oh God, please. Now we're back to
Okay,
FlyQuest
Judy,
being
thank you
our
pala
sole
sa heart.
hope. So
Yeah.
my palms are sweaty, and with
Tagal ng
T1
draw,
being
guys.
in now the Swiss stage, it's just going to be a real coin flip as to which opponent we get.
It's crazy we haven't talked about Genji at all, though.
Yeah, we haven't.
MSI champions, back to back.
Yeah,
We knew the hopes that was on this team's shoulders last year.
Gen G
We'll see
look
about that.
pretty
Bukas
good,
na lang to.
You know?
Mamaya pa daw eh.
You have all the hot takes today.
Yeah, hot take.
Okay guys,
Pretty
GG's.
strong
Bye-bye.
Luke,
Bukas
hot
ulit.
take. I love it.
You know what? I hear that the
Baka
draft
same
is
time
ready on
yung
stage, so let's
post-stream ko
head
bukas.
into that.
Ay, hindi. Ito na pala. Ito na pala.
The mic's open. We're gonna keep on chatting, of course, as we're gonna
Ito na,
see
ito
the
na.
results
Magdodraw na. Ayop na.
and
Mag-end stream na ako eh.
ready for the first draw.
首先想问一
I
下我们
cannot
的选手
wait.
在正式抽签开始之前
All
有
right,
什么
please
想说的吗？
give it to us.
Sana
For
fanatic.
me, I just want,
祝大家
obviously,
好运。
easiest draw
好的，
possible
那
for
同样的，我们
FlyQuest.
接下来要跟大家
Yeah,
说的，本次
100%.
我
I
们
mean,
的
you
抽签
see
呢，将会确
Fnatic
定
or
2025
PSG,
全
great.
球总决
TES
赛
and
8
T1
场比赛的
would
对
hate that.
阵情况。
Yeah,
参与
that
抽签的
seems a
队伍
lot
将
harder,
会
a lot more
分为
difficult.
3个池
It's like
具体
50-50.
构成
Yeah,
如下
literally.
一
That,
个
actually,
池
when I
共
said a
5
coin
支
flip,
队
I
伍
meant it,
分
by
别
the
是
way.
Yeah.
I completely meant it.
Wala nang laban yung T1 ngayon.
Alright, the bracket.
Ito na, so yung
You know
stage
it.
guys.
Yeah.
Bubudot na yung mga katapat.
Oh God, my palms are already sweaty,
赛
guys.
区的2号种子。此外，由于
Para bukas to ha. May laban pa kasi ulit bukas eh.
As you know.
3号种子 KT 战队
Yeah, I don't feel so tense.
3号池
I don't know what you guys are
包
talking
含
about.
赛区的
Yeah.
3号种子
Okay.
以及入围赛胜
You
者
guys can't
T1
see
战
him
队。
right now, but yeah, sweating, of course.
本次瑞士轮的抽签规则是
I'm also
Wala nang
interested
laban
in
ngayon.
seeing the
Bunutan na lang.
LCP C2 and
First
C3
game,
specifically
sana
for girls. Like that's an interesting one for me. just
maganda
simply
agad
because as
yung
an
laban.
organization, obviously from Team Secret and
Sarap
Team
mag-
Wells, we've seen
sarap
Team
manood
Wells
pag
and
dikit yung
Team
laban eh.
International before, Team Secret has not. They combined forces, and that organization is just very, very scrappy. That team's very scrappy.
Yeah, you know, speaking of Molecule, he feels like they're a really scary team to face.
Yeah.
Best of ones or even a best of threes, like an upset team. So
Yeah.
maybe a dangerous one to face early on.
接下来就让我们有请名选手
Ah,
抽
quit
取
teasing
1号
us,
池
man. Go
KT
for
支
it.
队伍。
Thank you.
Ayun na. Anong team kaya?
Oh.
Anong team to? Ay, Genji!
Of course.
We were just talking about them,
Yeah.
Genji, the reigning champion.
Yeah, they're rather good team. As I've described.
I think they're okay.
First game
I think
sila.
they're an okay year.
Fairly solid. Yeah, pretty good.
有请名选手抽取第
Keen has
2
just
支队
been
伍。
a star.
All right, so we're gonna have tier 1 teams against tier 3 teams and tier 2 teams versus tier 2 teams. That is the way it's gonna go
Ano
for
to?
the first round.
FlyQuest?
FlyQuest.
Okay, all right. FlyQuest has had a really dominant year
Yeah.
overall. I mean, Split 2 and Split 3. Split 2 finals was very close between them and Cloud9, but ever since that point, they have only continued to dominate their international performance. Of course, versus G2. Everyone remembers that one. Everyone loved that one. I loved it personally.
Yeah, and just to be clear, these are the Seed 1 teams, so it's not Genji against FlyQuest. We just pull them all out in order.
Exactly.
And the Seed 3 will be later. Next up is G2.
Yeah.
One first game Genji
As
bukas
I said, we're
guys.
drawing the tier 1 teams for now.
有请名
Yeah.
选手抽取下一支队伍。
So I'm just going to write it down. But yes. And for G2, I mean, let's see what we get out of this one. What's this next? Ball.
Who's left? CFO.
CFO.
CFO being
CFO.
the only team that made it to every international events this year.
Yeah, huge achievement for them, honestly.
Exactly.
And,
I'm excited about Honkyu again.
Yeah, for sure. He's been making waves.
I mean, he's won Player of the Year within the region. He won Rookie of the Year within that region. Of course, he was on the Team of the Year. He's just had an incredible year overall. Driver, I feel like, has only gotten stronger and stronger as well. He's been playing a lot more carry matchups, so that's something to be interested in. And BLG, of course.
And BLG. Big question mark on this team, though. As
Yeah.
many question marks as they had junglers this year.
That is very true. I mean, Shadow came in really clutch for the team.
The
but I don't think
LEC champion!
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
Mukhang buong araw ako magla-live dito bukas, guys ah. Hindi hindi ko malalive siya bukas ng lahat. Pipili ako kung ano yung match na ilalive ko. Hindi ko kaya i-live lahat eh. Buong araw ako nito eh.
Or TES.
Punot na.
Now, if you want some popcorn, it would be Genji versus Top Esports.
PLG? HLE? Ay, hindi, PSG. Kala ko HLE, kinabahan. Live mo lahat, hindi ko kaya.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Better get it out of
Isa
the
lang
way.
malalive ko or dalawa.
Ripples come back. You have Karsa for that team. It's Flash Wolves of old. Maybe they can get that magic back in order.
Uy, T1!
Yeah, and the second team drawn, I believe, was FlyQuest. So how do you feel about that one, Raz?
Oh God, why is that? I knew the worst could happen, and
First IG,
I mean,
now FlyQuest. How do you feel?
feel bad.
Oh,
Very
really?
bad, yeah.
Do you really? I mean,
Yeah.
you guys put up a good fight against Genji last year, so why not?
True.
In a best of one scenario,
Oh.
I like those odds.
G2, I believe, up against Top Esports.
We like that.
You like? Oh, okay.
Do
yeah,
you,
true.
Ox?
Yeah, yes.
T1
Tell
versus
your thoughts, Ox.
PSG.
Yeah.
I'm coping. I'm gonna be coping all
Sa
the
T1
time.
ako bukas.
Yeah, historically, but you never know when things can change. And yeah, things have not been in our favor so far. What is gonna be the next team?
Maganda tong linggo natin ngayon, guys.
Fnatic?
No tayo words.
Up
Fnatic
against
LE.
CFO.
Yeah, I think that's CFO.
That's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think CFO, a lot of people have them kind of as a dark horse, you know, been getting good scrims against strong LPL and LCK teams. So it might be a challenge for Fnatic, but definitely not unbeatable.
I wonder what this next one is. Why do we face all of the this is gonna be a rough week, guys. This is gonna BLG versus
Is that
100
BLG for you guys?
Thieves.
Oh no.
BLG versus 100 Thieves. Fly versus T1. Yeah.
Could you imagine
I'm in
a
danger.
scenario you would have felt worse about?
I think that was just a nightmare scenario overall, guys. How are you guys feeling?
Let's see. What do we
GG
have?
versus PL
TS.
PSG. Putik na yan. Ang ganda ng simula, guys ah.
I don't feel good, but I don't feel bad
Genji
either.
tsaka T1.
Fnatic is gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, it will be.
That is the only thing I expect from this match.
Last draw.
Are we winning? I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna say.
There will always be. I feel like you just can't be a doubter of CFO for the year.
T1 versus
Up until this
PSG.
point, yeah.
I definitely feel better than you do right now, Raz. I can say that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Parang di lumalabas sa ibang
Oh,
comment.
yeah, go on. I just wanted to answer for you for some reason.
You know, I feel okay. I think LCK team's doing pretty well, but that was kind of expected.
Yeah.
I think for Top Esports,
Alright.
who even knows?
So the rest of these teams are the tier
Anong
2
team to?
teams matched up against each other
HLE.
for 3 more matchup.
Anong oras simula bukas? Double check ko lang.
Had to come back
Alam
and
ko
they started strong,
same lang
made
eh.
it to first 10, and then they dipped a bit, I feel, and then came back by the end of the year.
Yeah, Road to MSI was rough for them.
Yeah.
And they obviously
Tomorrow,
made it to MSI.
schedule bukas,
Bit of a resurgence in
guys.
playoffs.
1 p.m.
And Viper's a maniac, so I mean.
And
1 to
it's
8 p.m.
last
Yan.
round at Worlds.
So matatapos na yun mga 9
AL
p.m., 10 p.m.
Returning after
Lahat na ng
a
laban
really
yan.
good MSI,
Yes.
gotta say.
I mean, the regular season was a little bit messy, but they got
AL.
it in order. And I mean, I'm a Flandre appreciator, so we always love someone who loves to create space.
Yeah, I think not the best form post MSI, but
Yeah.
you know, we saw a lot of great performances from them. Hopefully they can bring that sort of level back.
Hopefully, like the short boot camp that they've had, of course, as you said, and Vivo Cade Stars. I mean, they were a big surprise, of course, getting
Yeah.
in the finals, taking down
Aga
100
ako
Thieves in the
magla-live
fashion that
dito
they've done.
bukas,
Silas
guys.
and
1
Miru
PM.
were real standouts there for that team.
1 PM matatapos na ako niyan mga ano.
And yeah, the addition of Mira
5 PM.
in the mid lane really helped out the team.
And
First time we
Morteus,
see
of course, yeah, exactly. Morteus, I think, as an AD carry, rookie AD carry, has had a really strong showing.
And we get Trimby again.
True.
Team Secret.
I'm
Team
excited.
Secret Wells.
All right.
TSW.
And Team Secret Wells is a really fun team. I mean, just watching their mid jungle duo and how chaotic they are. The carry junglers, the Silas is a fun one there. So
super aggressive. You know.
Exactly.
Absolutely expect them trying to make the game a bloodbath. Sometimes opponents try and deny them from that. We'll
True.
see how it plays out in their matchup.
My goats!
KT, how do you feel about them?
I don't feel anything, Raz, when it comes to KT. That's the
a
rule.
very diplomatic answer.
Yes. I made mistakes in the past. We'll see how it goes.
Ano? Anong region yung
Of course, Koi
LCP?
is going to be the last ball that they put out for this
Asia
one.
something?
Yeah, I mean,
So good. Koi.
Ito
am I
Southeast
correct to say that's
A
going to be
ano daw?
BOK Stars versus Koi?
Ayun, Asia Pacific region.
Just wonder about that one. Well, actually,
接下来，让我们
yeah,
看一
let's see
下
if we can get
最终
confirmation on
对
that one.
阵情况。
Yeah, I don't see any invalid matchups
Yeah.
here in what we have.
JNG, PSG.
KT versus MK. All right, I'm out. See ya.
Yeah, I
Team
think
Secret Wells versus BOK
Likewise
Stars has
versus
to be the
T1.
bloodiest game I
O
think
tiyan, mukhang highlights
of
na naman
this.
si
That one's
Faker
gonna be
dito ah.
fun.
The fact that we have HLE against AL, which I'd say the two strongest C2 teams, going up against each other. So I think the other teams, I feel like kind of dodged some bullets there.
Yeah.
But the fact those two teams are matching up against each other.
It has to be, I think, the funnest match. Very high level match, obviously. But wow, very unlucky for AL or HLE. I mean, HLE is an interesting team. You already know, you've covered them. Where I feel as though the mechanical skill of those players are through the roof. But making constant mistakes from that team. So I feel like this could be an amazing Worlds for them. Obviously, first-hand champions, but ever since then, a little shaky.
I believe in Peanuts last run.
Ayun na yung laban bukas, guys.
Thoughts, Ox?
It's gotta go with a bang.
I think they've kind of come into form at the right time with regards to playoffs. I think they were really reeling off
JNG,
that road to MSI
PSG,
loss, but they managed to
Likewise.
bounce back. It's a team with a lot of potential, a lot of players.
Yan lang yung malalaban ko, yung dalawang match.
They're very much going to make it through Swiss. We'll see what they can do in
Likewise
knockouts,
versus
and I think a lot of
T1,
people are rallying
JNG
behind,
versus
you know, Peanut
PSG,
with
yan
his,
lang.
last year.
G2
This is it,
versus,
you know, the one
maganda
player
din yung
not
sa
T1
G2 eh.
who is that back-to-back, potentially.
So ito
could
na
get
yung
back-to-back
laban bukas,
back.
guys, nandyan na.
So, I think a strong
Abangan nyo
opponent
bukas
for
1
AL,
PM.
AL no slouches themselves, and obviously
Magla-live
UCB
ulit ako,
not had many
and
opportunities to
see you
match up
tomorrow.
against them. Whereas
Peace.
Genji
Bye-bye.
T1 did get a lot of opportunities at MSI and EWC to match up against AL.
Hi, we're back, rolling back in. Just a piece of information here, the matches that you just saw are not at the order that we're going to watch them tomorrow. This will
Okay, iba pala.
Quick question here.
Hit me.
What is the biggest upset potential from what we have here?
Ooh, I mean...
It's best of one, it's the first day of
Are we
Worlds, for me,
talking
anything can happen.
upset and like a weaker team beating a stronger team, or upset like
Either.
the potential for me being upset, or maybe you being upset, maybe Raz being upset?
I'm already upset personally.
Because I think for you being upset,
I
Law,
think
it's KT MCOY. I think you would be very upset potentially after that
I
match.
have no thoughts on this matchup whatsoever. I'm excited about G2TS though.
Yeah.
And I will call it an upset.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because like...
Who would it be an upset for?
FlyQuest looks incredibly
Bounce
good.
now,
So going up
guys.
against T1 is a big question mark. That would be like an upset that is worth calling.
Paalam na tayo
I don't
kay
know if
Reps.
You know what? I'm going to call that upset. Why not? I'm already wrong today. Why
Reps,
not
GG's.
just like
Bounce
I mean,
now.
another one?
We're used to best of ones being flippy. Like, what's the best team that you see being able to create